Am I the asshole for being upset that my wife frequently mentions Trump in our family prayers, even during grace before meals and bedtime prayers? Sounds a bit weird, but let me explain. I, 32, am a politically neutral guy. My wife, 25, is not. She is pretty hardcore Make America Great Again, and has been since 2016 or whenever the last election was. She is pretty vocal on Facebook about her views and sometimes says some scary things. One time she asked my coworker to his face if he was documented. We literally grew up together in the Midwest, laughing out loud. Anyway, I usually let it slide because it's not hurting me. Like I said, I'm politically neutral. Last month though, she was getting my son, 5, to bed one night, and after reading to him she did a prayer before bed. Normal stuff like, please pray for mommy, daddy, grandpa, and Trump. When I heard her say that, I was confused why she was praying for just a guy who isn't in our family. I asked her about it really politely and she went off on me about how he is persecuted and needs prayers to win the election and fend off the enemy and whatever. Again, I let it go because I normally wouldn't care. But now she seems like she is doing this to spite me. Even during the blessing before a meal she adds, and bless Trump, amen, really fast before I can argue. Last night was the worst one though. My dad, 77, had a small stroke and went to the hospital overnight. After I told her and my son, I did a small prayer for him. Of course, before I said amen, my wife added, and bless Trump. Well, this time I got mad. I told her she should keep him out of our family prayers and that this is our personal connection with God she is messing with by bringing in some weird old politician. Suffice it to say, she hasn't talked to me since. Am I really in the wrong here? Maybe it's not that big of a deal, but I feel like it's gone too far. Am I the asshole? Top comments. Comment 1, damn. So you married a general asshole and now you're upset she's being an asshole to you specifically. You're not the asshole for asking your wife to not be petty when your father is in the hospital and you're feeling scared, but also, you chose the bed you're lying in. You're just starting to realize politics impacts all eventually. Comment 2. I let it slide because it's not hurting me. I can tell you that this political disconnect would be a deal breaker for me. And she's about to create another Make America Great Again supporter right under your nose. And you're okay with that? Forget that. Comment 3. Honestly, your wife openly being racist by asking a coworker if he's documented and you not putting your foot down right there does not sound like you're politically neutral. You allowed that behavior and just let it slide. That's not good, mate. You're not the asshole for being upset with your wife bringing Trump into your prayer over family, what the F, but you need to have a long talk with her about her general behavior and her comments, aside from just this latest issue. Comment 4. You're literally how the Nazis happened. It doesn't affect me, just everyone else, so I'm cool with it. Your wife is either a gullible moron who went down the wrong internet rabbit hole or is a fascist. I know people like to throw that word around a lot, but that's because they don't know what it means. But what we're seeing in the States and in the world in general is a scary march towards authoritarianism that is anathema to the free world. I'd take my kid and run, but hey, it doesn't affect you, right? Like, she was racist to your boyhood friend's face. Update. So I mentioned in my previous post that my dad suffered from a small stroke the night before. Well, the small stroke was just the tip of the iceberg. Today my dad suffered a major stroke in the hospital and passed away last night. My whole family is devastated, including my wife. When I said a prayer over him, she did not say anything about Trump and was very respectful. After we got home from the hospital, I messed up. We were getting ready for bed and I thanked her. She asked for what, and I said for not bringing up Trump during the prayer for my dad. She immediately got mad at me about why I thought she was such a terrible person who would do something like that. I said she literally did it when we first found out he had a small stroke, and she said to me that it was before she knew it was that serious. I said that it was my dad, and of course it was serious to me. Then I really messed up and showed her the post I made yesterday to try to get her to understand. She read through all the comments and got even more mad at everything, of course. Long story short, she drove off to her friend's house and left me having to deal with my son and without a car. Later, she made this huge Facebook post about me and how I'm a terrible person. She said I made her drop out of college when I met her as a freshman, in college, and forced her to start a family with me. We met when we were 18 or older and the kid was her idea, but whatever. I assume she got this idea from some of the comments about the age difference between us, so thanks. And then of course she says that I'm against her and her beliefs and all the usual about Trump. I may update if something else happens, but whatever. Thanks to some of you for actually trying to help. I could ignore calling me a troll, but apparently I'm a bad person for being politically neutral and basically a Nazi. I am not choosing a side on purpose to have less conflict because if you can't tell, both sides are what caused the conflict. My dad died and my wife drove off and won't talk to me, but who cares because apparently I'm a troll/Nazi/groomer or whatever. Relevant comments. Comment 1, I'm not going to address the political donkey or the elephant in the room. What I'm going to comment on is your wife's total lack of compassion and grace. Even if she had been justified in her anger and hurt, it was totally out of bounds to put you through that the night your father died. That is a hard issue way beyond politics. Comment 2, sorry about your dad. Beyond your wife's troubling views about a guy who said he wants to be a dictator, her leaving you alone right after your father died is particularly troubling. Not the asshole. Comment 3, so your dad died and the next day she treats you like shit over Trump. And left you stuck with a kid and no car. You are not the asshole, but her asshole issues have more issues than a newspaper. Comment 4, my dude, both sides are not the same. Your wife is a victim of a toxic cult of personality, and you and your family are victims as well. It's not healthy to worship an individual like she does. And inferring from your previous post, as Christians you should be very wary of such a person. Liberals, progressives, and regular old Democrats aren't even the same thing, but none of them really adhere to the same level of cult worship as Republicans do for Donald Trump. It's just not something you really see. I'm sorry that your wife has been programmed. Consider her dead, she's not the same. I lost my own father this way. Everything is political. Even as evidence crushes the conspiracies he's sold, he's still 100% indoctrinated into the cult. He's gone. Your wife is gone.
Discovered my husband's affair, aided by my stepdaughter, used her college fund, filed for divorce and left them. Now they want me back. I discovered that my husband was cheating on me, and my stepdaughter helped him hide it. As a result, I used her college fund for myself, filed for divorce, and left them both. Now they are pleading with me to reconcile. Hello Reddit, I need your assistance because I am in a difficult situation with my stepdaughter and I am unsure what to do. For background, I am a 42-year-old woman who has been with my soon-to-be ex-husband, David, who is 44, for 15 years. We have been married for 10 of those years, and I have loved him more than anyone else in this world. David has a daughter named Stacy, who is 17 from a previous relationship. He and Stacy's mother were never married. They only had a brief fling lasting a few months. She became pregnant and chose to keep the baby, but they had broken up just a couple of weeks before she discovered she was expecting. They decided to maintain a cordial relationship to co-parent the baby, and there were no real feelings involved. Stacy's mother tragically passed away in a car accident when Stacy was just 6 months old, leaving David to care for his daughter on his own. After that devastating event, it was just the two of them, father and daughter, facing the world together. When David and I first started our relationship, he was very upfront about his situation. He informed me that he was not only looking for a wife, but also someone who could step into the role of a loving and caring mother for Stacy. This was something I was more than willing to take on, as I have always loved children and had a deep desire to nurture and raise a family. At that time, Stacy was very young, only 2 years old, and her innocence and youth made the idea of becoming her mother even more appealing to me. I did not see David's situation as a burden or an obstacle. Rather, I saw it as an opportunity to expand my capacity for love and care. I was ready to embrace Stacy as my own daughter, and was fully committed to raising her with all the love and attention she deserved. The bond I hoped to build with her was something I cherished from the beginning, and I approached our new family dynamic with an open heart and a genuine willingness to be there for her in every possible way. Right from the beginning, I had been very serious about our relationship, and after 5 years of dating, we decided to get married. Our life had its ups and downs, but at the end of the day, I always thought that he loved me just as much as I loved him. I had absolutely no reason to believe that he might have been cheating on me because, even up until a couple of months ago, we had been talking about celebrating our 10th marriage anniversary with a family trip to some exotic place, and he had been pretty excited about it. People who cheat on their wives don't act that excited about a trip with their family, so I really hadn't seen this coming. Anyway, about 6 days ago, I found out that he had been cheating on me for the past 7 months with his coworker. I had just been at work minding my own business when I received an email from said coworker. It had all the details of their affair, and she had even attached proof of text conversations, phone calls, and even pictures of them together at places on days that he had told me he would be away for business trips. but those trips were really just romantic getaways with his affair partner, which I had no idea about. I was in shock when I received that email and went home immediately, not knowing what else to do. At that moment nobody was home since Stacy was spending the day with a friend and David was at work. I used the time to carefully reread the emails because I didn't want to have an emotional breakdown at work. I noticed that the coworker had included her phone number in case I wanted to speak with her. She explained that she decided to come clean about the affair because she knew he would never tell me, and she felt I deserved to know the truth. Apparently, he had been promising her for months that he would end things with me and tell me the truth, as she was uncomfortable continuing an affair with a married man. I guess her conscience had kicked in all of a sudden, or whatever, but anyway, apparently, David had been promising her that he was going to tell me the truth. I even had screenshots of that. He had told her that he was going to end the marriage with me and be with her wholeheartedly. She had believed him the first few times, but then it had been almost 3 months, and he still hadn't told me. So she had decided to take matters into her own hands and tell me the truth herself. After reading that email in its entirety, I decided to think about it for a while, and then I went ahead and called her because the worst had already happened. I was still kind of in denial, so I felt that maybe speaking to her would make me realize that this was not some prank. It was really happening. So when I spoke to her, she started off by apologizing to me and said that she really did not have any intention of ruining my marriage, but she had just fallen in love with David, and that was the reason why she was telling me the truth. Then she went on to explain how the affair had started, how long it had been going on, and all the promises that he had made to her, which were the same promises that he had made to me in the initial stages of our relationship. With every word she spoke, my heart broke a little more. By the end of our conversation, I thought nothing could be more heartbreaking. But then she revealed that Stacy had known about the affair all along and had been helping David cover his tracks. This revelation shattered me completely because I had always considered myself Stacy's mother and never thought of her as just a stepdaughter. I had been in her life since she was 2 years old and had raised her as my own. Discovering her betrayal felt like the end of the world to me. Honestly, his coworker let me know that apparently, every time he would need to lie to me or cover up for me, Stacy would make up excuses for his absence and why he was not picking up his calls. In exchange for keeping her mouth shut, he would buy her several expensive gifts. That explained a lot of things that had been happening recently. Like David had been totally spoiling her, and that hadn't been the case before, but I just thought that he was doing well at work, which is why he was trying to buy her nice things. He had also given me a lot of jewelry and clothes, so I had just assumed that this new habit of giving us gifts so frequently was because of how he was doing at work, but I guess not. Anyway, getting to know that Stacy had also been a part of this, and had even met her father's affair partner several times and had kept it a secret from me all along, broke me even more than knowing that David had been cheating on me. So after that phone call, I decided to pack up my things and move out of that house because I just did not want to stay there anymore and wait for the two of them to come back home. I felt betrayed, and I just couldn't even stop crying. I did not want to give David the satisfaction of seeing me like that, so I packed up a couple of things and then drove to a hotel out of town and turned my phone off because I honestly did not want to be contacted by anybody. That day, I was extremely upset and ended up drinking myself to sleep in the hotel room. The next morning I had to turn my phone back on to call in sick to work, and I found that I had about 1,000 unread texts and missed calls from David and Stacy. I didn't feel like responding to any of them. However, I did notice a text from a guy at the car dealership I had been talking to about buying a new car. I had been holding off on purchasing it to save more money since it was quite expensive. Additionally, I had been saving for our anniversary trip and Stacy's upcoming 17th birthday, as I had been considering gifting her a new car instead of buying one for myself. Anyway, when I saw that text, I remembered how I had planned to give Stacy a car for her birthday, and it filled me with overwhelming rage. In a moment of anger, I decided to focus solely on my own happiness without considering anyone else. The guy from the car dealership had texted to ask if I was still interested in the car I had selected. On an impulse, I decided to go down to the dealership immediately and purchased a shiny new luxury car for myself. I did not have any plans of buying that car since it was way out of my budget, but I did not need to worry because for the past 10 years, ever since I married David, I had been saving up and setting aside a college fund for my stepdaughter. I had decided to give Stacy access to that account as a surprise whenever she announced which college she was going to be attending, and I had been pretty excited about it. But now that I knew what had been going on for the past couple of months, I had no interest in surprising anybody apart from myself. So I used money from that account to buy myself a luxury car, and then I decided to drive it down to our house and finally confront my husband and my stepdaughter. When I arrived, they tried to hug me and express their worry from the entire night, but I didn't give them a chance. I immediately announced that David's coworker had contacted me, and I now knew the full truth of what had been going on behind my back. I expressed my deep disappointment in both of them. They both looked shocked, and David at least had the sense to remain silent because he knew the truth had been exposed. Then Stacy attempted to speak to me, saying she was just trying to look out for her father and was confused, not knowing what to do. She began to cry, explaining that she was very confused because she loved us both equally and wanted us to be happy. However, I did not believe her at all because I felt she was old enough to know the right thing to do, and she chose to do the wrong thing on purpose. Besides, I was certain that the gifts she received from her father helped her stay quiet about the entire situation. I didn't believe a word she said, and I told her as much. I was extremely angry and upset, so I even announced that I was leaving David. I think he should have seen it coming because I don't think anyone in my position would have decided to stay after finding out something like this. I then told Stacy that I was more disappointed in her than in David. Husbands cheat all the time, and it's not the first or last time that this will happen to a woman. But I had always expected her to have my back because even though we were not related by blood, I had never thought of her as my stepdaughter and had loved her just like my blood. Probably even more. It was her lies and betrayal that had hurt me even more than what her father had done. So I had decided that the college fund that I had been setting aside for her all these past years was not something that she was worthy of anymore, and I would be leaving both of them behind now. It was difficult for me to say that, and I nearly choked up because they had been my family for the past 15 years. But after telling her this, I decided to walk out without even giving them a chance to explain and went back to the hotel. They kept calling me, but I did not stop, and they even followed me out. I'm pretty sure they saw the new car I got and drove away as quickly as I could. After that, I had wanted to block them, but I just couldn't do it, because emotionally, I'm still struggling to process whatever is going on with me. For the past 5 days, they have been trying really desperately to get back in touch with me and keep texting me almost every hour and trying to call me, but I just don't know what to say to them, so I just read all their messages and let it be. For the first couple of days David tried to persuade me to forgive him, but when he realized it was futile, he shifted to apologizing, acknowledging that I deserved better, and asked me to reconsider my actions toward Stacy. He argued that she was just a child and should not have to suffer for his mistakes. Stacy also sent similar messages, admitting her wrongdoing and expressing her desire for a second chance, stating she always considered me her mother, and was deeply sorry. I had been ignoring all of these messages until yesterday when I received a text from David, saying he was tired of apologizing without any response and needed to know if I intended to return to the family. That really pissed me off because it was he who had messed up, and now he had no right to take that tone with me. So I texted him back immediately and said that I had already spoken to a lawyer and filed for divorce, which was not true. I was still trying to process everything and hadn't had the chance to speak to a lawyer yet. But he didn't need to know that. Then he did not reply for about an hour, and when he finally did, he sent me a long message about how I was not just being selfish, but I was also the villain, apparently, for choosing to act this way. He said that he was fine with me filing for divorce and choosing to leave him, but the fact that I was also choosing to leave Stacy behind just showed how selfish I was. He told me that apparently, Stacy had been devastated ever since I had left, and the fact that I had even said that I was going to get the college fund that I had been setting aside for her had really hit her hard because he had also known about this college fund, and that was the reason why he had not bothered to save up enough money. I do recall mentioning the college fund to him several times. He knew that I had been saving it to surprise Stacy, but I did not know that he did not have any money set aside for her college tuition. Anyway, he told me that since I had said I was not going to give her access to the money, they had realized that they were in big trouble because he did not have any set aside, and she had been thinking about going to college out of state, which would have been even more expensive. She knows that she's going to get accepted into her college, But now there's a big question mark about whether she's going to be able to go to the college of her choice or not because of the financial constraints. He thinks that I am the bad guy for rubbing this in her face and saying that I won't let her have access to her college fund even though I had been saving that money with the intention of giving it to her eventually. The fact that I'm using this one little mistake against her to be selfish because he had seen my new car just doesn't make any sense to him, and he thinks that I should really reconsider this. Now I feel very conflicted about what to do. The way he's putting it, I don't feel comfortable being the person who snatches things away from kids just to teach them a lesson, or to punish them, because I've never been that person. I don't want to be that parent. But at the same time, Stacy is not exactly a child, and she knew what she was doing was wrong. I don't know. I feel like she's disappointed me, so what I'm doing is not exactly all that wrong. I'm just very confused. Am I the A for telling my pregnant wife to stop using her condition as an excuse for not contributing to household chores and responsibilities? Original post, February 24, 2023. I am 36 years old, and my wife is 28. After trying hard for a baby, we finally got lucky, and she is now pregnant. However, it seems she is using her pregnancy to her advantage. She recently adopted a cat, despite my allergies saying, "Think of the baby," or, "The baby needs a buddy." I reluctantly agreed but kept my distance from the cat. Whenever I ask her to help with chores around the house, she always claims she can't because of the baby. I tried to communicate that I don't want the baby to be an excuse for everything, but she started yelling at me, saying I have no idea what it's like to be pregnant and that I should get over it. It hurt me, I will admit. I stayed quiet and did everything she asked. I needed a break, no doubt. I cleaned the house every day, went to work, and took care of the cat she wanted while she quit her job and stayed home doing nothing but watching TV and eating. I did her makeup as she asked, rubbed her feet and massaged her, but it never seemed to be enough. One day, I asked if I could go hang out with my friends for a bit, and she got mad and started screaming that she needed me here. What about the baby? I was so tired and fed up that I told her to stop using her pregnancy as an excuse to get away with things. I cared about the baby, but I would not stand for this. She called me an asshole, and I walked out. Am I the A? Relevant comments. OP had 183, so I narrowed down as much as possible. Important comment. Before the pregnancy, we always shared the chores equally, and our communication was great. However, after she got pregnant, things began to change gradually. At first it was understandable. She couldn't bend over to tie her shoes or reach certain things. I did everything for her without any questions. But as time went on, it got progressively worse. She couldn't do laundry, cook meals, vacuum, or even check the mail. Everything became my responsibility. I didn't have time to visit friends or do anything for myself outside of earning money, taking care of the baby and my wife, and managing the household. It felt overwhelming as she no longer contributed. She continuously used the baby or her pregnancy as an excuse. I would have understood if she had complications or if it was a high-risk pregnancy, but the doctors never indicated any such issues. It reached a point where I had to give her massages, do her makeup and nails, and buy her expensive maternity clothes because she still wanted to look good. I understood her desire to feel pretty, possibly due to insecurities, but it was draining our finances. For instance, she wanted a robe she saw on TikTok that cost $160. Meanwhile, we hadn't spent nearly as much on the baby, only having a week's worth of clothes, while she accumulated much more. She has been acting on impulses like buying a cat despite knowing I am allergic. I tried to attribute it to pregnancy hormones, but it doesn't seem to be the case anymore. More about his plans for the cat. OP shared his thoughts on the situation with the cat, explaining that he wishes he could love cats the way people without allergies can, but unfortunately, he cannot. He wants to give an animal all the love and affection it deserves, but his allergies limit his ability to do so. Additionally, he barely has time for the cat and believes it would be better for someone who can love it more to adopt it. The cat is sweet, but it is simply not a good fit for him. To a different commenter, OP mentioned that he is looking for quality shelters and does not want a no-kill shelter that is poorly managed or a breeding ground. Although he has never owned or adopted an animal, he wants them to be loved and cared for. He is open to suggestions for good animal shelters. Responding to another comment, OP explained that even though his allergies are minor, he still wants to be cautious around his own house. He does not see any problem with avoiding allergens, even if they are minor. OP loves cats and finds them adorable, but the allergy and other considerations make it difficult for him to keep one, so he needs to take precautions. Commenter: Bro. She's pregnant, not disabled. Now if she was 8 to 9 months, that would be different in terms of pampering and house chores, but makeup? Get ready for a long ride, my dude. OP responded that his wife acts like her pregnancy is high risk, even though it is not. She is 6 months pregnant, and their finances have been more focused on her than the baby. Commenter: Going to her how? At 6 months, the only extra money she needs might be for maternity clothes, good prenatal vitamins, and some money for cravings or small extras. We are currently 5 months pregnant and spending a lot, but it's all going towards the nursery as it should. OP explained that his wife saw a cute maternity robe on TikTok that cost $160. They spent money on a crib and only a week's worth of clothes for the baby, while she got much more than a week's worth of maternity clothing. Commenter: That hurts my heart. I'd love fancy things, but I would never ask my husband for something outside of our budget when preparing for a baby. You are spoiling her, which might be your way of showing care, but it's having a negative impact. She needs a reality check. OP replied that he plans to discuss budgeting with her, go to couples therapy, seek personal therapy, and give the cat to a no-kill shelter. He is open to any other suggestions since this is his first time dealing with a pregnancy, and he hasn't had time to read any books on the subject because he has been so busy providing for her and the baby. Commenter: What do you mean by you walked out? OP clarified that by walked out, he meant he left the house to hang out with a friend, but the hanging out turned into him talking about all the problems he was having with his wife. Commenter: Not the A. As others have said, unless she's medically at risk, there is no reason to stop all normal activities. Did you both discuss this beforehand? Did you agree it was fine for her to quit working and that you would handle everything? OP responded that his wife did not discuss quitting her job with him. She just announced it during dinner one day. It is hard to provide for a baby himself and her alone, so he had to take on multiple jobs. Commenter: Makeup thing? OP explained that he thought doing her makeup was the right thing to do because she told him she was exhausted and tired. He did those things for her, thinking she needed it and would appreciate it. Commenter: Is your post even real, dude? Why did she quit her job? Why would you need to do everything? I can't believe you did her makeup and all that after it too. This can't be real. OP assured that the post is real and expressed uncertainty about why she quit her job. He felt the need to do all of these things because she was pregnant. He wanted to make her happy and comfortable during this time. Having never been around pregnant people, he relied on what she said and trusted her. However, over time, it became more difficult and demanding, making it hard for him to be happy. He is now seeking personal therapy and has an appointment scheduled for the following week. Update and comments. Later that night. I recently discussed with my wife the possibility of both couples and personal therapy. She agreed that personal therapy was essential since, according to her, I have been the one experiencing all the issues in our relationship since she became pregnant. However, she was opposed to the idea of couples therapy. When I asked her why, she simply said, "Too much stress for me and the baby. Why are you making this such a big deal?" When I tried to explain that other mothers had suggested it as beneficial and healthy, she became angry and questioned, "Why are you talking to other girls? Do you not trust me?" I was baffled by how the conversation shifted so suddenly. I was insistent about the importance of couples therapy because I wanted us to raise our child together and not let our relationship fail. To this, she replied, "I'm afraid our relationship is too far from saving." I was completely devastated by how the discussion unfolded. Not knowing what else to do, I found myself sleeping on the couch because she had barricaded the bedroom door. I ended up calling a friend to stay at his place for the night, hoping that things might improve by morning. I am sorry that this situation did not turn out the way we had all hoped. Relevant comments. Commenter: When speaking to the divorce lawyer, ask about custody arrangements and the house. Sort it out before the baby is born, or it will be impossible to get anything, house-wise, fairly, while there is a newborn there. Take charge of this situation and speak to friends and family about how you are not allowed to do XYZ and have to handle all the chores and housework. Tell them you are being abused and ask for their support. OP. I will definitely consult an adult divorce lawyer, but honestly, I feel very guilty for what I said. I felt like I was being gaslighted. She kept trying to turn the entire subject around, basically blaming me, saying it was my fault, and that I did not do enough or should behave better. I do not know what it is like to be pregnant. I have never been around pregnancy, and I hate using it as an excuse. But honestly, I have no idea what I am doing or what I could do better. This is my first time experiencing this, and I thought that since she was going through it, she would be the most helpful person. However, it turned out to be the complete opposite. Commenter. In about 3 months, you are going to learn the meaning of unconditional love. It truly blindsides you, and there is no way to prepare yourself. Just know that it will happen. Her behavior will look even worse in light of that feeling because everything will be gauged by how it affects your child and their health, happiness, and overall well-being. OP. Thank you really. Everyone has been such a help. They have opened my eyes to what is really going on. I just need to take some time to grieve and definitely talk to a therapist. It seems that my relationship has sunk. All I need to focus on now is the baby and getting my mental state back in place. Update Post 1, February 25, 2023, next day. My wife's sister visited her and reported back to me that my wife was not behaving like her usual self. She described her as being paranoid, easily upset, and speaking incoherently. She suggested that we definitely need to talk to a doctor about this. I am very worried and fear the worst. I asked if I should come over, but she advised against it, and offered to take a week off work to help care for her sister if needed. She mentioned that my wife does not seem capable of taking care of herself at the moment. I agreed that this would be the best course of action for now. I am at a loss for what to do next, as I have never experienced anything like this before. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Update Post 2, March 18, 2023, 3 weeks later. I will keep this brief and to the point. My wife went to the doctor and was diagnosed with something called postpartum psychosis. I got this information from my sister-in-law. I have been researching this condition as I know very little about it and am looking for reliable sources and advice on how to help her. Any assistance would be appreciated, whether you have been through it, have experience with it, or just know about it. I thought postpartum issues occurred after pregnancy, but this is a completely new concept for me. Relevant comment. Commenter. You need to get in contact with a doctor before she becomes a risk to herself or the baby. Call the damn paramedics if you need to if she becomes completely resistant to speaking with medical professionals. In DMS I mentioned how she might be suffering from a prenatal form of PPD or PPA, and I know you can't get in contact with her OB, but any doctor you speak to will be able to contact them for you if you know their name. There's nothing more you can do but get her help. OP. I'll definitely see if her sister can help me get in contact. Since she is there, I'll ask her to send me contact information and I'll call them immediately. Update Post 3, March 25, 2023. 1 week later, 1 month from original post. Based on numerous comments and chat messages, I have learned that the correct term for my wife's condition is prepartum psychosis. I am very grateful for this correction, as I was not present in the doctor's office when this was initially discussed, and had been relying on the information provided by my sister-in-law. Now that I have the accurate term, I will be doing even more research on this diagnosis. Thank you all for your support, helpful resources and guidance. I also realize that my previous posts contained many typos, making my story seem a bit unbelievable. I do not blame anyone for questioning it. Honestly, I never proofread, so there are a lot of errors. I am trying to fix these typos as much as I can to make my story clearer, but some might still be present. Additionally, if you see some letters spaced together incorrectly, it is because I was trying to save space, as I am limited to a certain amount of characters. I apologize for any confusion this has caused. I appreciate everyone who has been helping me. Update Post 4, February 28, 2024. 11 months later, 1 year from original post. It is over. Officially over. We have finalized our divorce, and I want to express my immense gratitude for all the support I have received. The divorce and custody process was extremely challenging, but we managed to get through it. I desperately wanted everything to work out for the best, but there was too much damage and conflict. The stress and fighting took a heavy toll. I am committed to doing whatever I can as a father to protect and raise my child. Thank you to everyone who has been with me throughout this journey. I am grateful to say that I am now in a happier place. Editor's note. I noticed some discussion the other day about the new update tag being confusing. It technically means that there is a new update to this specific sub that has not been posted before, not that the update itself is new. This update is 5 months old but is new to the sub. That said, I can change the tag to concluded if people would prefer. In my opinion, this story highlights several significant aspects of life that many people can relate to. The primary themes include mental health care, family responsibilities and burdens, communication and relationship struggles, divorce and parenting, as well as community support. Firstly, the story begins with the wife exhibiting unusual behaviors, and later being diagnosed with prepartum psychosis. This underscores the importance of paying attention to and caring for mental health, especially during pregnancy and parenthood. Moreover, the narrator describes feeling overwhelmed by household chores and responsibilities as his wife becomes unable to contribute as she used to. This reflects the pressure many people face when taking on the majority of family duties without adequate support from their partner. Additionally, the story delves into the difficulties in communication between the couple, leading to misunderstandings and tension. This highlights the importance of effective communication and seeking external support, such as individual and couples therapy. Furthermore, the narrator faces the reality of divorce and the responsibility of raising a child alone. This addresses the challenges and emotional complexities of ending a relationship and starting a new life chapter. Finally, the story emphasizes the role of community, friends and family in providing advice and support during tough times. Overall, this story touches on crucial life topics, from mental health and family responsibilities to relationship dynamics, divorce, parenting, and the importance of community support. My wife abandoned me to find herself 2 months ago, taking our savings. Now I'm rebuilding my life and preparing for divorce. Original post. October 27, 2023. My wife Mary's family has a history of developing dementia in their mid to late 50s. Her mother, grandmother, and several other relatives on her mother's side have experienced this condition. Mary's mother lived with us for 4 years until earlier this year, as her father has passed away. Our children are independent and have moved out. Our oldest daughter is in her final semester of college, and our younger child has enlisted. The past 4 years have been extremely challenging for us, our kids, our daughter moved back home temporarily during COVID, and our marriage. Living with someone with dementia is incredibly difficult. Over the last year, we frequently discussed using the remaining college funds and our regular savings, selling or renting out our house, as we were ready to downsize, quitting our jobs, and traveling for a year or until the money ran out. We just needed to wait for Mary's mom to move into a care home. I understood her anxiety about developing dementia, and I was burned out. Enduring COVID while working remotely, with a wife also working remotely, a college student and a high school student taking remote classes and a mother-in-law with dementia was very challenging. When a space finally opened up at a care facility, we were able to move Mary's mom there. I thought I would finally get a chance to relax. However, after Mary's mom moved out, Mary's mental health declined significantly. I went from caring for her mom to caring for her. She felt immense guilt about placing her mom in a home and experienced severe anxiety about developing dementia herself. Our plan was to start traveling in the summer of 2024. 2 months ago, I came home to find a note from Mary, my friends call it Exhibit A. The note said she was going on our trip without me. She had quit her job, taken most of our savings, and was not sure when she would return, maybe in a year, maybe sooner. She wrote that she knew I would understand. Her location services are turned off, and my calls go directly to voicemail. I sent a picture of the note to our children via text. We have separate checking accounts for the direct deposit of our paychecks, but we would transfer most of the money into a joint account to cover household bills and savings. Both of us had access to the main savings account. We also had joint credit cards for household expenses, and the 2 cars and mortgage were jointly owned. In addition, we each had our own small savings accounts, retirement accounts equally funded, and personal credit cards for gifts and leisure activities. I have now closed all joint cards and accounts. I waited a month to see if she would return, hoping it would be before she spent all our savings. After receiving only one text message during the first month, I consulted a lawyer. She informed me that there was very little to do at the moment, aside from changing the beneficiaries of my retirement accounts and life insurance. This way, my wife would get nothing else if I died alone while she is off on our adventures. Since only a month had passed, there was no way to serve her papers. My lawyer advised me to continue paying the mortgage and car loans because the cost of getting a judge to approve the sale of joint assets would be higher than making the payments. I did not want to ruin my credit by letting one of our cars get repossessed, but I also could not sell it since she is on the title. I receive random texts from her, and she occasionally posts on Instagram, with comments turned off of course. I want to block her so badly, but my lawyer advised that it is better to maintain a communication channel that does not involve our kids. Her last post was from Hawaii, where she commented on what a great husband I was for letting her take this trip. Meanwhile, I am struggling to pay for 2 cars, a mortgage, household bills, and insurance, all while hoping no emergencies arise since I have no savings left. And she is out there enjoying our trip. F you her. I'm so mad at her. I spent 4 years helping take care of her mom, and then took care of her when she fell apart after her mom moved into a memory care home. And how does she thank me? By abandoning me. Now, I will never get to take this trip, and I have to delay my retirement. The only silver lining is that the kids are mad at her too, though they will probably forgive her eventually. Double F her. I am not stupid. She is definitely hooking up with guys. She looks good and won't have any trouble finding men. I texted her asking if she was sleeping around, and a week later she replied saying she was not. Yeah, right. So, here I am, drinking alone on a Friday night, while she is probably on some beach, living it up. Triple F her. Edit. Fix typos. Edit. 2. My lawyer gave me tons of advice and options, but it was way too much to cram into this post. I could push harder and probably will have to eventually, but all that legal stuff is super expensive. Finding her, serving her, getting a judge to sign off all costs a lot. I will follow up soon and talk about the savings and my finances. It only hit me how much I need to worry about money after paying all the bills and seeing how little is left. Relevant comments. One commenter pointed out that by thanking him for letting her take the trip, she is essentially saying, "When I get tired of living the single life, I will come back to the comfort and security of married life." The commenter suggested that when she returns, he should say, "Welcome home, here are your walking papers." In response, OP confirmed that his wife is completely under the delusion that she is returning to their marriage. She has had several conversations with their daughter and is convinced that he will understand and forgive her. Another commenter recommended that OP tell his daughter to pass along the message that he is filing for divorce due to abandonment to see if it gets any traction. Although they generally do not like the idea of involving the kids, they emphasize that the children need to support him in this. They suggested telling her that she would be cut off if she continued this behavior. The commenter also proposed that OP start posting about how his wife is living the good life and letting friends and family know what kind of situation this has put him in, as everyone probably assumes he is on board if he is not actively sharing the truth. OP responded that his wife only hears what she wants to hear. He asked her to provide an address to serve her with divorce papers, but she only replied that they would work it out when she comes home, which he strongly disagrees with. He mentioned that his daughter has tried to convey the pain she is causing, but his wife justifies her actions by saying she only has 5 to 10 years left until she develops dementia. OP questioned whether she should not be spending this time with her family, especially since it is uncertain whether she will even develop dementia. Update. November 13, 2023. Here is an update from my original post. I am feeling much more positive now that the financial situation has become a bit more manageable. Essentially, I am accruing debt that will be paid off when I sell the house. Even with legal fees, I have about 6 to 8 more months before I need to worry about money, assuming no emergencies arise. My friend's wife gave me some valuable advice. Do not go from being a hero to a villain in your kids' eyes. How I talk about and treat my wife will determine my future relationship with my children. While I no longer care about my wife, I do not want to make her a sympathetic figure or drive the kids away from both of us. I followed up with my lawyer, who said that we will have my wife repay the savings she took through a reduction in her share of the assets. Any division of assets will include the savings she took. She will also have to repay the money I spent maintaining the household while she was gone. There is plenty of equity in her share of the house and her retirement plans to cover that. The lawyer also mentioned that, after nearly 25 years of marriage, our finances are so intertwined that my wife will get some share of the assets. The best case is that she agrees to the terms of the divorce, making it relatively cheap and quick. Otherwise, it will get complicated and expensive. She gave me a lot of options and an estimate of costs, so I decided to wait and see. I obtained a couple of credit cards with promotional rates for purchases and transfers, which gives me some breathing room and allows me to conserve cash. I will pay them off when I sell the house. Now that my financial situation is less stressful, I am actually enjoying her being gone. I am free to do whatever I want, whenever I want. I do not have to cook, clean, or take care of anyone. The house is quiet for the first time in ages. I love my wife, but her mental health weighed down our marriage. On balance, it was worth it until now. During the first month or so, I expected her to be there whenever I got home. When someone was at the door or if I heard noises, I would think it was her. I even checked the doorbell cam obsessively. I am not looking forward to her return. It has to happen, but when she comes back, I will have to deal with her, the divorce, getting the house ready to sell, dividing all our belongings, and finding a new place to live. I hope she stays away until after New Year's, but my daughter thinks her mom will be home for Christmas, either to stay or visit. My lawyer will have papers ready to serve her. Hopefully she will agree to the terms and continue her travels. People have given some great advice. Renting or selling the house is not really feasible right now since I would need to fix some things and get it ready to sell or rent. As I need a place to live, the amount I would net each month, rent minus mortgage, minus rent on a new apartment minus storage unit, is not worth it. My kids' rooms are still full of their stuff, and I do not want to spend the time and effort to clear them out and put them in storage. Getting a HELOC was excellent advice. I did not realize I did not need both people to get a loan. If I need more money, I can go this route. In the short term, the promotional rates on the credit cards were cheaper and easier than getting a HELOC. Serving my wife divorce papers or getting a divorce in absentia is something I might need to do eventually, but the cost in legal fees increases exponentially in such cases. I am comfortable just waiting for now. I checked the phone bill to see where she is and possibly where she is going. I noticed that she does not post on social media until after she leaves a place. For example, when she posted about Hawaii, she made a call that day originating in Los Angeles. She posted about a cruise, and I figured out the dates, considering serving her at the port. But the cruise ended a couple of days before she posted. She tried adding international calling to her line, but I blocked it, so she removed her phone from our account. Relevant comments. One commenter expressed anger on behalf of the OP, criticizing the wife's audacity to say, "My husband is so great for letting me take this trip." They hoped she would be home for Thanksgiving so her world could explode. OP responded that she had told her family she would not be home for Thanksgiving, but nobody informed her that he and their daughter would be spending Thanksgiving with her family. She can see the posts of them having a good time without her. Another commenter advised OP to change the locks on the house to prevent her from waltzing back in while he is out one day. They expressed their anger for OP and mentioned that if their husband did this to them after 23 years of marriage, there would be serious consequences. OP responded that his wife left her keys, so he changed the code on the security system, the passphrase and the password. He also found a new hiding place for the emergency key they kept in the backyard. A third commenter questioned whether the wife planned to blow through all the money, and then assume OP would take her back and care for her when dementia hits. OP confirmed that this seemed to be her plan, but it was definitely not his. Update 2, December 4, 2023. Edit, December 4. Nothing much has changed. I went to the in-laws with my daughter for Thanksgiving. The visit went well. Everyone was kind and tried to apologize for their daughter, sister, cousin and niece. I told them it was not their responsibility to apologize. I just appreciated them taking us in, as it meant a lot to my daughter to be there. Edit. December 20th. I received a text from my wife saying she will be in town for Christmas. My lawyer informed me that the papers are ready so she can be served. It feels like an early Christmas gift. I posted this to my profile in case my update gets deleted. Update 3. January 28, 2024. My wife texted me in the middle of December to say she would be home for Christmas. I informed her that our daughter and I would be at my brother's and that she was obviously not welcome. I left her car in the driveway with the key fob in the backyard. She was not allowed in the house unless I was there, as she did not have keys to get in. She ended up spending Christmas with her sister. When we returned, I met with her. I decided not to be overly confrontational because I did not want to give her the satisfaction of thinking I cared enough to be angry. She was taken aback by how detached I was, and I could tell it bothered her that I did not show much emotion, not even anger. My main goal was for her to agree to a divorce. This summary covers several different meetings, both with and without our daughter, who has not yet wanted to meet with her mom alone. I asked why she left without telling anyone. She said she did not want to wait a year, she did not want anyone talking her out of it. She did not want to work anymore, and she wanted to leave before her mental health got worse. I am sure it was mostly because she did not want me to stop her from taking the money. She knew I would take care of everything with the kids and house when she left. We had decided to go in the summer of 2024 for a few reasons. Packing everything and getting the house ready to sell was going to be a lot of work. We wanted to make sure our daughter graduated college, got a job and was settled. We wanted to make sure we had money when we got back. We wouldn't have a house, cars or jobs, so we needed money because it could take months to find work and a place to live. We didn't want to have any worries or deal with a mess back home. At some point in our planning, she began questioning if she ever wanted to go back to our old life. She did not want to work full-time or buy a house and stay in one place after we returned. She was unsure of what she wanted, but she did not think she would figure it out by talking to me. I told her that the reason for taking the trip was to figure those things out together, to see what we wanted for the next part of our lives. I asked her why she did not just get a divorce before she left. Then she would not have had to do this behind our backs, and she would have had plenty of money without stealing our joint savings. She claimed that she did not want a divorce and that she wanted us to live whatever life she figured out. I told her that is not how marriages work, with one person deciding for the other. In talking and texting with our daughter, her family, and through my texts and voicemails, she realized I might not forgive her. She was right about that, so she might have to visualize a future without me. This is where I had hoped she would say some stupid shit like she was going to squander all her money living in a van and make travel vlogs, or she met some guy that she needed to wire money to so they could open an ice cream shop in Alaska. Instead, she wants to be a digital nomad, working part-time fully remote and living in new places. She tried to convince me to go with her, but I'll never be able to trust her, plus I don't love her anymore. Traveling like that for a few years doesn't sound bad, but she doesn't have a job or any work lined up. She's not in her 20s, and that way of living will get old quick. No close friends, no family. I want her to make it work so she won't be here trying to get back in our lives. How are the kids doing? Our son would not have seen us the entire time she was gone anyway. He only responds to her with very short texts. He told me she wanted to see him, but he said he was too busy and would not be able to get away. Since he lives in the barracks, it is an easy excuse to avoid her. My daughter has stopped talking and texting her. She is quite upset. Her worry turned to anger when she realized her mom was not having a mental breakdown, but was just being selfish. If her mom were sticking around, they could probably work through it eventually. I just care that my daughter is happy, so whatever she decides, I will support. Did she spend all the money? She spent about half. I think she realized she needed to figure things out before she completely ran out of money. Did she sleep with anyone? I did not ask because I did not care. Asking would imply I wanted her back or that it mattered. Even though I did not ask, she claims she did not. But I am not sure if she is lying. She might just be saying that because she does not want the kids to have another reason to be mad at her. Does she feel bad for what she put us through? She claims she does and wishes she had handled it differently. She said getting away and figuring herself out was best for her. She believes her siblings and our children will allow her to live with them, similar to how we let her mom live with us. I am sure when she imagines her future, she sees our kids being there for her. But that might not happen, at least not in the same way as before. Although it might sound surprising, I am actually quite happy with how things have turned out. Our divorce is far from final, but we have agreed on the major points. We will sell the house, divide the retirement funds and house profits, and repay the money she took as well as what I spent maintaining the household. I got most of what I wanted from the settlement, and she will soon be mostly out of my life. I will not have to pay alimony, and since she has chosen to make significantly less money than before, I will not be forced to support her. That would have been a real blow. She is no longer my responsibility, and I will not have to care for her if she gets sick or goes broke. I have decided to start dating again. I did not realize that a 50-year-old man with grown children, a good job, and in decent shape would be considered a catch. While I am not overwhelmed with attention, I have received more interest than I expected. It has been nice meeting new women. I have worked out the finances and will be doing well after everything is settled, only having to support myself. This is not where I wanted to be at 50, getting divorced, and using Reddit as a form of free therapy. However, I am happier now than I have been in a while. I am even planning a little vacation of my own. P.S. Thank you to everyone who has responded and reached out. It meant a lot. Many commenters have shared their thoughts and advice. One commenter mentioned that they had been thinking of me regularly, especially over Christmas. They expressed relief that I have sorted things out and found happiness. They called my ex-wife selfish and an idiot, predicting that she will eventually realize she made a huge mistake and lost the people closest to her. They wished me luck with dating, and suggested sticking to women aged 35 and older, hoping I have a very happy and loving future. In response, OP noted that many women in that age group either have young kids, or are looking to have kids soon. While there is nothing wrong with that, I have already raised my children. Another commenter complimented me saying, "Sir, you are a catch," and advised not to date anyone under 30. They toasted to a new life. OP replied by mentioning that I have recently gotten everyone out of the house and am not interested in dating anyone who has young kids or wants kids. I also added that it would not matter if they did, as I had taken care of that a while back. My parents told my brother he could have my house, and I should live in the camper in the backyard since I'm single and he has a family. 1 hour story. Post on January 23, 2023, begins in 2020. November 2022. I'll warn everyone here that this is going to be very long. So long that I'm splitting it into 2 posts and including a summary for each. I don't really care who believes this. It's just so crazy that I don't blame anyone who calls it false. I won't argue about it. But this happened to me. I also don't care if anyone in my family sees this. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. But I'm also not going to reveal any details that would clue anyone into who I am that doesn't already know me. I'm a single man in my early 30s. I have a brother who's 29, and he's already got 4 kids now. He had his first at 22, and the second followed a year later. Then the third 2 years after that. And the fourth was born a couple of months ago. His wife, my sister-in-law, and I do not get along as she always tries to provoke me by acting superior. Then she turns into an extreme self-victimizing drama queen if I retaliate in any way. She can cry in an instant and put on a very convincing show to get sympathy from just about anyone. My parents and brother adore her, even though they know exactly how she really is and just don't care. She's very good looking, I'll give her that. But she's so awful that I could never be attracted to her. She also refuses to get any sort of job, even though she has a college degree and my mother willingly helps with the kids all day. So their finances are entirely dependent on my brother. This also means they can't afford to live anywhere but my parents' house. And privacy is a bit of an issue with all of them under one roof in a 3-bedroom house that was built in the 60s. Growing up, my younger brother was also the obvious favorite. We're 3 years apart in age, but he developed a superiority complex because I was badly punished if I retaliated against his antics in any way back then. It was obvious my parents cared for him a lot more because he got the lion's share of everything unless people called them out on it. Which did happen a fair bit by other family members. This is why my parents packed us all up and moved us about 150 miles away from them, so they generally would only see us on holidays since it was a 3-hour drive. My brother got physically abusive towards me on a number of occasions, flirted relentlessly with my first girlfriend to the point she broke up with me, and laughed at any misfortune I had. And my parents just told me to suck it up whenever I was upset about it. I only got equal treatment when my parents wanted to keep up appearances. I admit it was rather funny to see the looks on their faces whenever they had to treat me equally to my brother on birthdays and Christmas because other people were present. We had relatives that were very nosy and loved gossiping and drama. So my parents did their best to hide what was really going on and threatened to take all my stuff away if I didn't keep my mouth shut. If anything, it just made my parents celebrate more when I turned 18 and moved out because it meant they no longer had to provide for me. I wasn't even done with high school yet when I moved out. But couch surfing was far better than living with them. I was in low contact ever since leaving home. They didn't even show up for my high school graduation. But I didn't care. From that point on, I would usually only see my parents and brother on holidays like the rest of the family. The start of the 2020 pandemic was not kind to me. I lost my job and couldn't renew the lease on my condo because my roommate also lost his job and neither of us could afford the place on unemployment money. It was a rented 2-bedroom condo that I really loved. As the lease was ending, my roommate left early to move back in with relatives, and I had to sell nearly all of my stuff because I was soon going to be homeless if I didn't downsize to an extreme. I really shouldn't have rented a place that was so expensive, but I liked living the high life. Until then, life wasn't kind to me, and I realized I should have been living somewhere far cheaper so I could have saved more money to fall back on. But I had a plan. I own a truck simply because I've always loved trucks, so I found a $1,000 camper in good shape and put it on my truck just so I could live out of it for a while. It was supposed to be temporary, but I ended up living out of it far longer than I ever thought. I originally hoped to be able to live out of the camper at my parents' house, where my brother and his family still reside as well. But when I asked my parents to let me stay for a while, they told me they had a full house and didn't want me there. Plus, we hadn't exactly gotten along in the past decade. They said they'd only agree to let me park my camper there if I paid them basically what it had cost to rent an apartment in my area. That was way too much just to park my camper. I was jobless and trying to save as much of my unemployment money as I could until I could find a new job. I may as well be living in an apartment with that rent price they were asking. My parents called my camper an eyesore and told me to take a hike since we couldn't come to an agreement. And sister-in-law thought it was absolutely hilarious that I had to live in a camper. My brother joined her in pointing and mocking me while calling me a homeless bum. I parked my truck/camper in a store parking lot to sleep on the first night that I had nowhere else to go. I felt scared out of my mind that someone might try to break in. Suffice to say I didn't sleep well that night. There was nowhere else I could go as any other relatives that owned houses were fairly far away, and all my friends were apartment people. And I was pretty attached to my area as well. So I didn't want to just leave. I'd also had my mail forwarded to a friend's apartment. It was the only way I could still get my mail anymore. Finding a stable place to park was pretty difficult. I went looking around to try and find a job similar to my old one. It took months of living the nomadic camper life. At that time, I had to deal with a lot. Everything from beggars and drug addicts, to people demanding I leave because my camper was an eyesore. At one point someone who told me to move claimed to be with a homeowners association. I wasn't even parked on a street with houses. And when I questioned what homeowners association, they got incredibly belligerent and threatened me. I moved my camper anyway just to avoid the trouble. To have a steady supply of electricity, I learned to use a long extension cord to plug in anywhere I could to recharge my camper batteries. This meant sneaking around and plugging it into an outside outlet of a random building while parked on a street. I know that's a crummy thing to do, but I had to keep my batteries charged so my refrigerator would stay cold. I had a small solar power bank for recharging my phone. But I didn't have anything like a generator. And generators are noisy and require fuel anyway. So I did what I had to do. After months of living like that, I finally managed to get a new job. I had to move to the neighboring city to find a job that didn't involve retail. I worked retail while in college and promised myself never again. Though I was nearly ready to break that promise. I was still getting unemployment money. But I had no stable place to live while receiving it. And I didn't want to still be jobless when it ran out. Plus I was bored out of my mind. I had little else to do but read, watch movies on a small portable DVD player, use my phone or laptop, and keep note of where I could park and what local public bathrooms I could use. I kind of envy that the Japanese have public bathhouses. We could really use stuff like that over here. When I finally landed a new job, I practically lived in the back lot of the building by the warehouse in old employee parking spaces literally no one else seemed to bother using because they were so far in the back that the area was borderline forgotten. My boss company owner actually liked this arrangement because I was willingly available to take any shift I could get as long as I had enough sleep. He even let me take the camper off my truck and set it up in one of the spaces so I could drive around without it. Not exactly sure if this was legal, but no one bothered us about it. The entire time I lived back there, I didn't have to deal with many trespassers. There were a few, but the security guards escorted them out. I was pretty much on call almost all the time when they needed me, and was working virtually every day of the week. My boss let me plug my camper into the building for power and water, and I paid a small amount of rent by working for free on Sundays when no one else was in the office but the janitor and security guard. Beyond that, I usually had to shower at a friend's apartment, or at my local gym as the camper didn't have a shower in it, and only a portable toilet. And I didn't want to fill it because emptying it is a nasty chore. So I used other bathrooms as often as I could. I had a key to the warehouse, and could go in to use the bathroom there at any hour. I was even on a first-name basis with the night security guard. He's since become one of my closest friends. The camper was easy to heat in the winter with a small electric heater. Summers were not fun though. The camper didn't have air conditioning, so I had to get a used portable air conditioner just to make it bearable. I made a lot of overtime pay and learned some new skills from other employees. Eventually, midway into this year, I landed a better position in the company as a supervisor, and started making a better salary than my old job. That's when I decided I wanted a house. The scare I'd gotten from losing my condo made me realize I needed something much more stable for the long term. I looked around for something close to my work, and just 2 miles away found a 3-bedroom manufactured home on a small property. But I managed to get it for $10,000 less than the asking price somehow. I used nearly my entire savings for a down payment and got approved for a home loan. I finally didn't have to live in a camper anymore. There was enough space for me to back my truck in behind the house to take the camper off to set it up in the backyard. So I put it there as its own little building just in case I want to use it again. When I was fully settled in the house, I was dumb enough to brag about it on my Facebook. My family saw the post, and that's where this mess really starts. After a few weeks, my parents and brother along with his family came to visit completely unannounced to have a tour of my home. I didn't even give them my address. So how they found out where I live I still don't know. None of my friends have fessed up, and no prior family members visited me before that. So I wonder if they stalked me at work and followed me home or something. It really wouldn't surprise me. Once I opened the door, they practically all shoved their way in like rambunctious tourists. Then they just started making themselves at home. They all kept poking around, and my sister-in-law had this creepy smirk that she was repeatedly flashing me. And it was only later that I figured out why. And it made me madder than a bull on steroids that just got stung by a hornet. My parents were constantly talking about how I've got so much extra space now. And it's too much for someone like me who has no wife or kids. Sure, not now, but maybe someday. And my brother kept remarking about how there was more space than our parents' house, and my house was closer to his job too. Red flags all around, I know. Eventually, my brother asked me to speak privately. Everyone else suddenly left the room and piled out onto the front porch. That's what finally made me realize they'd planned something. My brother, let's call him Dan for the sake of simplicity, said the house was too much for me alone. And I should let him move in with his family because his wife is pregnant with kid number 4. And my house is much closer to his job. He pointed out that I already have the camper, so I could just live in that outside while they live in the main house. And I'd like to point out that Dan never once spoke of offering rent. Mind you, he's got a good job. He also started talking about how there would be changes, and even curfews. And that I couldn't just walk in at any time without prior notice. If it weren't my brother, I'd think the person I was talking to had lost their mind. But Dan lost his marbles long ago thanks to our parents treating him like he was the center of the world. I tried to speak, but he kept talking over me as if I had no say in the matter. There was no way in hell I'd rent my house or parts of my house to him. Other people maybe, just so I can pay the mortgage off more easily. But certainly not him. Or his nasty wife. I've heard of this exact kind of situation in videos online many times. And never once did I think I'd actually live it because I thought it so ludicrous. But my parents, brother, and sister-in-law do all fit the bill for a bunch of narcissistic entitled crazies. So I picked up my phone and set it to start recording. Then just held on to it. Dan didn't even seem to care or notice that I'd done this, and just sat there with his arms waving around while talking about all the reasons why he needed my house. Then went from saying that to acting like it was a done deal and trying to reach out his hand to shake mine. That's when I finally showed my backbone and said, "Hell no." And I said it loud enough that Dan stumbled backward for a second. I'd rarely ever raised my voice to him on that level because I was punished by our parents whenever I did. But this was my house, not theirs. My spine can be as shiny as it wants here. I stood up and then told him that my house was not up for grabs. And acting like I'll let him move in just because they want it, won't make it happen. I bought my house for me, and it's not my fault he keeps having more kids and has to keep living with our parents because he can't afford to move out. Dan got as physically close to me as he could without actually touching me and said that I didn't deserve the house, and he needed a better place for his family to live. I laughed back in his face and said that was total nonsense because I worked hard to be able to buy my house. Of course, I deserved it. Dan started yelling that I have no wife or kids, and I don't need all the space. So I may as well give it to him. I said I'm not giving him anything. And he never even offered to pay me rent. If I let him move in, I'd still be covering the entire mortgage on my own house without even being able to live in my own house. Then Dan told me that he shouldn't have to pay rent because his family comes first, and our parents said I was going to do this, and that I will. I yelled, as if their word was law or something, and told Dan that they did not have the right or power to give my house to him. Then right on cue my parents and sister-in-law barged back in through the front door and surrounded me to try and force me to agree. There was a lot of fighting. But to sum it up from this point on I heard the line, "Just do it for Dan," way more times than I can remember. In the fight, I told them all they don't have a say in my life or my house. And to get out before I called the cops. My sister-in-law screamed the loudest at me about how she was pregnant again, and I can't do this to her. I said I did nothing to her. She just assumed she could take and take from me like I would just allow it. I had no obligation to her or her family. Then I called her a stuck-up person who never had any respect for me. So I don't care what she thinks or how many kids she has. I have no sympathy for her. She won't be living in my house. Well, that made her angry enough to attack me. She got in one good hit on my face and tried to do more, but my brother held her back kicking and screaming. She kept demanding he let her go so she could scratch my eyes out. The phone I was holding recorded pretty much everything. So I held it up and said I was going to call the police if they didn't leave right away. My parents told Dan they were leaving. Then my mother said that I had a week to come to my senses. I told her I won't be, and to not come back. Then I told sister-in-law that my phone recorded everything, and if she tries anything, I'll press charges for assault. She screamed at me and then stormed out loudly crying with her face in her hands. My mother was the last one out the door and said that I better do this for Dan and sister-in-law. I responded by telling her I won't be. Update 1, January 25, 2023. Part 2 of parents trying to take my house for my brother. They broke my locks to move in while I wasn't home. As I stated in the first half of my post, many will find this unbelievable and long. Yes, I am aware there are similar sounding posts online already. I've seen a number of them now. But it's not like those posters have a monopoly on this sort of situation happening to them. If anything, I'm surprised this site hasn't been better weaponized against this sort of thing since entitled people should be more afraid of getting outed here. But anyway, I do not blame anyone who calls this false. I would too if I was reading this. However, by reading this and my first post, you'll know just how messed up my parents are. As in my life they were the root of all evil that spoiled my brother into the person he is today. They have never given me a real reason for why. And I kind of fear there isn't one. Some people can't explain why they make choices like child favoritism. So it's all they can do to try and stand by the child they backed. Which is exactly what my parents tried to do. And I've practically destroyed their lives for it. Not in the legal sense, but more an emotional one. After I kicked my parents, brother and sister-in-law out for trying to force me to hand over my new house to my brother, I immediately went to my social media and told the story to the whole family. It spread pretty fast, but you won't find it now because it all got deleted some time ago and I put my own profile in private. I posted about it because I knew that the first thing my family would do when they got home is try to twist the event to make me the villain. And I was exactly right. But I had about an hour to get started before them. And I had video evidence to back up my story about what they'd done. No, I don't plan on showing the video here, so don't ask. Being preemptive worked because I got a fair number of family members on my side right away. My parents, brother and sister-in-law must have been all set to write their own post, but it was too late. So they didn't even bother trying to lie much. My parents, Dan and sister-in-law had a few flying monkeys supporting them, but not much else. Plenty of others knew how entitled they already were. So what happened was something they all quickly understood and accepted. There was one person in particular that called me. I don't know who they were. But they ranted at me that I was a horrible brother and I needed to make way for a real family man. I just ended the call and blocked the number. This didn't repeat. The week went by and my parents showed up with Dan at my front porch just like they said they would in their prior ultimatum. They rang my doorbell like crazy and also pounded on the door until I finally answered. I opened it just a crack, and they tried to shove their way in again. But I'd installed a couple of latch chains that prevented it and even braced my body against the door for good measure. My father and brother demanded I let them in. But I said I was recording everything on camera, and would call the police if they tried to force their way in again. My mother calmed them down, and then in her most sickly sweet tone asked me if I was ready to let my brother move in. I told her and the rest of them to leave and never come back. My mother put on the crocodile tears and asked me why I can't just do this for Dan because he's my beloved brother. I laughed and then bluntly said I do not love him as a brother because he treated me terribly for years, and they only encouraged him to do so. They are terrible parents, and he is a terrible brother. Then told them to leave or I'd be calling the police as soon as possible. They all left surprisingly easily, apart from my mother's loud crying and the others giving me dirty looks. One could say making them leave was suspiciously easy. I thought the whole mess was over. But I guess I should have taken them more seriously, because they had other stupid plans. I came home later that week on Friday evening to find a moving truck and my brother's minivan parked in my driveway. It was Dan and his family there moving stuff in. He just waved to me with a smug grin when I saw him. I was furious and told him and the rest of his family to stop. But sister-in-law smugly said to me that like it or not, they were moving in. And then in the most fake way while tilting her head and puckering her lips, she said that it was okay, because my mommy allowed it. And I should always listen to what my mommy tells me. I seethed with rage just hearing those words and looking at her smug face. So I locked myself in my truck to call the cops right away. When they realized what I was doing, sister-in-law started pounding on my window and yelling at me to stop. And that I can't do this to her because she and Dan need the house. And she cried, "Why can't you just do this for Dan?" I responded with, "Forget Dan. It's my house, not his." Then she threatened to scratch the side of my truck unless I stopped calling the police. All of which the 911 operator heard thanks to the window being slightly open. I told sister-in-law if she damaged my truck, I'd sue her. And she was smart enough to retreat. When the police arrived, Dan and sister-in-law along with their kids had locked themselves in my house. I told the cops what had happened, as well as showing them my new driver's license that had my current address on it. Then when we went to my front door, I saw that they'd changed the lock. And the old lock was laying on the porch with the center of it drilled out, and the drill they used was laying right next to it, with a complete Harbor Freight drill bit set. Could they have been any more stupid leaving evidence out like that? I pointed out the broken lock and drill, then gave the police a rundown on all the events that happened prior. Well, I guess Dan called our parents over at some point after I arrived home, because they showed up while I was talking to the cops. My parents immediately lied and started saying that I'd agreed to rent my house to my brother and his family. I said that was an easily provable lie one way or another. So Dan and my sister-in-law finally came out of my house with some papers in hand. They both looked super smug, like they'd somehow outsmarted me. They'd actually drawn up and printed out a fake rental agreement. But my signature was not on it. There was one, but it looked nothing like my handwriting. I don't think any of them have ever actually seen my signature. So that was incredibly stupid on their part. I told my parents and Dan that it was blatant fraud. And if the cops investigated, they'd easily figure that out. And I don't think going to jail and court would do them any good. It could even make Dan lose his job, which is his only means of providing for his family. I also said I would get a lawyer and sue for damages if anything of mine was lost, stolen or broken. And I'd call Child Protective Services too for good measure. Dan went white and looked really scared when I said all that, but my mother got between us and doubled down about how I should just do this for Dan, and live in the camper so they can finally have a family home to themselves. I yelled at her that if she thought it was such a good idea, she could do it for Dan herself and let Dan have her house to himself instead. The cops separated my mother from me and I said I wanted them all out right now or I'll press charges. I stated in a shout about how they drilled out my front door lock to break in. The lease papers were obvious fakes, they badly forged my signature and I have recorded video of my sister-in-law attacking me. Those are felonies I could ruin their lives with if I wanted. And if they didn't leave, that's exactly what I'd do. The only reason I hadn't already was for the sake of Dan's kids. So they have one chance to get out. The moment my parents heard that, I think it finally clicked that they could not force me to do it for Dan. My mother surrendered and said she'd put an end to this. Then she went over to my sister-in-law and spoke with her quietly for a minute while my father spoke to Dan. My sister-in-law instantly started loudly crying and ripping up the fake rental papers into tiny bits and tossing them like confetti, only to have an officer tell them to pick up the bits of paper or he'd cite them for littering. Both of the cops at this point had the "I don't get paid enough for this" looks on their faces. Dan had to start telling his kids to load their stuff back into the moving truck. The kids were all crying, and the eldest was sobbing that he won't get his own room now. My sister-in-law and Dan gathered their kids up to try and make one last pathetic attempt to guilt me with the sad family routine. You know, where they all gather together in a sort of group hug while all facing one direction. I swear, I think they'd practiced it beforehand. All of the kids had the same pleading look with quivering mouths. My sister-in-law kept rubbing her pregnant belly and tilting her head to look like a sad puppy, and my brother just made the saddest face he possibly could and said, "Please don't do this. We need to be able to live here." But I didn't falter and told them to keep packing. All the kids and my sister-in-law turned the crying up to 11, and Dan yelled at me, "Are you satisfied with yourself? You've denied us a home because you're too selfish to share and help our family." I ended up laughing like a maniac and retorting that what he was trying to do was taking, not sharing. And no amount of crying will make me let his family move in because he's no brother of mine anymore. He's just an entitled person who thinks he can take whatever he wants from me like when we were kids. Dan started cursing at me until the cops told him to cool it or he'd be in cuffs regardless if I wanted to press charges. He sucked in his lips and looked a mix of afraid and supremely pissed off. I asked the cops if they could stick around until my parents, brother and sister-in-law had all left. And they said they had no intention of going anywhere until this had been resolved. In fact, in the next few minutes 2 cops became 4 as more drove in for whatever reason. That gave my parents some extra incentive to get moving. I made Dan give me the keys to the new lock he'd put on my front door, though I got another lock the next day anyway because I didn't know if he had copies of the keys or not. He was really reluctant to hand them over. Then instead of handing them to me, he actually threw them down the street and into a storm drain while saying to go get them myself. But one of the cops scolded him for that and made him go get them. He had to pull the grate off just to get at them. And he got pretty dirty in the process. When he got the keys back, he just grumbled then slammed them down into my hand. I then told them all to leave and never come back. My mother said I'd be disowned for this, as if that were some kind of threat to me. And I voiced that to them. Then in an overly sarcastic way I said something along the lines of, "Oh no, that means I won't get to come to any holidays with you guys where I always get treated terribly by you all anyway. Because Dan has always been your obvious favorite. You treated me so badly when I was growing up that if Dan ever needs an organ donor, I wouldn't give him anything. So do like you always told me to do when I was mistreated by all of you and suck it up." My parents were floored after I said all of that. And the quartet of cops were looking pretty judgmental at them as well. I tell you, if you want to put nasty parents like mine on the spot, confront them in front of cops. Because they'll likely not try anything really stupid then. My mother just started crying and walking away. My father just stood there looking like he wanted to hit me. And Dan just held his kids in defeat. Oh, and my sister-in-law was off having a tantrum in my front lawn. Soon enough they all formed a line handing out boxes and got their stuff out of my house. Nothing had been unpacked yet, so it all was taken out pretty quickly. But while doing it, my mother kept saying it wasn't too late, and I could still do it for Dan several times. Each time trying to bargain more and more to try to make me change my mind. She said that Dan could pay me rent if I let them stay. And when that didn't work, she said I could move back in with them to let Dan rent my house so I wouldn't have to share the building. I told her to shut up and keep packing boxes because I don't want Dan or his family around. I don't want his money, and I certainly don't want to live with him or my parents ever again after the way they treated me when I was a kid. Making a deal with my parents would be like making a deal with the devil to me. My sister-in-law ended up having another tantrum after hearing that and threw a box down, then sat on the ground to have a pity party because she didn't want to go back to sharing a house with my parents. And she just sat looking angry and sad there until everyone else was finished. She didn't even want to get up when it was time to leave. They finally got everything out of the house and into the truck. So before they left, I laid into my parents one last time about all of the stuff they put me through growing up. And with 4 cops being right there, they couldn't do much other than stand there and take it for once. I called them out on so many things that happened. And even pointed out how they couldn't just do something nice for me. Like letting me stay over with my camper when I was homeless and trying to get back on my feet. How they let Dan and my sister-in-law ridicule me and call me a bum. Well, who's the bum now? They wanted to kick me out of my own house so Dan could stay in it free of charge. Yet when I needed a place to go they wanted to gouge me for more than I could afford just to park my camper when they knew I was out of the job. There were more extremely judgmental stares from the cops when I said all of that. So I put my parents on the spot one more time and asked them what I ever did other than being born to deserve being treated so badly. Because when I finally have a bit of success in life, they want to snatch it away from me for their favorite child since they'd rather I give everything to Dan and have nothing for myself. I bought my house using the money that I earned. I owed them nothing, and I won't be asking anything from them ever again. Because clearly I will never be anything more than a doormat or a cash cow in their eyes. I got no answers from them. They just stood there looking like fish out of water. So I continued ranting and asked them what in God's name made them think they were such good parents after all of that. My father was beet red. But more from embarrassment than anger this time. And my mother was crying that she was a horrible person. I bluntly agreed that she is a horrible person. They all are. And I bet they'll go to hell for it too. They were awful people, and they all knew it. But if I'd called them out on all this stuff in private instead of in public, they'd just get mad at me and still act like I'm in the wrong. They'd just kept up the denial for so long that it became a part of who they are. My mother buried her face in my father's jacket to cry. And my father looked more defeated than I've ever seen him. Dan and his family avoided me entirely as they finished putting everything back in the moving truck. I made sure nothing of mine was stolen. Not that I'd had a chance to get much furniture yet. I was lucky to even have a couch at that time. They all got back in their vehicles, and my sister-in-law just stood staring at me with malice until my brother finally got her to drive the minivan home. And as soon as they were all gone, I got back online again and spilled the beans about what happened. My parents were too embarrassed to even try and defend their actions this time. And while the family was somewhat split before this incident, it was now a landslide in my favor. Nearly all of the family has sided with me after this incident. And those who haven't simply aren't siding with anybody. No matter how much my parents previously tried the "we did it for Dan" line, no one listened anymore. So any remaining familial support they had is now gone. Many in the family who I expected wouldn't side with me, did. That includes the former flying monkeys. So I guess they've finally had enough. Around that time I offered to host half the family next Christmas Eve in my new house. My parents were not invited. Surprisingly, I wasn't blocked on my brother and sister-in-law's profiles. And I saw my sister-in-law had her 4th baby in early November. They are still living with my parents. I'm pretty sure they knew I was watching, because my sister-in-law kept making passive-aggressive posts every couple of weeks or so about not having enough space while living with my parents. Probably to see if she can still guilt me. And I'm sure it's driving my mother and father up the wall because they aren't getting any peace and quiet in their old age with 3 rowdy, obnoxious kids, a mentally unstable sister-in-law, my golden child brother, and a newborn baby in the house all at once. Perhaps they could move into a camper in their own backyard and let Dan take over their house completely. They might get some peace then. Yeah, they could do that for Dan. There was supposed to be more. But this post got way too long. So I'll be posting part 3 later. Update 2, January 30th, 2023. November 2022, just after Christmas 2022. My parents, brother, and sister-in-law showed up to Christmas at my house when they knew they were unwelcome. I was trying to keep things to 2 posts. But I realized while compiling everything that part 2 was just too long. So I've divided it into part 3. For those who commented en masse to get cameras, I will when I can afford it. I am still in financial recovery from buying a house last year. And as far as I know, good cameras need a decent computer to record to. And I do not have anything more than a 3-year-old laptop that runs Windows 10. Yes, I am aware of doorbell cameras. That will be the first kind I get. For those who kept saying that I should have just gotten my brother and sister-in-law arrested, the only reason I did not was because they are parents. Their kids need them. And if Dan was arrested, he would likely lose his job. And without that, his family has no money. And my sister-in-law has a baby who is only months old right now. Neither of them need to end up in jail, but you do not need jail for revenge. Police can help, yes. But I got payback without filing a police report. Would I be this merciful again? More than likely not. And they know it. I decided to wait on making an account and posting until after the new year, just in case more stuff happened. And it did. As previous readers know, my sister-in-law was making passive-aggressive posts on social media that were obviously directed at me. Especially after my sister-in-law had her 4th baby in November. She was posting the same repetitive nonsense over and over again. She just found semi-clever ways of rewarding it. But she pretty much kept regurgitating that she was tired of living with my parents, that there is not enough space, she needs her own house, blah blah blah. I know I sound dismissive, but live through what I have with these people and you would be ready to sarcastically play tiny violins in front of them too. They are just that bad. And since I waited until January to make an account, more happened just like I thought. I stated before that I had invited half the family for a Christmas Eve party at my house. And everyone I invited all came, even though it was a fairly long drive of around 3 to 4 hours for them. But they wanted to come and show me their support. I was praised by them a lot for how hard I had worked to get a house on my own, and that they were sorry for everything I had gone through. I was asked why I did not just take my camper and drive the 3 hours back to them, instead of living pretty much homeless for so long. And I had to sheepishly admit that I was very attached to living around here, and I had my best employment opportunities in this area. My hometown does not have a lot of great job opportunities in my field, if any at all. And I wanted to make my own way as much as I could. An answer they overall accepted. We moved on to having a rather nice party. The best I had been in years. Some relatives even brought CDs of great Christmas albums. And I have to say, the one my uncle brought to Ray Charles was my favorite. He sings Christmas songs like no one else I have heard. It was a grand and happy time. I felt like for once I could just forget my past issues and enjoy the moment. But I would not be writing this if it had stayed that way. About 2 hours into the party, you know who showed up. My parents, brother and sister-in-law popped in trying to look all smiles. They did not even knock. Just walked right in my front door like they were meant to be there. I shut off the music and told them to leave immediately. They begged to stay and said they brought gifts. One of my uncles stood up and yelled at them before I got another chance to speak. And he said they do not deserve to be in my home or my life after the shit they tried to pull months earlier. And he was backed up by several other relatives. Mind you, this guy is my mother's brother. And he used to love her to pieces until he found out about the shit that went on between me and my parents. My grandparents, mother's parents, as old as they are, hurriedly got in between us and said to my parents that if they want to make amends with me, it is far too soon. And they have never been more disappointed in them than they were this past year. They had hidden their favoritism for my brother from prying eyes for a long time. But no one was fooled anymore. And they needed to make a serious effort to try and actually treat me like a son if they ever wanted to be in my life again. Then they turned to Dan and my sister-in-law, and said they have seen the repetitive nonsense my sister-in-law keeps posting about. They are tired of it and to just let it go already. My house will not become their new home. My sister-in-law went back to her old standard of crying and had a pity party about how she should be the one living here and not me. She plopped down in a chair to have a tantrum and said it was not fair I got this house to myself when I have no family of my own, and she has 4 kids that need more space. And she just wanted a better place to live in and feel like a real mom. It was petty of me, but I loudly pointed out that she sucks as a mother because she lets my mother do most of the parenting while she sits on her butt all day drinking, playing on her phone or going out and spending all of Dan's money. And she has the nerve to complain about it. I even joked that I'm surprised her baby does not get drunk from her breast milk since she drinks so much booze. Which I admit went a bit too far as I got some stares. And my sister-in-law demanded to know if I was calling her a bad mom. I said the evidence speaks for itself. And if she wants to be able to afford to move out of my parents' house someday, then she needs to put her college degree to some use, get a job, and learn to save money. My mother already does most of the childcare for my brother's kids anyway. So she will have plenty of time after her baby gets a little older. My brother's eldest kid, who is 7 years old, ran up to start kicking and screaming at me for yelling at his mom. And he kept telling me about how his mom said that I was the bad guy who made her cry and did not let them live here. That is when my brother grabbed his son to pull him away. But all the other relatives jumped back in, and this sort of turned into a family intervention against my sister-in-law and brother. She was crying. Her new baby was crying. Her kids were crying. Hell, even Dan was very nearly in tears from the verbal lashing he was being assaulted with. He ended up just sitting on the ottoman I keep shoes in by the front door and looking like a complete wreck. He could not look anyone in the eye. He could not even say 2 words to me. Not with a whole house filled with angry people ready to judge him if he tried to let out his inner golden child again. If they were not there to get in his way, I would bet this would have ended up a repeat of when he tried to order me around to try and take my house months earlier. By this point, though, he had been so thoroughly humiliated that his and my parents' reputation in the family was completely destroyed because the masks were all off now. Soon after, my parents, brother, and sister-in-law all left in defeat. The party resumed and we all avoided speaking of what just happened for the rest of the evening. Since most of the adults had been drinking, everyone stayed the night in my house. I even let some of them sleep in the camper so there would be enough space. I admit, it also makes a good guest house. My relatives all wanted a tour of it earlier as well. And they said they could not believe I had been living in it for around 2 years. I have a lot of questions about it. Like what summer and winter were like and so on. I was up earlier than everyone else on Christmas morning, and had a fresh pot of coffee and some ibuprofen for those spiked eggnog hangovers a few of them had. I was complimented on being a way nicer host than my parents ever were, and we all agreed to do this again next Christmas. After Christmas, my sister-in-law did finally stop making posts that were obvious digs at me and deleted all of the old ones as well. But shortly after the new year, she more recently made a new post complaining about how she had tried to convince my parents to get a camper like I did, so it could be set up in the backyard so Dan and his family could use the whole house as their family home. Well, a taste of one's own medicine is never fun. Because my parents turned that idea down, vehemently I hear. No one is going to push them out of their own home, let alone their master bedroom. The post was only up for a couple of days before my sister-in-law removed it. And she has hardly posted anything since then. She loves to complain. But if a tree falls and no one is around to hear it, can it still complain? My sister-in-law, I guess, has realized there is no point in doing it when no one hears her anymore. And Dan cannot afford to move his family out on his salary alone anytime soon. If they end up expecting another child in the next few years, I will not be surprised. Things have mellowed down for me since then. And I have even invited friends over for a poker night. I suck at poker because I can never remember a damn thing about it. But so what? We get to drink beer and eat junk food while being merry idiots. We all loaded up on Whoppers from Burger King and just had at it the best way 4 grown men can when they just want to have a good unadulterated time and get piss drunk. I think maybe around summer I will look into possibly dating someone. I am not exactly getting younger here. Fingers crossed that goes well. My camper just sits idle in my yard now. And I admit, there were some days I went out there just to spend time in it. I did live in it for 2 years. It is like my second home. And maybe one day I will actually get to use it for camping, like it was meant to be. I have never been camping. My parents considered it a waste of time. So it would be a completely new experience for me. This pretty much marks the end of what happened. My parents, brother, and sister-in-law have all been staying very clear of me. In fact, they seem to have gone back to acting like I do not exist, like they did before I bought a house. Not like that bothers me at all. It is better that way. But they will inevitably come back in some way. I know they will. I just wonder what kind of stupid thing they will do next. If anything notable like all this ever happens again, I will make another post if this account is still active. Update 3, February 20th, 2023. Winter 2023. Sometime later in 2023. My parents and Dan were back sooner than I thought. And they wanted money this time. This will not surprise some people who commented on my previous posts because my parents did some of the exact things they said they would. They wanted either my money or my signature. I did expect the classic lines of narcissists saying that I owed them or giving me some kind of socialist nonsense about sharing the wealth. But that was just my imagination running wild. The ensuing situation was somewhat similar to that but much more tame, I guess you could say. They seemed to know not to push me too far now and were mostly aiming for pity. It began when my parents recently got in touch with me through social media and asked for a meeting in a public place of my choosing. It just screamed trap. But I was not afraid. In fact, I was amused. They know I am not to be messed with anymore. So I could only wonder what they wanted this time. I picked a local restaurant that may have the name of an olive and a garden in it and we met up there. Dan was with them, but he kept his mouth shut most of the time. We had awkward greetings, ordered some drinks, and then cut to the chase. My parents begged me to help Dan get his own apartment so he could finally move out. Apparently, Dan's credit is not so great. Gee, I wonder why. Could it be that his wife regularly puts him into a hole? Well, they asked that I help by either supplying some capital or co-signing for the apartment and helping to pay the rent for it. I simply said no to both. That is when Dan spoke up in anger and yelled at me that I have so much, and I do not have a family to support like he does. He needed my help and I should be sparing the money for his family since I do not have one myself. I laughed and asked where they were when I needed their help. Oh, that is right. They were pointing and laughing at me for being homeless. Or should we go further back to my childhood? I would love to delve into that with plenty of ears to listen in around us. My mother grabbed my hand and begged me not to speak of any of it. My father and Dan both just looked away and said nothing. Pretty sure they wanted to say something like they used to at me, but held their tongues. I asked them if they thought I was rich or something. And their looks said it all. And when I told them I do not have that kind of money, they looked at me like deer in headlights. I broke it down about how much I had managed to save for the down payment on my house and the way I had to live and work in order to save that much so fast. And then how I spent nearly all of it on the down payment of my house. I am still in financial recovery. I did have monthly income to spare, yes, but most of it was going right into my savings. I asked Dan what his yearly salary was, and when he told me, I pointed out that it was actually a bit higher than mine. I then loosely broke things down in rough math in front of my parents on how about 70% of my income goes to my mortgage, insurance, gasoline, internet, phone, food, and other bills. And then there is maybe 30% of that left at most that I can put into savings. And I need that money saved to get back on my feet in time. And I have to make sure I have savings to fall back on. My truck is from the 1990s. If it were to break down, I would need money to either fix or replace it. And there are other things one would need a rainy day fund for, like home repairs, doctors, taxes, lawyers, or anything in general you would need quick cash for when it is a sudden unexpected expense. So as you can see, I just cannot spare money for Dan. And I also refuse to co-sign for anything as that would leave me on the hook for any bill Dan could not or would not pay. Then I pointed out that that is likely why my parents did not co-sign for Dan's apartment themselves long ago. And my mother just started crying again. I was pretty much one step ahead of them in all of this. I am not an ATM and I am not a fool, and I stated that right to their faces. I expected my father to become angry with me like he always does. But this time he just, well, did not. I have known this man to explode on me for the slightest provocation of not enabling my brother all of my life. But this time he just did not do that. There was not even a sneer on his face. The only way I could describe the look he had was regret and defeat. Maybe regret for being a terrible parent. Or maybe regret because he cannot bully me around anymore. Who knows? Either way, my parents could not really argue with me, and I was not about to give them any money. Dan just got up and said this was all just a waste of their time, and that he was leaving. My mother started apologizing for him, but Dan still wanted to leave. Then, just to kill with kindness, I offered to buy them a round of unlimited soup and salad while we were all there. I guess they could not turn down free food since we had not ordered anything but drinks yet, and they stayed. I went out of my way to talk about anything other than money. Dan remained quiet, and was either eating his food or looking at his phone. But my parents just awkwardly talked with me. They brought up that they have recently joined a local Christian church, and that they had already been going for the last 2 weeks. I said good for them, and they of course started trying to advertise that they would like me to go too. I simply said no thanks, and they were smart enough not to push further. When the meal was finished, Dan left a $10 bill on the table for the tip and walked off without saying another word to me or anyone. My mother just excused his behavior and we all parted ways. That was about it. Not nearly as much drama as I thought there would be. But this is still far better than how things used to be with my parents and brother. As for my sister-in-law, well, she has been regularly complaining online about my parents. She really does not seem to like the fact that she is not the queen bee of their house. And I think her toxicity is finally getting to them. Why else would they be so desperate to come crawling back to me? My sister-in-law actually wants my parents to move into a camper like I had to do in order to make space in the house. And she is being told no, every time. She does seem to have a following of like-minded people like her though. Because here and there I get messaged by someone I do not know, that is intent on raging at me for not giving up my house for my sister-in-law. I do not bother to argue with these people anymore. I just block and move on. Though there was one persistent troll who had my phone number. And they call from a different number every time. Yes, it seems to be the same person who called me to say I need to make way for a real family man like Dan. But I could care less. The calls, though, seem to have slowed down, if not maybe stopped. Because I made it clear to that person that they were only amusing me by keeping this up so long. The last time they called was around the beginning of the month. And it has been silent from them since then. Update 4, October 5th, 2023. My parents and Dan were back sooner than I thought. And they wanted money this time. This will not surprise some people who commented on my previous posts because my parents did exactly what was expected. They wanted either my money or my signature. I did expect the classic lines of narcissists saying that I owed them or giving me some kind of socialist nonsense about sharing the wealth. But that was just my imagination running wild. The ensuing situation was somewhat similar to that but much more tame, I guess you could say. They seemed to know not to push me too far now and were mostly aiming for pity. It began when my parents recently got in touch with me through social media and asked for a meeting in a public place of my choosing. It just screamed trap. But I was not afraid. In fact, I was amused. They know I am not to be messed with anymore. So I could only wonder what they wanted this time. I picked a local restaurant that may have the name of an olive and a garden in it, and we met up there. Dan was with them, but he kept his mouth shut most of the time. We had awkward greetings, ordered some drinks, and then cut to the chase. My parents begged me to help Dan get his own apartment so he could finally move out. Apparently, Dan's credit is not so great. Gee, I wonder why. Could it be that his wife regularly puts him into a hole? Well, they asked that I help by either supplying some capital or co-signing for the apartment and helping to pay the rent for it. I simply said no to both. That is when Dan spoke up in anger and yelled at me that I have so much, and I do not have a family to support like he does. He needed my help and I should be sparing the money for his family since I do not have one myself. I laughed and asked where they were when I needed their help. Oh, that is right. They were pointing and laughing at me for being homeless. Or should we go further back to my childhood? I would love to delve into that with plenty of ears to listen in around us. My mother grabbed my hand and begged me not to speak of any of it. My father and Dan both just looked away and said nothing. Pretty sure they wanted to say something like they used to at me, but held their tongues. I asked them if they thought I was rich or something. And their looks said it all. And when I told them I do not have that kind of money, they looked at me like deer in headlights. I broke it down about how much I had managed to save for the down payment on my house and the way I had to live and work in order to save that much so fast. And then how I spent nearly all of it on the down payment of my house. I am still in financial recovery. I did have monthly income to spare, yes, but most of it was going right into my savings. I asked Dan what his yearly salary was, and when he told me, I pointed out that it was actually a bit higher than mine. I then loosely broke things down in rough math in front of my parents on how about 70% of my income goes to my mortgage, insurance, gasoline, internet, phone, food, and other bills. And then there is maybe 30% of that left at most that I can put into savings. And I need that money saved to get back on my feet in time. And I have to make sure I have savings to fall back on. My truck is from the 1990s. If it were to break down, I would need money to either fix or replace it. And there are other things one would need a rainy day fund for, like home repairs, doctors, taxes, lawyers, or anything in general you would need quick cash for when it is a sudden unexpected expense. So as you can see, I just cannot spare money for Dan. And I also refuse to co-sign for anything, as that would leave me on the hook for any bill Dan could not or would not pay. Then I pointed out that that is likely why my parents did not co-sign for Dan's apartment themselves long ago. And my mother just started crying again. I was pretty much one step ahead of them in all of this. I am not an ATM, and I'm not a fool. And I stated that right to their faces. I expected my father to become angry with me like he always does, but this time he just, well, did not. I have known this man to explode on me for the slightest provocation of not enabling my brother all of my life. But this time he just did not do that. There was not even a sneer on his face. The only way I could describe the look he had was regret and defeat. Maybe regret for being a terrible parent. Or maybe regret because he cannot bully me around anymore. Who knows? Either way, my parents could not really argue with me, and I was not about to give them any money. Dan just got up and said this was all just a waste of their time, and that he was leaving. My mother started apologizing for him, but Dan still wanted to leave. Then, just to kill with kindness, I offered to buy them a round of unlimited soup and salad while we were all there. I guess they could not turn down free food since we had not ordered anything but drinks yet, and they stayed. I went out of my way to talk about anything other than money. Dan remained quiet and was either eating his food or looking at his phone. But my parents just awkwardly talked with me. They brought up that they have recently joined a local Christian church, and that they had already been going for the last 2 weeks. I said good for them, and they of course started trying to advertise that they would like me to go too. I simply said no thanks, and they were smart enough not to push further. When the meal was finished, Dan left a $10 bill on the table for the tip and walked off without saying another word to me or anyone. My mother just excused his behavior and we all parted ways. That was about it. Not nearly as much drama as I thought there would be. But this is still far better than how things used to be with my parents and brother. As for my sister-in-law, well, she has been regularly complaining online about my parents. She really does not seem to like the fact that she is not the queen bee of their house. And I think her toxicity is finally getting to them. Why else would they be so desperate to come crawling back to me? My sister-in-law actually wants my parents to move into a camper like I had to do in order to make space in the house. And she is being told no, every time. She does seem to have a following of like-minded people like her though. Because here and there I get messaged by someone I do not know, that is intent on raging at me for not giving up my house for my sister-in-law. I do not bother to argue with these people anymore. I just block and move on. Though there was one persistent troll who had my phone number. And they call from a different number every time. Yes, it seems to be the same person who called me to say I need to make way for a real family man like Dan. But I could care less. The calls, though, seem to have slowed down, if not maybe stopped. Because I made it clear to that person that they were only amusing me by keeping this up so long. The last time they called was around the beginning of the month. And it has been silent since then. Well, I figured I'd wait half a year or so after the original post to update everyone, but it ended up being longer than that. Yes, things did go bad again. But not really for me for the most part. I'm pretty much fine, if not almost unscathed since last Christmas, apart from the time my parents and Dan came to me for money, as my last post told, and a more recent confrontation between me and sister-in-law you will read about here. I did get a few cameras for my house, including a Ring doorbell in front. I did not tell my family about the cameras just in case. But thus far no one has attempted a break-in. I think the way I outed them all before scared them into leaving me alone, for the most part anyway. I've taken to renting out 2 of the rooms in my house. One to a close friend, the other to a friend of said close friend. Both have been fantastic tenants. They know to keep quiet and leave me alone most of the time, and even have small refrigerators they keep in their rooms so they do not need to keep any of their drinks in the main fridge. The deal I gave them on rent was too good for them to pass up. It increased my monthly income well. And even after taxes, I'm still monthly putting away some decent amounts in the bank since the rent money pays a good chunk of my monthly mortgage. You're all probably wondering how my parents, brother and sister-in-law took to me renting out those rooms to friends. Well, the answer is, not well. My father and Dan stayed out of it. But my sister-in-law freaked out, which made my mother come crying to me over how I could have rented those rooms to Dan and his family instead. We had a bit of an argument in which I pointed out for one thing, they fucking broke into my house before to try and steal it. She would not want to let someone who did that move in with her. Also, there was not enough room for me, Dan, and his entire family in my house. Not that I would ever share a roof with them anyway. It's a 3-bedroom, and a manufactured home no less. I have the master bedroom and its adjoining bathroom. That would have left only 2 small rooms for Dan, sister-in-law, and 4 kids. Not to mention they would be annoying to me all the time. Also, she knows very well I can't be around my sister-in-law because she intentionally antagonizes me. And they all mocked me when I was homeless before. Besides, my current tenants are both single guys in their 30s I get along with. My mother had some sobbing excuses for a while, but she finally let it go and admitted she was just desperate. Edit, parents found out I was renting rooms out because my sister-in-law basically stalked me in some way. Then she told my parents, and then my parents contacted me. And then my mother came over to cry about it. Since then my parents have not bothered me once about the house. So things are good for me. My parents and Dan, not so much. It turns out my sister-in-law is a far worse person than even I thought. I already knew she was a gaslighting, self-victimizing drama queen. But she sank even lower. Because Dan's youngest child turned out not to be his. Yeah, you all read that correctly. Sister-in-law had an affair. Which in retrospect is not all that surprising. And something a few people here totally called months ago. After being caught, the sister-in-law was ousted from the family. Dan just recently finished with his divorce. Which actually went in his favor since we thankfully live in an at-fault state. Dan also sued to get his name taken off the birth certificate of the youngest child and won. Basically, after the incident where my parents tried to force me to hand over my house, things got pretty tumultuous over at their house. Sister-in-law blamed me, a lot. She was convinced somehow that I had tons of money, like I had won the lottery or something, and that I should share the wealth. Apparently, it was her idea that they come to my Christmas party because she hoped they could all try to get on my good side. It was also her idea to make my parents and Dan try to get money from me for an apartment. So it really burst her bubble when Dan and my parents informed her of how my finances actually were. For the longest time, she had Dan and my parents fully engulfed in her toxic mindset, and only fed their narcissism with her own. So her blaming me made the rest of them blame me. That is until what happened in front of the police when they tried to steal my house. That is when the downfall for my sister-in-law really started. My parents and Dan were apprehensive about coming to my Christmas party after the way I had outed them. But my sister-in-law convinced them to just throw together a few cheap gifts from what they could get at the last minute and just show up because he'd never throw us out once we're already there. Boy was she wrong. She gambled on that plan, and with the complete blessings of everyone I had invited threw her and the rest of them out. Her plan she no doubt thought was the most clever thing ever backfired in her face spectacularly. I guess being chewed out by family at my party not only wrecked my parents' reputation even more, it actually started a wake-up call for them to eventually not listen to my sister-in-law anymore. And as I said in my last post, my parents decided on going back to church. Perhaps because last year I had said they would probably go to hell for their actions. I cannot say that's the real reason. But you gotta admit, it would feel kinda satisfying if that was the case. Though my parents hadn't been to church in 2 decades before going back. While I don't think it's a bad idea that they're going to church, they need to understand that going doesn't just give them a do-over for all the shit they've done in the past. But I have a little faith they're at least trying, because my parents came to my house without Dan to personally apologize to me after they had seen an animated video of my first 3 posts. That's right, they have known about this Reddit account for a long time now. They also know everything I'm saying. Yes, they're unhappy about it. But I feel everyone here deserves an update since it's anonymous. For my parents and Dan though, watching an animated video of themselves and their own actions was a great way to make them see what kind of people they really are. And they came over to apologize to me later. I had never seen my father apologize like that to anyone. And the man is not a good actor. So this felt genuine. They fully acknowledged what they did to me, and how there's no excuse for any of it. They even described themselves as narcissists, and admitted the truth that they had wronged me very badly. Then they went on to blame my sister-in-law for a lot of things. Yeah, they kinda threw her under the bus. But it's not like she wasn't guilty of everything they said. My parents have been getting counseling for a while now too, and did offer group family counseling, but I declined as I'm not ready for that anytime soon. Dan himself didn't apologize to me for some time, but he looked extremely remorseful any time the past was brought up. Meanwhile, Dan and sister-in-law's marriage absolutely fell apart. It wasn't a crumble, it was a cascade. Without me as the scapegoat/black sheep/ATM that they couldn't mock or try to get money from anymore, and after the public humiliation of social media, my Reddit posts, and the animated online video, sister-in-law finally let out enough of her toxic on Dan and my parents for them to realize she's not the person they thought she was. Their denial had been strong, but my sister-in-law's entitlement was stronger. I've had many thoughts of lightsabers clashing over this drama. Sister-in-law clad like a bimbo Sith with a lightsaber that looks like a giant lipstick, or something like that. I imagine there's a wealth of puns and jokes to be had there. But I really didn't bother to think much more detail about it. But as you can imagine, things only got worse because my sister-in-law kept looking for other ways to get what she wanted. She kept bringing up ads for used campers and RVs to try and get my parents to buy one to live out of, so they could have the main house. And she kept doing this no matter how many times they told her to stop. She even tried to say my parents should just buy an RV and have a life on the road, like normal old people do. That was stupid, even for my sister-in-law. The opposite was suggested by my parents, that Dan and sister-in-law buy a camper themselves to live out of it instead. Sister-in-law basically said she shouldn't have to do that since she's the mom. She pretty much lorded the fact that she thought she had total parental authority over everyone's heads because the kids in the house were all hers. And when my sister-in-law didn't get her way, she actually took her baby and left the house to disappear for several days. They knew she was fine because her phone was still working, and she was responding to texts with short but passive-aggressive answers. And when she came back, she was only more embittered because nobody caved to her demands while she was away. Sister-in-law also refused to go to church. But Dan went with our parents and took his kids along as well, save for the youngest since my sister-in-law refused to let him take the baby anywhere. Personally, I don't go to church. I believe in God and all that stuff. But I just don't like church. Besides, it never did me any good growing up. Update 5. October 7th, 2023. Just so everyone understands, a lot of this information came from Dan and my parents. So I'm just telling what I know. Everything really hit the fan when Dan suddenly called out his wife as a cheater in March. This shocked us all because we thought he was a complete pushover to her. But no, he's not. At least not anymore. You all know how he treated me when I was on his bad side. Well, his wife wasn't spared that hire at all. He started putting pieces together about her deceit after finally pulling his head out of his ass and secretly got DNA tests for all his kids. 3 of the kids are his. But the youngest one, the baby, was not. For the record, Dan and I both have pretty dark straight hair that's almost black. Same with our parents. Sister-in-law's hair is straight and pretty dark too, but the baby's hair is lighter and a bit curly. At first, Dan just thought it was because of the baby's age. Sister-in-law kept playing it off, and said that it would darken in time. But the baby's hair never got darker. I guess that was Dan's biggest clue. He confronted his wife with the DNA results in front of our parents. And she broke down sobbing that it was a mistake. Sister-in-law pulled out all the Darvo stops of denying, trickle-truthing and gaslighting. But Dan had none of it and actually had done more to find out about her affair than I would have ever thought. I knew he was smart. He just let himself be dumb. He had detailed proof of her cheating with phone records, texts he got off her phone, bank records, and the DNA test. He even identified the man she's cheating with, who is likely the father since he has much lighter colored curly hair. The evidence against her was crystal clear, and Dan said she was so bad at hiding her affair, he didn't even have a hard time figuring any of it out once he started looking. My parents demanded that my sister-in-law leave their house immediately. That's when she went psycho on them all. First in just yelling. But she quickly got physical. Police had to be called by my mother. And yeah, my sister-in-law was arrested. She scratched up Dan and my father quite a bit with her long fake nails, and even harmed her eldest kid in the crossfire by hitting him hard enough to give him a black eye and nosebleed when he tried to intervene. Dan was smart enough to have his phone recording nearby when he confronted her. So the police had all they needed to arrest her for assault. The sister-in-law's parents had to drive over to bail her out. Then they came back for the baby, sister-in-law's stuff, and her car as well. A couple of days after sister-in-law got bailed out, she showed up at my house because I was apparently next on her shit list. As soon as I opened the door, she went on a delusional rant where she called me out about posting on Reddit. Then said I was the entitled bane of her existence. I'm not sure, but I think she might have been high on something, because this felt extra crazy for her. And her eyes didn't look right. She claimed mothers with young children are the most sacred thing in the world. Then went on yelling that giving up my house shouldn't have been too much to ask for. Because supporting the family was the least I could have done. And if I had, then her family would still be together. When I tried to talk while she was spewing all that out, she actually attempted to shove me and cover my mouth. She even had her hand poised like she was ready to scratch me. Well, that went about as well with me as you can expect. I'm not exactly one to be threatened and told her I'd call the police if she didn't take her hands off me right that moment. I also told her I'd got it all on my doorbell camera. She started panicking the moment she heard camera. Then I ended up verbally savaging her to the point she was backing off my porch. I told her she had some gall to call me entitled when she's exactly that. She didn't work for anything she had anymore, cheated on her husband and got pregnant from her affair partner, made my mother do most of the parenting for her children, spent Dan's money till they were in a financial hole, and acted entitled to my home to the point of trying to steal it. I called her entitled X1000 and that she's a greedy bitch who is blinded by narcissism. Then I told her to stop blaming me for her own actions and to never show up at my house again. Being told all that was pretty much all sister-in-law needed to hear before jumping back into her car, then peeling out and speeding off. This was finally the straw that broke the camel's back for me. Now that she was separated from Dan, I ended up finally going to the police and filing a report on her for harassment and the assault she'd done on me last year, and her putting her hands on me at my front porch only added to it. The police have it all on record now. And I gave copies of the video to Dan for his divorce lawyer. And yes, I did file for a restraining order against sister-in-law. It was easily granted because it was obvious the woman is unhinged. She's not made a social media post about me since that I could see, but that's just because she put her profile on private. I hope her blame ship against me has long since sailed. Either way, she's left me alone. Sister-in-law was still with her affair partner during the divorce. At the time, I had no real idea of what kind of man he was. But any person who monkeys with someone else's spouse and even has a child with them, really doesn't have a lot of morals to begin with. Once the divorce was underway, sister-in-law admitted that Dan just wasn't man enough for her anymore because he couldn't afford to give her the lifestyle she wanted. She actually believed herself to be on the level of a trophy wife, and that she deserves to be with someone wealthy. Dan said he pulled a me and maniacally laughed at her. He said she was nowhere near hot enough to be a trophy wife, along with mentioning many other faults she had. Sister-in-law ended up humiliated by this and ran off like a child. Due to having to live with her parents, sister-in-law was forced to work in their family business because Dan wasn't giving her access to his bank accounts anymore. She'd already maxed out all the credit cards he previously gave her. And she griped about having to work for her parents despite having a college degree, but I think they were the only ones who'd employ her anyway since she's got a criminal record and a decade-long gap in her resume. I've heard from Dan that her parents were severely disappointed in her as well. But that was just a rumor. They could be just as bad as her for all I know. Either way, the shit show of a divorce really took off once it got going. Sister-in-law didn't walk away with much from it. Especially because she had an affair, physically hurt her father-in-law, husband, and eldest child. And it's an at-fault state, like I mentioned earlier. So she kissed any chance of getting her way goodbye. I'll go into detail about it in the final post. Update 6, October 9th, 2023. Fall 2023. This is what I know about the divorce from my brother Dan. Dan's lawyer pulled some strings to get the divorce started as fast as possible. But it cost him. I don't know the specific details or how much it all cost. They never told me. My sister-in-law, on the other hand, was financially backed into a corner very badly. And you know what can happen when you corner an animal. She fought back. But the law was not on her side, nor were her dwindling finances. Her parents had to pay for a lawyer for her. And not a very good one either. Also, she actually brought her affair partner to the divorce court to testify on her behalf. This guy was a real piece of work. He had a bronze tongue and a charming smile he tried to use to his advantage. He claimed my sister-in-law had been wronged by an incompetent husband, which is why she sought the arms of another man. He claimed he was ready to take responsibility for the child he had fathered with her, but that she would still be needing alimony to help support herself and care for said child. He remarked that because Dan at the time was still on the birth certificate, alimony should be one of his obligations. Dan said this guy used big words and a charming smile, but seemed an extra special kind of stupid. And coming from Dan, that's saying something. The judge was also not swayed in the slightest and told the bronze tongue out that he was a hypocrite for saying he was ready to take responsibility for his own child, while also holding his hand out for money from the man whose marriage he'd helped ruin. That shut him up. Dan was prepared to sue his wife's affair partner for alienation of affection too. However, that fell through. I guess it would have been on Dan to prove how much she'd loved him before the affair started. But after her mask came off and we saw the real her, we're not sure if she ever really loved him at all, or if she just loved having a meal ticket. Someone here pointed out my sister-in-law probably kept having kids to avoid getting a job. And you may have been right. Either way, she tried dragging out the divorce. But Dan's lawyer and the judge kept that from happening much. I swear, Dan must have seriously lucked out, because he got one of the meanest and most unsympathetic to cheaters judges in the state. And all the evidence we had on my sister-in-law made it easy to keep her from playing the victim. So instead she just let her real bitchy self out since there was no point in hiding it anymore. The court had all the records provided by Dan and myself, police reports, photos, and recordings to prove she was an abusive narcissist. There was a mountain against her that she had no way to climb over or hike around. She tried standing against the mountain. But that was prime avalanche territory. At the end of the divorce, my sister-in-law struck a deal to end things quickly. Dan takes 3/4 of the credit card debt, gets his name off the affair baby's birth certificate, and she walks away with only partial custody of her children, no alimony, but also without most of the credit debts she racked up. Her being legally employed by her parents meant she had an income of her own to fall back on to start paying off her debts. She can see her other kids almost whenever she wants and can take them on weekends. But for whatever reason, she has made very few attempts to even see them. She took them out to eat fast food a few times. But she never took them home with her. The kids are back in school now. So that gives her even fewer opportunities to see them. You'd think her parents would want to see their grandchildren. But they haven't contacted Dan about it. They barely saw Dan's children before that too. Now they may not even bother to see them at all. Do they hate kids or something? Even Dan doesn't know. But he tells me his in-laws were always indifferent to him. As for Dan, well, he really did love his wife a lot. So the betrayal of her cheating made him hit the bottle hard. Rewind back to the night of his confrontation with his wife. He came to me in a stupor with a whiskey bottle in hand, and his face all scratched up and covered in bandages. I wouldn't say he was drunk yet. But I freaked out seeing him looking like that at first, then berated him for driving under the influence. But that didn't really mean much to him compared to the betrayal of his cheating harlot of a soon-to-be ex-wife. We spent a few hours hanging out in my camper so as not to disturb my tenants. All the while Dan was drinking whiskey straight from the bottle and crying that he's a fool. And how he regretted ever marrying my sister-in-law. Pretty much any time he mentions her now, he just refers to her as that bitch. So that's ex-sister-in-law's nickname now. Ironically, this time together was the most bonding Dan and I have done in 15 years. While he didn't exactly apologize to me, He called himself a shitty human being with terrible taste in women. Then said I at least didn't make his mistakes. Despite all he previously did to me, he's still my younger brother. And I couldn't risk letting him try to drive home. So I told him to stay the night and managed to take his keys. Then set up the bunk in my camper for him to use. I rented out my spare rooms after all. He was in no shape to drive home. And if he'd taken an Uber, he'd have to pay for it, and then have to come back for his car later. He was still a depressed crying mess and didn't want our parents or his kids to see him like that. And frankly, I was worried he'd do something insanely stupid if I let him leave. I didn't want him to sleep in the house, so putting him in the camper was the best option. Just because that bitch screwed him over, doesn't mean I suddenly trusted him. So better for him to sleep it off in the camper. We both spent time in the camper playing games and watching movies on my portable DVD player. Poker was no fun with just two people, and Old Maid was just boring. Thankfully I had an UNO Deck 2 and an old-school battleship game. He really liked those. It was enough to keep him distracted until he was finally willing to lay down after running out of whiskey. He threw up a lot of it in a bucket anyway. But he was not opposed to sleeping in my camper. In fact, he found the idea kinda cool. Dan had a lot of questions for me about how I'd lived in the camper for as long as I did. And I answered them all, if not just to keep him busy. But I needed to go to bed myself since I had to be up early. So I left him with my portable DVD player and a couple of movies. That way he could amuse himself alone for a while if he even managed to stay awake. Before leaving for work in the morning, I popped in while Dan was passed out in the bunk and left a bottle of ibuprofen and an energy drink on the counter of the camper's kitchenette, along with his car keys and a letter explaining to leave through the backyard gate. He saw himself out without trouble around 1:30 p.m. About a month after ex-sister-in-law, aka that bitch, was kicked out. Dan came to me asking to borrow my camper. I guess he found it more comfortable than I'd thought when he slept in it. And he fully admitted he didn't ask sooner out of pride. But with his soon-to-be ex-wife out of the house, he'd decided to give up his room for his eldest kid. He's got 2 girls and a boy, with the boy being the eldest, and now 8 years old. The kids were all forced to share a room until that point. They just had curtains up for the boy's half of the room. But the boy often slept on the couch to avoid his sisters. I know the poor kid was really desperate for his own room. So I guess Dan decided to finally make a better decision as a dad, and came to see me in order to beg to borrow my camper so his son could have his room. If he could have afforded it, he'd have bought his own camper instead of relying on me. And even said as much. I hadn't even gotten the chance to use the camper for actual camping yet. But I caved and let him use it since it was actually for a good cause. And he promised to buy his own in time anyway. No, I didn't ask for rent money for the camper. Dan is in enough of a financial hole as it is right now. Ex-sister-in-law and the divorce drained him. And I've learned that I get far better results with family lately by not being spiteful. I loaded my camper up and put it down in my parents' backyard. And my father put in a 30-amp breaker so it'll have enough power for Dan to run heat and AC when he needs it. I do miss the camper. After all that time living in it, it kind of felt like it was a part of me. But the only reason I loaned it out was for the sake of Dan's kids. Pretty much the only reason I still do anything for my parents or Dan is for the sake of those kids, as I've bonded with them. And yes, I know I may not get the camper back for quite some time. And likely not in the kind of condition I lent it out in. But I've warned Dan and my parents that they will be financially responsible for any damage they do to the camper, as well as its upkeep for as long as they have it. I also took many time-stamped pictures and videos of the camper inside and outside before lending it out. So I can prove its condition before it leaves. Dan even recorded a video with me agreeing to my terms. So that's as good as a contract. With the financial drain of the divorce, Dan's not going to be able to get a place of his own for years, I'll bet. Though he seems to have no complaints about living in the camper at least. But I don't know if he actually likes it or if he's just putting up a front. But I can guess it reminds him of the backyard forts we had as kids, since that's how it felt with me sometimes. Either way, he's living in it now. I did get some major props from the extended family for letting him borrow it too. I'm now referred to by a lot of them as the good brother Dan doesn't deserve. Either way, I think getting rid of sister-in-law was a great first step in mending the family as a whole. I still have little care for my brother and parents after the way they treated me all my life, but I'm not gonna let Dan's kids suffer for it. Those kids have actually really warmed up to me. They're actually happy to see me when I come over, or when they visit me. I've even babysat a few times. Now that they don't have their mother's toxic influence around, they've become much nicer kids. Especially to me. I'm actually getting to enjoy being an uncle now. My mother is still doing the bulk of the parenting for my nieces and nephews, and she's been acting as nice as possible to stay on my good side. My father often looks very defeated in my presence, but otherwise, he's been either stoically quiet or just generally nice to me. But he won't talk to me much. Though that's leagues better than how he was before at least. I'm not letting my guard down either way. My parents do seem happier that my ex-sister-in-law is gone. And they often say they don't know what they ever saw in her. My mother especially, because the two of them butted heads over who was the mom in the house for a long time. Now for the last part. At the same time as the divorce, Dan sued to have his name removed from the birth certificate of the baby that wasn't his. That bitch didn't really want to change it because it meant no more child support from Dan if she did. However, there was a court-ordered paternity test for the man identified as the baby's father. I was prepared to laugh in case it turned out he wasn't the father either. But he was. Dan's lawyer had a long talk with ex-sister-in-law's lawyer. She had no leg to stand on, and Dan was ready to go to bat to make her situation even worse. She didn't have the finances to fight him any longer and agreed to change the birth certificate. The bronze-tongued lout who'd knocked her up did man up to take financial responsibility as a parent, but he ended up not staying with her. He contacted Dan through his lawyer to tell him he'd broken up with that bitch and that he wouldn't bother him again. I checked the social media of that guy after Dan linked me to it, and the lout was upset that now he's financially responsible for a child he never planned to have. And that he's too young for this. Guys, from what Dan's lawyer was able to find out, that man is just over 40. He looks younger than he is. But he's by no means a young man. Shortly after that, he put his online profile private. Ex-sister-in-law did the same with hers a long time prior. So I've no more information left to give. This may be the end. Ex-sister-in-law is out of our hair. My parents and brother have finally made a real effort to be better people. I'm surprisingly happy as an uncle, and my house is still my house. Update 7, October 24, 2023. Ex-sister-in-law saw my posts. And is mad she can't do anything about them. No surprise my ex-sister-in-law saw my Reddit posts. She can't contact me about them in any way but with a lawyer thanks to my restraining order against her. And she likely can't afford to get a lawyer right now anyway since the divorce financially drained her too. So she complained to Dan about it and demanded he tell me to delete my Reddit account. But not only has Dan read my recent posts, he no longer cares. He said they serve as a reminder of the person he used to be. And he's not losing sleep about it. Besides, I've still helped him out despite all he's done to me. So he's not going to be upset about it. My parents have also made sure to try and treat Dan and me more equally when I'm around too. My father is still a man of few words around me though. Someone pointed out that changing now after so long of treating me as the opposite of Dan means he doesn't know how to connect with me anymore. And I think they're right. I don't mind the way he is now though. My mother has also developed a habit of saying she's sorry about every little thing in my presence. Dan told me that she and my father have been reprimanded a lot by extended family and their counselor, and now my mother feels like she needs to apologize for everything. This is all a stark contrast to how they used to treat me. Also, I didn't talk about before what ex-sister-in-law's opinion was on Dan borrowing my camper so his son could have his and ex-sister-in-law's old bedroom. Well, like a stereotypical bully, she looked down on him and mocked him about it because now he's living like a bum, as she put it. But Dan took it all in stride and asked if she was done yet, because he knew this was exactly how she'd react. And he just plain doesn't care anymore. She's borderline dead to him, and her insults were on deaf ears. Then he pointed out to her that he was living out of the camper because he was putting his kids ahead of himself so his son could have his own room. Something his ex never did, despite being their mother. She just weaponized her children and pregnancy to keep from working and to emotionally blackmail everyone. Then he asked her to remind him how that was working out for her. Mind you, this was early on in their divorce. I'm sure you can all guess her reaction. Dan said his ex did have quite the tantrum about my recent posts. But no one has bothered to contact me on her behalf to take them down. So she just has to live with the well-deserved shame. She has been trying to act nicer to Dan lately. Guess the grass isn't so green living with her parents. Dan tolerates her as the mother of his children whenever they meet, but nothing more. He will never take her back. He's told me that he can never look at her like he used to. And the very thought of her turns him off emotionally. So ex-sister-in-law pretty much has no chance of reconciliation. I have no new info on ex-sister-in-law's affair partner. His social media is still locked down. Same with ex-sister-in-laws. And it's likely to remain that way as long as I have a chance to read them. Update 8, November 5, 2023. My truck got egged on Halloween. Happened in the middle of the night, very early morning on the 1st. I suspect it was my ex-sister-in-law. But the person my cameras recorded was wearing layers of heavy sweats and had their face wrapped up along with big glasses covering the eyes. You could not really tell if they were a man or woman. They came on foot too, so no identifying a car. They did look at the ex-sister-in-law's height though. But that is not much in the way of evidence on its own. If it was ex-sister-in-law, she knew about my cameras. So covering her face and body for petty eggy revenge was probably the smartest thing she's done in years. Way to finally put her college degree to use. By egging a beat-up old pickup truck. The egger showed up around 3 a.m. I was deep asleep and did not hear anything. Whoever it was that appeared that night, quickly threw a dozen eggs or so, all over my truck. They did not attempt to do any more damage at least, and were gone in a flash as soon as the last egg was thrown. I did not see the mess till I was leaving for work in the morning. I ran my truck through a local car wash during my lunch break. That took most of the egg off. Had to scrub it a bit more later after work. Egg really are not good for the paint. But the truck is from the 90s, and does not exactly look mint anyway. I did take photos and filed a police report with the CCTV footage as evidence, but so far nothing has come of it. There was no real damage other than my minor irritation and $15 at a car wash. If ex-sister-in-law did do this, then she was smart enough to only throw eggs and not key my paint or slash my tires. So my insurance would not be involved. I do not think much will come of the police report as the cops seem to dismiss it as a probable prank by a teenager. I get they were probably overworked, but at least the report will keep a paper trail in case of future incidents. I waited till now to post because I wondered if anything else would happen. But no. Just right back to peace and quiet. I would appreciate any good advice on the matter though. Just in case something like this happens again. Update. Asked around with some people on the street about cameras possibly seeing the person who egged my car. I got responses ranging from, "We do not have cameras," to "It was Halloween and people pulled stupid pranks. Let it go." The few people who were helpful told me that I waited way too long to ask, and the footage auto-deleted. So basically the egger got away. But if it was ex-sister-in-law, I am guessing she had to walk around a half mile in those sweats just to not get her car spotted on camera or something. It would not surprise me if she questioned if it was even worth the effort. Oh well, I guess I'll just wait and see if the egger comes back next year. I did hand out printed pictures of the egger though. And even stapled a few up on posts. So now people in my neighborhood are aware at least. The tenants renting out 2 rooms in my house have stayed out of it, and I do not really blame them. It's not their problem. New update. Dan returned my camper and ex-sister-in-law got a driving under the influence. But I've also got a copycat that has made my family upset all over again. June 25, 2024. To start this off, I came back after all this time to find 500 messages in my inbox and 130 unanswered PMs. Please don't PM me anymore. There's just too many to answer. So if you PM'd me and I clicked ignore, I'm sorry. Just know that's why. It was not personal. I just felt too overwhelmed to reply to so many. But that's not what brought me back to Reddit. I decided to stay away at least a year because my posts were not exactly boosting family morale. So I didn't log in for quite some time, but then the other day my brother Dan spotted a video with an unbelievably similar to mine in far too many ways. Only it was about an OP with a twin sister instead of a sister-in-law. But it had so much of the same. Entitled Narcissistic Parents, Guy treated like shit all his life and then rendered homeless, golden child sibling, keeping the favoritism a closely guarded secret from family while the OP was growing up. Sister still in her 20s has 3 kids and was pregnant with a 4th. Sister's eldest son attacks OP, and above all them trying to steal the OP's house by breaking in while he wasn't home. So many parts were nearly identical. Even 2 lines like, "Suck it up" and "My house is not up for grabs" were in the video. My parents and brother are frankly pissed, and I wasn't happy seeing the video either. We've all been trying hard to get past our previous family dynamic and what ex-sister-in-law put us all through. You can imagine it took a lot for me to let go of my grudges. But in a year my parents and Dan have improved more than I'd seen in my entire life before that. And I love me nibblings to pieces. So whoever wrote that copycat story, congratulations, you just sent my entire family right back into needing therapy. And yes, my family is aware I'm making this post. Now with that rant over, here's what I hope to be my final update. Now for what was stated in the title. I had a few naysayers before. But Dan kept his word. My camper was returned to me a few months ago, and in good condition. Dan took good care of it and thoroughly cleaned it before giving it back. He and our father also resealed the roof on it once while it was in their care. Inside it's no worse for wear than it was when I was living in it. Only I got it back smelling like pine cleaner. There was some minor drama while Dan was living in my camper from a neighbor right behind them. Not quite sure she qualifies as a Karen. But she was close enough. She started yelling at them from over the fence about the camper. And started threatening the police. My brother and father went off on her, and then explained Dan was living in the camper so his son could have his bedroom. Well, the neighbor still wasn't happy, but stopped with the threats. My father talked to her husband later though, and he was bull mad at her. Then he apologized on her behalf, and said Dan was doing a good thing by giving up his room to his son. The neighbor husband also congratulated Dan on kicking out ex-sister-in-law, and said he was always afraid to mention it before. But she was just a horrid woman. We can all agree on that now. So yeah, the neighbors aren't a problem anymore. Dan and our father managed to get some money together on the side, and bought a slightly bigger camper to set up in our parents' backyard. We needed my truck just to move it. But we got it in there. It's basically the best Dan can do right now till the credit debts his ex piled up are paid off. And even then, he's got the future of his kids to plan for. He may be living in that camper for the next 10 years. But it's preferable to how it was when he was married. His ex-wife certainly can't and won't be contributing to college funds for the kids. Except maybe for her affair baby. Dan's camper is admittedly better than mine, and it's newer, bigger, and has its own bathroom. Mine does not. Although Dan never really uses said bathroom. It's basically become a closet since the toilet and shower are so tiny. If he needs to take a leak or something, he just goes in the house. Dan and I had a joking laugh about me being jealous he's got the better hobo house. And we bantered like sarcastic gentlemen about it. He's kitted out his camper with some better amenities. Like a flat-screen TV complete with streaming, video games and DVD. He said it feels like he really has his own place now. Even though he's just in the backyard. And he's much happier now that he's divorced. Dan tells me one day he'll get a truck too, just so he can move the camper on his own someday. But for now he's sticking with his minivan for the sake of his kids. So his camper is sitting pretty where it is, and mine is back in my backyard where it belongs. Though it's not gone unused. I temporarily rented it to a cousin who moved into the area for work. And they were only in the camper for about a month before finding their own apartment. Other than that, it serves as a guest house when needed. Relatives come by to use it when in town so as to not need a motel. My nephew has come over to stay in it a few times for fun as well. His sisters don't really have an interest. The camper is the closest he's ever been to camping. Same here sadly, because I didn't buy that camper to camp, but to live. As for my parents, they've gotten therapy. My mother got medicated for her mental problems, and fully acknowledges her terrible past mistakes as a parent with all of the favoritism, as does my father. My father is still awkward around me, but he's been fairly active in his church, and is working hard to rebuild the family reputation as best he can. And Dan has cut back on drinking a lot since he isn't so stressed out anymore. He's even taken up exercising. He's in pretty good shape now. And he told me his ex-wife saw the picture of him he posted online after shedding 20 pounds and called him to compliment. He didn't take the bait. As for the holidays, my parents, brother and nibblings all came to my Christmas Eve party last year, along with most of the other relatives who came the year prior. No problems at all, save for the fact none of them could stay the night in my spare rooms anymore since I rented them out. Both of my tenants were away seeing their own families too. Things went swimmingly. Not only was ex-sister-in-law not invited, she wouldn't have been able to crash the party anyway because of my restraining order against her. But she also barely made any attempt to spend time with her other kids either. She only bothered to see them twice a month at best. She didn't even send them any gifts for Christmas or birthdays since being outed as a cheater. And the kids were initially pretty upset about that. But now they just don't care. Ex-sister-in-law I guess decided she was gonna try to live like she was single again, despite having a baby at home. And it didn't go well because life gave her one hell of a cheese slap. On New Year's, ex-sister-in-law went out late to party like it was 1999, and she got pulled over by a cop on her way home. She got arrested for DUI, and her car was impounded. She called Dan while being arrested begging him to come get her car to keep it from going to impound. He told her he was not helping her, and she could deal with it herself. Dan has drunk and drove, so it was kinda little hypocritical. But this woman put him through so much, I don't blame him for rebuffing her. Some flying monkeys of ex-sister-in-laws called Dan to berate him for being a terrible person. Pretty sure this was the same woman who called me a while back. Dan had none of her shit, and went off on her with a long tirade about his ex's cheating. What happened in the divorce, and that he has no sympathy for his ex since she left him with mounds of credit card debt and she does nothing for their kids anymore. The flying monkey didn't call back. We still don't know who she was. But Dan said she sounded like a religious nut. Ex-sister-in-law went to court, and she pleaded guilty for the DUI. Dan found this out because she called him claiming that because of the DUI, she wouldn't be seeing her other kids anytime soon. She told him she was sentenced to take a 6-month DUI class, in which time her license is suspended until completion. And she won't be allowed to drink at all. Which is the part she was most upset about. I've heard of these classes before. They make you take regular and at times random urine tests, and when you finally get your license back, you have to have a camera and breathalyzer installed in your car for a year. Also increased insurance rates for the DUI on record. Ex-sister-in-law has not been having a fun time. But I have no pity for her. I don't drink and drive. Sadly, that's all the info I have on ex-sister-in-law, as she's kept minimal contact with Dan for some time now. And eventually, she'll probably stop contacting him altogether unless absolutely necessary. I don't know anything else about sister-in-law's parents, or her affair baby. Even Dan doesn't know. But I do still have a bit of info on someone else. Remember ex-sister-in-law's affair partner, the bronze-tongued lout? Well, he made his social media public again. And he doesn't seem to acknowledge the existence of ex-sister-in-law or his child at all. Dan tried to message him, and promptly got an immediate block. So the guy is just being an ass and acting like his shit doesn't stink. Whatever. His knocking up ex-sister-in-law got her out of the family anyway. So in a way, we're all thankful to that AP bastard. That's everything I have. And hopefully won't need to come back again. Unless my truck gets egged again next Halloween. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I've silently followed your stories from the start. I'm happy to see how things have progressed since. While I know it's a long road until things are fully repaired, if ever, I am glad your parents have acknowledged what they did and are actively trying to fix it. Dan has stepped up and now you two can even banter, and the fact the kids enjoy you is wonderful. Honestly, I'm happiest to hear about your bond with the Nibblings. The fact that your nephew wants to come over to their uncle's house to camp is just wonderful. I hope Exil either wakes the hell up and shapes up for the kids, or she stays the hell away. Anyways, hopefully, the future is less drama and more happy times. Hopefully, I will not see a post from you again. And I mean that with the best of intentions. Commenter 2, this is as wholesome an ending as it can get. It's good to see a family dynamic being repaired. Kudos to your parents for doing the necessary work to realize how much damage they caused and to your brother for getting his life back on track. Commenter 3. I'm sorry your drama saga ended up being copied for entertainment. However, I am glad that things are improving for you, your parents, your brother, and your Nibblings. It sounds like the toxicity was your ex-Sil and it shows because with her gone life has gotten better for the rest of you. I feel sorry for all of the kids, but they might be better off in the future without her. Thank you for this update, which is hopefully the final one. After 56 years of searching, My dad's biological parents were finally reunited with him through a Christmas gift DNA test surprise. Original post, June 5, 2024. I'm not sure this is the place to post this, but I just want to get my excitement out somewhere, so I figured that this counts as getting it off my chest. Shout out to r/, who helped me discover this subreddit. As you would expect from the title, my dad, 56 years old, was adopted at birth. He was raised in eastern Canada and never really searched for his birth parents. The people who raised him are his parents to him, and he loves them very much. They have always been amazing grandparents to my sister, 19 years old, and me, 22 years old. All he had from his birth parents was a letter which told him he was born out of love, but they could not support him when he was born. So when my sister decided to get him a genetic test for Christmas, it was purely with the intention to find out what ethnicity we all are. And the thought of finding his birth parents didn't even cross our minds. Eventually, when we got his results, we were surprised to find the names of two people with perfect genetic matches to my dad. He had the option to reach out to them, so he wrote them each an email and just waited for their responses. Almost immediately, his biological dad, who I'll call Jim, not his real name, responded. He said how excited and happy he was to have found my dad and how he was looking for him for so long. My dad, who is usually an emotionally reserved man, was curled up on the couch grinning as he was texting Jim for the first time. I was still in shock from the news, but was so happy to see my dad, even happier than when I graduated university. Soon thereafter, he also received a message from his biological mom, Debbie, not her real name. By talking to them both, my dad learned the story of his birth, and I think that it's absolutely wild. Debbie is the daughter of an Australian mining engineer, and they all moved to Canada for his work when she was in high school. Later on they moved to the Midwest, where she met Jim at the age of 17. They were high school sweethearts and were thinking of marriage after they graduated, but then Debbie got pregnant. This being the 60s, this was a huge deal. Her dad was furious and sent her back to Canada to give birth and arranged a private adoption, as he knew of a couple who were trying to have a kid, my grandparents. Once she gave birth, she was able to let Jim know that she was being sent back to Australia. They never saw each other again for the next 40 years. Jim apparently was only able to move on once he received a letter over 5 years later from Debbie, saying that she got married. Eventually, he got married too and they moved to the West Coast, but his wife got into a terrible car crash and lost the use of both legs and one arm, so they were never able to have kids. Debbie had 3 daughters in Australia, the oldest of which is 7 years younger than my dad. They saw each other for the first time around 12 years ago as they reconnected on Facebook, and Debbie happened to be taking a trip to the west coast of America. Both Jim and Debbie had always wanted to keep my dad, and so they tried for decades to find him. But my province apparently is one of the hardest places in the world to find adoption information, especially since my dad only received his birth certificate at his baptism. So their names were not on it. Jim had essentially given up trying to find my dad until genetic tests became popular. He asked Debbie to take every single one, and he did the same, about 5 years ago, in the hopes that one day my dad would take one. When he received my dad's message, he immediately wrote to Debbie, "I found him." Since then, we have had several calls with Jim and his wife, and they are absolutely lovely. We are their only family since they don't have kids, and I couldn't be happier. At the end of the month, we'll be flying to the West Coast to meet them. It has been harder to talk to Debbie as Australia is so many hours ahead of us, but she also is so kind and an absolute joy to talk to. I haven't met my 3 new aunts yet, but apparently one lives in London. It's crazy to think that I might have been within a few kilometers of her the few times I visited. I also have 5 new younger cousins. A couple of them are huge fans of Japanese culture, so they're ecstatic to hear that they have half Japanese cousins. My mom is Japanese Canadian, so my sister and I are both half. We hope to visit them one day in Australia, but we might all meet up in Japan next year. I don't know how to end this. I am still processing everything. It's absolutely incredible to have my family grow so much, but also a little overwhelming. I'm so happy for my dad, for Jim and for Debbie, and am so excited to get to know them better. I hope I get to meet my new cousins soon too. I feel so incredibly lucky that this happened, seemingly against all odds. My dad was initially raised Francophone, so it's a miracle that they even speak the same language. Anyways, thank you so much for taking the time to read through this, and my apologies for how long this post ended up being. I might post an update after I meet Jim and his wife. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Highlight comments. A user shared a heartwarming story, saying, "I love stories like this. Congratulations on your bonus family. My husband found out and met a brother he didn't know about. His mom had a baby with her college sweetheart and gave him up for adoption. Later, she had my husband and his sister. About 9 years ago, the brother got in touch with us. We met him, his wife, and their adult daughter. They are great people. We see them when we can. We live in separate parts of the country and keep up by phone, Zoom, etc. The entire extended family has welcomed them, and they are always included in family reunions and other gatherings. They are a great bonus family, and we love them," another user commented. "It brought me joy to read your story. Those DNA kits are amazing, aren't they? I'm honestly not sure if I found my recent 4-5 generations ancestral history more fascinating or those going back to more ancient times. There are free sites you can join and upload your DNA kit. Ancestry allows the file download, and others that I forget, that trace your DNA markers back thousands of years. Mine identified multiple royal houses from medieval times and earlier, as well as ancient native chiefs that I shared genetic markers with. It's truly incredible the information you can find from that little saliva sample. More than 20 years ago, I started trying to help my dad find his biological father. Prior to that, he had always told me we had no relatives with our last name because his father was a mystery who had only passed on his genetics and name. His mother wouldn't talk about him. And all my dad ever knew was that his father had left him, his mother, and his 2 siblings when my dad was 4, more than likely leaving other children they didn't know about. He had turned up about 4 hours away 16 years later with a phone call to my grandmother, wanting to know if he could return to town without problems, assuming he meant child support. The call didn't go well. Aside from that, all he knew was this man's full name and birth date. Long story short, between internet searches and finally doing Ancestry DNA, I managed to locate 2 of his daughters, neither of whom knew of each other or their other half-siblings, my grandfather's half-siblings, including one great-aunt with whom I bonded very strongly, and also figured out the lost truth of who my grandfather's birth parents were. The DNA results led me to the identity of his mother, whom nobody could ever determine before, and the fact that his paternal grandparents had raised him. Even more interesting was learning that the last name we had inherited from him wasn't even an ancestral name, but given as a result of an illegal name change. Wild stuff that made a lot makes more sense. Despite discovering all of this and making the connections with family who had known him, he was just as much a ghost to them as he was to us. I was praying to find him before he passed, fearing he would be alone, possibly even unidentified, as we had heard rumors that he had been homeless. I searched death records too. It was almost a year ago that I finally found him. The great-aunt with whom I had bonded so strongly, despite being twice my age, was also researching our genealogy, and she would periodically send me a bunch of emails with files and records. One day, it hit me that I hadn't heard from her in a while, not since she had sent a bunch of emails I had yet to look at. I had forgotten about them. Sadly, I also discovered that day that she had passed away. I had no idea, but she did share something that led to me finding my grandfather within hours. Unfortunately, what I found was an unclaimed box of remains and belongings that had been sitting in the basement of a county clerk's office, nearly 12 years after he passed. I was too late, but I still went and brought him home, where he should have been. I tell this story, apologies for the length, I did shorten it as much as I really could, because I feel it's important for us to discover our roots and the stories of our ancestors. They're honestly fascinating. All of the people who knew the truth in my family either passed or weren't talking, but those truths are still out in the open. My dad knows who his people were, finally, and we've built wonderful relationships with most of those who are still living. Only a small few have opted not to extend their family to include us, and that's okay. In response, another user replied, "Wow, that's an incredible family story. I'm very happy that you managed to find people that you connected with so much, but I am very sorry that you didn't find your grandfather in time. Still, it must feel very good to have closure and know so much more about your family's history." Jim has done a lot of genealogy, so we found out we're descended from British and Scottish settlers who fought in the American Revolution. Beyond that, we're not so sure. My grandmother on my dad's side is descended from the Filles du Roi, who were some of the first women to come to New France, so in that way we feel very Quebecois even if we're not genetically so. My mom's family came over from Japan 100 years ago, but it's much harder to find documents from there since we can't read them, and they're not as common on ancestry sites. Thank you very much for your contribution, and I hope you have a great time with your new family. Update, July 1st, 2024. First of all, thank you so much to everyone who left such kind and heartfelt comments on my first post. It's incredible hearing all of your stories. To those who were concerned that we would abandon my grandparents that I grew up with, that is most definitely not the case. They were the people I grew up with, and I absolutely love them to bits. Although only my grandmother is still with us. All the incredible times I've had with her growing up are so much more important than blood, and I can't comprehend the stories I read where people forget about their adoptive parents or grandparents when they find their biological ones. I won't recap my previous post here because I'm lazy, haha. We just got back from visiting Jim and his wife, whom I'll call Mary, not her real name, on the West Coast, and it was one of the best experiences of my life. We spent a week in their city and got to experience so much with them. Our first time meeting them in person was very emotional and felt surreal. We spent the whole day looking through my dad's and our old photos, basically catching Jim up on everything he missed over the past 56 years. We also got to see so many of his and Mary's old photos too, which was very cool. We went to a park near their house, and on the walk, I heard Jim whisper "my son," with a massive smile on his face. Throughout the week, we explored their city and saw so many cool sights and tried so much delicious food. Mary knows her city so well, and it was great to see her favorite spots all around the city, from food carts to gardens to museums. We all went to an incredible Japanese-American museum, and Jim and Mary absolutely loved it. They were very keen to learn about the internment during World War II and said they knew a bit about it before, but now it feels so personal. We went on 2 hikes with Jim. Mary wasn't able to come because she is in a wheelchair. It's so cool to have such an active and outdoorsy grandfather who can go on such long hikes. He taught us some foraging tips and told us stories from when he used to camp for years on end. Both he and Mary are very spiritual, so he also told us great stories from meditation retreats they've done. He's even tried psychedelics, so he's definitely the cool grandpa. I won't go into precise details of places we went to, but it was great exploring such a cool part of the world with amazing people. We were all very sad when the trip was over and we had to leave. I've gained 2 new grandparents on the West Coast, and I couldn't be happier. And they said that they've gained 2 grandchildren. I'm so glad that they see us as such. Mary told me her greatest regret in life was not being able to have children and grandchildren, but now she does. This has been such a transformative time in our lives, and I think it's incredible just how many people are so much happier now because my sister just happened to get my dad a DNA test. This is just the beginning of our relationship with our new grandparents, and I am so excited. Now we have to figure out a way to go to Australia to meet Debbie. Whenever that happens, maybe I'll make another update. Until then, I hope you all have a lovely day, and thank you so much for taking the time to read our story highlighted comments. Firstly, one commenter shared. It's kind of surprising how distant a relationship with someone will show up in a DNA test. I didn't have any surprises with my close family, but finding 3rd and 4th cousins on my mom's side helped confirm some potentially shaky genealogy research I'm working on for her family. She was a product of her mother's 4th marriage. 2 of the previous ones we had no idea about, so she has siblings she didn't know existed, and they were abandoned by her father when she was a kid. So I didn't really grow up with any connection to them. Trying to piece together the timeline of her parents' lives has been difficult. DNA connections confirmed a lot of things I would have otherwise discarded as improbable. Another commenter advised. I'd recommend putting some serious thought into whether it's worth giving these companies your data because once you do, you have zero control over where it ends up or what it gets used for. There have already been some massive breaches, and that sort of data could end up affecting more than just you. Lastly, one shared a personal story. Honestly, go for it because you never know. Less happy story, but my mom is adopted and took a genetic test mostly for fun and wanting health history since she is getting older. After a year, she got pinged on one with a young man who turned out to be her nephew. From there, she found a half-sister and we learned my mom's biological dad never even knew about my mom. From what we understand, he was dating a girl in college, But they broke up when he decided to study abroad. She learned she was pregnant during this time and must have just never told him. She had my mom, gave her up, and everyone moved on. Her biological dad still refuses to believe it. My mom wasn't looking for family, but she said it still stings a bit. She does sometimes talk to her half-sister though.
I have face blindness, and my BF's tests are overwhelming. How can I clearly communicate that this behavior is hurtful and unacceptable? Hi y'all, sorry for posting this. If it's not okay, I can delete it. I've been with my BF for almost a year now. I love him dearly, and he loves me too, I'm guessing, but there's one thing that's causing a lot of issues for us. I suffer from prosopagnosia, face blindness, which means it's really hard for me to recognize people's faces. I usually go by other characteristics to put a name to a person, like hairstyle, facial hair, marks, skin colors, accessories, etc., but it's still really tough. It's caused me severe anxiety and other mental health struggles. I'm lucky to have wonderful people around me though, who are aware and try to help. They'll introduce themselves when we start talking, wear something they know I've linked to them, or whatever. Usually my BF does this too, but sometimes he likes to test me and it's incredibly stressful. He shaved off his beard once, a few times he wore a completely different style of clothing, or changed his hairstyle, all without warning me. In those moments he won't tell me who he is, or say someone else's name, just to see if I'll figure out it's him. He'll make jokes saying he'll try to switch with one of his friends and see if I'll stay loyal. I usually do realize it's him, but it causes me a lot of anxiety. We've had big fights on this. He says he's allowed to change his look. I'm not a cartoon character. I ask him to warn me. Don't get me wrong, he cares about me, but I don't think he gets how stressful it is. How do I make it clear? We have a lot of great times together, there's just this bump. Update. It's hard to imagine I made this post 19 hours ago and now I'm in the middle of breaking up with him. I'm very tired, so I'm going to keep this short. I went to talk to him, showed him this and told him he can't do it anymore. The conversation was a lot. First he was angry I made this post, then he was angry I was taking it all so serious. Lots of apologies and so on. He again said he was just trying to make a tough situation more light. I said it's too much. He said I can't take a joke and I need to let him be him. That he always tells me when he's been joking, and if he was really keen on hurting me he'd just do things and not tell me, so his telling proves he cares. That one made me feel uncomfortable. At one point he said he just wanted to test if it was real, because I could just be using it as an excuse to do anything. I left after that cause we were just going in circles. There was a lot of me making an issue of one small thing. I'm exhausted. He's still blowing up my phone with love and apologies, but you guys made me realize a lot. Thanks, really. I'm trying to stay rational about it, but it's hard because I do care about him a lot. I'm gonna get a few hours of sleep. Thank you again. Relevant comments. Comment 1. He is messing with your safety. Does he not realize that? OP. I don't think he realizes how confusing it all is. There was a moment he did the opposite, acting all weirded out when I thanked him for a nice date, saying it wasn't him, and though I knew it was, I still started to doubt myself. He did say it was a joke soon after, but it caused such a panic. He hasn't done it again, but it took me a long time to feel comfortable again. Comment 2. Making someone feel unsafe is not a joke. Gaslighting someone you care about is not a joke. Comment 3. Holy smokes, that's terrifying. Not to recognize a familiar face with a major change like that. That is like nightmare fuel. That your BF does it to you, multiple times on purpose, is scary. I don't know if there is a way you can explain it to him if he doesn't get it. It seems he enjoys your panic. Which is not a good thing for a partner. If this was my partner I would get a tattoo or something. And I don't have any. OP. My dad actually got a tattoo on his arm for me, which is a great comfort. I hadn't realized how messed up everything is, until reading all these replies. Comment 4. Your boyfriend is basically abusing you in emotional situations. He thinks it's hilarious you struggle and get severe anxiety, which isn't normal, nor does it mean he cares about you. This is a huge red flag. OP. Abuse is a really big word, but I do agree it's not okay. I'm seeing him soon, we'll see how it goes. Update 1. Hi y'all, hope it's okay. I will post a little update. Things went batshit crazy. A lot has happened in the last days. I'm really grateful to you all, honestly. I wasn't aware about the real meaning of his pranks, and what it said about him and our relationship. I went to talk to him the same evening I made that post, with the intention of making clear he can't pull all that anymore. The conversation escalated. We talked for hours into the night and every day since. There's been a lot of messages. He got angry about the Reddit post I made. I showed him. Angry at you guys. Angry that I couldn't take a joke and listen to strangers. Said things like he in the beginning didn't believe I actually suffered from it, and would use it as an excuse to cheat on him. That now he does believe, but, due to bad breakups in the past, he has a hard time trusting I won't use it as an excuse regardless. Said he was joking about it because he wanted to make a tough situation lighter and that's just his sense of humor. That if I loved him, I'd accept that. When I made it clear I was done, it got even worse. He began apologizing a lot. Said he didn't realize it was such a big thing for me. Again, didn't make any sense with all said before. In the same breath he said that he at least told me. To the people who thought he actually had planned to trick me by using one of his friends, I think y'all may be very right. To be honest, I was done. I do care about him a lot. Can't just shut that off, but it's never going to work. There's been many messages / calls / etc. He dropped some vague hints that sometimes he pulled pranks I wasn't aware of. I don't know if that is true, or he's just in a bad place right now. He also came to my place to apologize again. But I suspect he didn't expect I'd immediately recognize him, as he didn't apologize till I said his name. He's not evil, but just very messed up. I blocked him everywhere, told him not to show up anymore and that a friend would give him his stuff. I'm going to delete this account soon, but I wanted to thank you guys for helping me realize it. I genuinely don't think I would have. I'm heartbroken, but a bit relieved as well. Thanks for all the support and kindness. Relevant comments. Comment 1. I'm glad you broke up. Someone who loves you shouldn't ever do that to you. Just curious about your condition. Do you also have issues with recognizing voices as well as faces? I can only imagine how hard it must be to deal with. OP, actually voices are one of the traits I go by to recognize someone. Voices, posture, tattoos, hairstyle, and so on. Thank you loads. Update 2. This is probably a bit stupid, but that boy has got me questioning my own mind. Either way, sorry if this is a bother. I broke up with my BF a few weeks ago. I had realized, in part thanks to Reddit, that some of his behavior was absolutely not okay, and when I tried to talk to him the conversation escalated to me breaking up with him. I have a pretty severe case of face blindness, prosopagnosia. It means I can't remember people's faces and go by other characteristics to try and put a name to someone. Voice, hairstyle, posture, etc. People around me know and introduce themselves when we meet and other things to make it easier. I have a lot of anxiety because of it. He used to try and test me, which gave me a lot of stress. Changed up his look without warning to see if I knew it was him, and a lot more. He called it pranks. He is a jokester. So we broke up. It's been a lot. He'd been calling or messaging non-stop with both apologies and non-apologies, till I blocked him. In moments of a lot of emotion I said things like I never wanted to see him again, and he'd reply that he was hurt, that I wouldn't even know if it was him and I was lucky he wouldn't do it. Made me feel icky. He contacted me again yesterday, through a new account, saying he just wants one more face-to-face conversation, if only to give him his stuff that is still at my place and get some closure so we can both move on. I said my plan was to get a mutual friend to bring it over to him. He was hurt. He did seem a lot more calm than before and told me we were together for a year, he just wanted one conversation after I suddenly broke things off. That he had some time to process now, etc., and that he doesn't understand how he suddenly, after a year of loving each other, became so evil I couldn't have one chat with him. But I don't feel good about it. My gut is telling me this will not be a good conversation. My worst fears are telling me he might play a trick to prove some point. AITA, if I don't reply anymore, just say no. Edit. I didn't expect all these replies. I hope it's okay to respond like this. Thank you all, really. I think I knew already but somehow started to doubt myself. The past weeks have been a lot. I really appreciate and need these words. I'm ready for all of this to be over and done with. Also just a little thank you in general. Reddit's been a wonderful community and it's helped me a lot. Update 3. It's been a wee bit, and since I'm still getting messages about this, I thought I'd just give one big update for this. So more than a month ago I broke up with my BF because he kept pulling pranks involving my face blindness. I can't recognize faces and am dependent on other aspects to recognize someone, and even then it's still confusing. After that he'd been bugging me that he wanted to meet up, so we could get some closure. My gut was telling me not to, but I felt guilty. With you guys' advice, and my own gut feeling in mind, I decided not to go. I asked a friend, Roger, to go bring him his stuff and kept him blocked, including blocking the new accounts he'd made. Roger came back with a letter from him, to me. The letter in itself was apologetic. He even said he was grateful for our time together and took full responsibility. It ended with him saying he'd respect it if I chose not to reply or message. Honestly, a lot of very respectful words. I still decided not to get in touch. Still trying to get over the breakup myself. But I did appreciate it, till I found out he wasn't letting go like he said. Roger and some other mutual friends let me know he was asking them about me. A lot, if I had read the letter, if I was seeing someone else, already. And so on. Couple of days ago he showed up at my place. He was clearly not sober and upset. He just seemed so broken, so I, stupidly, let him in. For a while he was just being miserably nice, while I got him water and stuff. But the more sober, the more angry he got. At that point I messaged basically everyone I knew to come. I didn't think he'd hurt me, but I didn't feel comfortable being alone with him regardless. Among the many accusations of me not even having the decency to reply, that I clearly never cared about him and that I was a horrendous person, he told me I cheated on him and didn't even know it. So how could I blame him for not trusting me? I'm not gonna lie, I was trying to stay calm but failed. And I know I should have not lost my cool. I screamed at him, asked him what he was talking about. Apparently on a night out with him and others, he asked his friend Mike, who knows of my face blindness and has similar characteristics as my ex, apart from a different voice and smell, to swap out with him and kissed me. And I didn't know. I don't know if he's lying or not. But knowing I was drinking and in a crowded loud room, I know it's a possibility. Especially since Mike tried to kiss me another time, though then I immediately realized it was him and lost my shit at him. When I told my then BF, he was more angry than I had ever seen him, so IDK if the time was a plan as well or not. Either way Mike is a disgusting human. I know it's just a kiss, but it did make me sick to my stomach just thinking about how they might have played me. I told him to get out, he didn't. Luckily it didn't take long for some people to arrive and get him out. I'm endlessly grateful for the people I have around me. I'm staying at my parents' place now, took a break from work and am looking into therapy. My mom and dad, who got a tattoo years ago just so I would never doubt it's him, are treating me like a princess and reminding me of the kindness people deserve. Haven't looked into a restraining order, but might if it continues. Thanks to you all for helping me see what's right in this situation. Reddit has been a wonderful community I am very grateful for. I probably won't update anymore, as this is over and done with. But I'm glad I got to pour my heart out to y'all. Update 4. We broke up nearly 3 months ago. It wasn't pretty. There were a lot of things not right between us. Among other things, he kept joking with the fact that I have a severe case of face blindness. I wasn't perfect in this relationship either BTW, not trying to make him the villain. Usually I go by voice, obvious traits and so on. I'm lucky enough to have a lot of wonderful people around me who'll introduce themselves once we start talking, warn me if they change their looks or even wear something that'll help me, like my dad who got a tattoo just for me. But it's still hard and gives me so much anxiety. So maybe I'm imagining it all? I stayed with my parents and we cousins for a while after the breakup, but since I'm home, I feel like he's still around. The first time, I went to a club with a friend and her BF, started dancing with a guy and went outside with him to get some air. The moment we stepped outside and I heard his voice, I knew it was him. I was so sure. I freaked, went inside again and left with my friend. I messaged him later and he denied it vehemently, telling me he was not even near there. That we can meet up and talk if I want. My friend says she's not sure, she was off with her BF and didn't see him. So maybe I'm wrong. My gut says it was him, but I can't trust my brain with these things. There's been more incidents like this since. If I go out, sometimes I just feel like he's there. Like I'll see a guy focused on me and will know it's him, but he'll deny it. Or someone will come to my job and I'll recognize the voice, but he responds so confused and I'll feel like a crazy person making a scene, so I just quietly give him what he needs. I'll go to the grocery store and a guy will suddenly be next to me. He won't even say anything to me, but the smell traits tell me it's him. But then later he denies it all. It's not every day, or something. Once a week, maybe not even that. But it's enough to make me feel so on edge. The thing is, I could be wrong. Maybe it was never him. I don't go out a lot anymore, unless I'm with someone. I keep my phone in my hand in hopes of snapping a picture to show to my friends. Looking into how to get a camera. I don't know what else to do really. I'm afraid if I talk to others about it, they'll simply dismiss it. At the same time he's still messaging me, just as kindly as when we first started dating. He says he's worried about me, that he wants to help. And I just feel like I'm going crazy. Maybe I am. Update 5. I have a quite severe case of face blindness, but have my own ways to get around, like all of us. But still, I can never be completely sure who's in front of me until they confirm it. I'm sure you know the feeling. Now I have had wonderful people in my life who make it so much easier for me. But have you had people who don't do that? My previous BF messed with me sometimes, and I sometimes worry he might still be. But it's hard to be sure, when I can't trust what I see. Sometimes I'm so sure it's him, but he'll deny it, and I can never convince myself to be 100% certain of what I saw. Do you have any things you did to deal with people who messed with you? Or didn't you take your prosopagnosia seriously? New update. First, thanks to the mods for allowing me to post this update. I don't know if anyone will see this, but I keep getting messages about this, very kind ones, for which I'm grateful, and thought I'd just do a wee update. I'm not in the best place mentally, so I will keep this short. This will also be my last one, as Liv taken plenty of your time as is and don't really know what to do with the attention, though I'm extremely appreciative of all the support and advice. I posted here a while ago about how I wasn't sure if my ex was messing with me, and my face blindness, or if I was just being paranoid. I now know it's both. I really did feel like a crazy person. The day I made the post, I broke off contact with him again. I got a few more messages from him, all kind and concerned-ish. Even some mutual friends, and one girl I barely know, reached out saying they were worried because of what my ex told them. But here's the thing, I did manage to subtly make two videos, 2 different times, in which my parents could clearly see him. Honestly, I was an absolute mess. Since then I've also been staying with my parents again and took a break from work. We're trying to look into a restraining order, but it's not that easy. There's some redemption though. A friend did what I didn't have the balls to do and completely exposed him. Got some very angry messages from my ex after, in which he, among other things, said he just happened to be in the same place, but now I'm making him out to be some kind of stalker because of my insecurities. Doesn't explain why he didn't just say it was him though. Or how it happened at least twice in less than 2 weeks. That's where we're at right now. I wish I could tell you more. I'm kind of stuck right now. I have no proof about the previous times. Even more so, there's been moments in the past weeks I also thought it was him, and it wasn't. Either confirmed by video, or because I wasn't alone. Then there's been some times in the last weeks where I didn't manage to get any recording, photo. Though I am relieved to have some answers, I'm also heartbroken. I don't know how to process knowing there's people that'll abuse my flaws in this way. I feel incredibly paranoid and it's exhausting. I'm looking into moving away. At the same time, I'm hopeful this is the end of it, that him getting exposed will be the end of this. Multiple people have told him to back off and leave me alone. I'm happy to be home with my parents for now. I'm safe, thanks for all the advice. Relevant comments. Commenter, dude is an abusive psycho. Put him on blast. He has serious mental problems. OP, I'm gonna sound like an absolute idiot, but I still often feel conflicted about it. I wish he'd just admit to everything. There's a lot of things that feel uncertain and I'm having a hard time letting those go. Like, I only have proof about those 2 times. What if he's right and it was only those 2? Still wouldn't be okay, but IDK, either way, just hope it all ends here. I found out I was pregnant with my 4th child not long after divorcing my husband. I'm conflicted about whether I should keep this baby. This is long. I'm sorry, I've sort of written a novel here. I wanted to post this in a relationship advice group, but the subject matter isn't allowed. My ex-husband and I were married for 10 years, although the last 2 were spent in variations of separation. We've been divorced for roughly a year. We have 3 kids, 10, 8, 5, I'm pregnant with our 4th baby. I don't know if we'll actually be parents to 4 kids or not. I'm so conflicted. We are so conflicted. There was no abuse or cheating in our marriage, although he did sleep with somebody else during our separation. There are a variety of other reasons why we ultimately got divorced. After the initial feelings of failure and heartache, and there was an immense amount of heartache on my end despite being the one who filed for divorce, we were able to get along pretty well. It becomes platonic so quickly, and it's like when we remove the romantic and married relationship from the equation, things got so much better. We split time with our kids 50-50ths. That's really hard for me because being a mom is such a huge part of my identity that I still sometimes struggle to know what to do with myself during his time with the kids. Ultimately, I'm happy that he's a loving, involved father, and I'm glad that they do spend half their time with him, even if I still sometimes cry over not being with them all the time. We still do things together as a family sometimes. We sit together at our kids' activities, things like that. He has a girlfriend now. She seems nice. He met her not long after our divorce was finalized. It hurt. I cried way too much over it. He waited over 6 months to introduce her to our kids, which I was thankful for. My kids like her. Our youngest child was unexpectedly admitted to the hospital not long ago. He had surgery. In the grand scheme of things, it was a pretty minor surgery and he's absolutely fine now, but this is my baby and he had to spend multiple nights in the hospital, so this was a big deal for me. My ex-husband was there the entire time, being a great dad, being a supportive partner to me as I worried over every little thing. We spent all those nights in the hospital together and I remembered why I married him. He was always able to be the strong, level-headed rock for me. He was this safe person who I knew would take care of everything and protect me. When we were in the hospital, he told me that I'm the most important woman in his life. When our son was discharged, my ex-husband came back to my house. My baby was home safe. Our other 2 children were excited to be home after staying with my husband's sister for several nights. We were all together at home like a family again. That night after our kids were in bed, we had sex. I hadn't been hoping for it or planning it. It was just like as soon as the kids were tucked away in their rooms, we were having this intensely passionate, needy, amazing sex that we shouldn't have been having. We went to sleep in my bed and at some point in the middle of the night we had sex again. The next morning we both decided our emotions with the whole situation with our son just got the better of us. We said we didn't regret sleeping together, but that's all it was and we were just going to go back to our normal divorce lives. We wouldn't make it awkward, just move on. Then I found out I was pregnant. We didn't use a condom. I don't even have condoms in my house anymore. I'm not on birth control. I haven't been since we divorced. I haven't needed it since I haven't had the time or interest to start dating again. I really wanted to be single for a while. I know I was ovulating when we slept together, which was probably a contributing subconscious factor as to why it happened. My body sees him being a good dad to our kids and it wants another. My cycle is like clockwork and we've always conceived on the first try every time we've tried to get pregnant. Our first kid was not even a try. It was 2 weeks before your wedding you find out you're pregnant and spend your honeymoon with morning sickness surprise. So now I'm about 8 weeks pregnant. I've known for about a week. I just told him this past weekend. I didn't know if I would tell him at all. I realize now that I only told him in hopes that he'd tell me what to do and figure the situation out for me. Only he didn't. I know it makes no sense to have a baby with somebody I chose to divorce. I don't need a 4th child. Why can't I let go of this though? Update 1. I posted about a week ago. My ex-husband and I have been divorced for about a year. We have 3 kids, ranging from 10, 5 years old. We have gotten along great since the divorce, better than when we were married. It's almost like we're friends, can do things with our kids, and enjoy being around each other. About 2 months ago, our youngest unexpectedly ended up having surgery and spending several nights in the hospital. He's fine now. My ex-husband and I stayed together with our son the entire time he was in the hospital. When he was discharged, my ex-husband came back to my house, or former family home, at our son's request. He was just supposed to spend a few hours there. Help our son get settled, then go home. However, I guess all of the emotions and being together as a family in our former shared home got the better of us and we ended up having sex twice that night. Now I'm 9 weeks pregnant. I wasn't on birth control, was on it until after our divorce was finalized, but have been intentionally remaining single for a while and not involved with men in any way, so was giving my body a break from birth control. Initially we were undecided about what to do, but as of last weekend we made the decision together to have the baby. It feels sort of crazy to me. Definitely not a situation I ever imagined I'd find myself in. I already picture this baby looking just like our other kids. I guess that's why I struggled with the idea of not continuing with the pregnancy, which I know isn't really a valid reason to have a baby. This is probably the last baby I'll ever have. I'm 39, so even if I were to meet a man who I trusted enough to want to have a child with and a future with, I'll be well into my 40s by then. I plan to be very picky, but I'm not even at the point of wanting to find somebody new yet. We're not getting back together, for now. We get along great when we're not married and living in the same house. We feel it'd be irresponsible to all of our children to attempt to get back together right now because of this. Chances are higher that we'll be able to co-parent this baby successfully if we live separately. However, we are committed to working together to do what has to be done to take care of the baby when he or she gets here. Our kids are doing so great right now and they seem very happy and secure with the current setup of our lives and homes, so we want to stick with this for now. I don't know if I really understand what I'm getting myself into. Our other kids were all born into a marriage and a 2-parent home. I know that sharing custody of a baby will be a lot different than the kids going back and forth between homes. I might be feeling too positive about it, but I think it could work out fine. The new baby will just see this as normal, right? Next thing to worry about will be having to explain this to everyone when we tell them. My family and friends will get over it, but I'm especially concerned with explaining it to our kids. I'm worried our oldest won't take the news well. She also knows what sex is and how babies are made. And for everyone concerned about his girlfriend, she's not his girlfriend anymore. Top rated comment: these two are 100% getting back together within a year and then breaking up again in another. Update 2. Several people have asked me for an update on my situation. My ex-husband and I are having a baby. My other posts are on my profile. A recap is that we were married for 10 years, divorced for almost 1.5 years now, and have 3 kids together. We slept together twice during a stressful family time and I ended up pregnant. We've since admitted we are both still in love with each other, but have not actually declared that we're back together, mainly for the same of our kids. I last posted toward the end of January. I'm 28 weeks pregnant. We're having a little girl. As far as the pregnancy goes, it's been like a textbook pregnancy and so I feel pretty good, just more tired than I ever remember being during pregnancy before. My husband and I continue to live separately and share custody of our kids. We each have them 50% of the time. They're all aware that we're having a baby and none of them seem to be deeply confused or emotionally damaged by their divorced parents having a baby together. We explained it in an age-appropriate way. Our oldest child was more grossed out that her parents had sex than anything else, since she now understands what sex is and how babies are made. We've been involved with her quite a bit and she's excited now. I even took her to one of my appointments. She's excited to have a baby sister and she understands that mom and dad love her and her siblings, that we love this new baby, and that we love each other as people and as parenting partners without actually being together as a married couple in one house. Meanwhile, my husband and I have started to attend couples counseling. We tried marriage counseling when we were separated before we divorced, but I think we were both already pretty mentally done, so counseling didn't do much for us then. I think we're getting way more out of it now because we're actually invested in it and putting in a lot of effort. Sometimes I feel great after a session, and at other times I feel not so great and am reminded of reasons why we divorced. Overall, I think it's a good thing for us no matter what happens with our relationship. We've been sleeping together for the last few months. We already agreed that we won't be seeing other people at this time. I wouldn't be saying this while pregnant anyway, and it's not as if I'll even have time with 3 kids and a newborn. We agreed that we will not open ourselves to being with other people while we are working on our relationship and before that conversation is had between us. We are carrying on just as we have been since our divorce, as far as our kids are concerned. Dad doesn't spend the night at our house. We do things together as a family sometimes, but we were doing that even before anything was rekindled between us. We're not acting as a couple when we're together as a family. We're friendly with each other, but there is no holding hands, kissing, etc. Our main concern is our kids. We refuse to say we're back together. If we officially get back together, we really want to feel certain that it'd be for the long term, that we're ready to commit to that. We don't want to give our kids whiplash or do anything to make them insecure about our family. We would like to get to that point, but we aren't there yet. I think if my husband had his way we'd be there. He's ready to say he's there now. He'd love to move back home. But he understands and agrees with my reasoning. I'd love for him to move back home too, based only on emotions. We both have things to work on, separately and together. I want to be a better spouse this time around. I thought I was being a really great wife and I was on the surface. I also know that right now I feel so in love and am hopped on hormones and pregnancy happiness. I always feel super happy, super positive and super horny during pregnancy, and I know I have to be careful with trusting anything I feel during this time because it's like I'm on a 24/7 natural high. I think the biggest issue right now is that he's far more, let's throw caution to the wind, even though he agrees with all of my reasoning, and I want to be way more careful. Final update. I've made a few posts about my husband getting pregnant after we divorced. We were married for 10 years and had 3 kids before getting divorced. We got along so much better after we divorced and we have been really good co-parents during this time, but we were functioning strictly as friendly co-parents. We slept together around 1 year after our divorce was finalized and conceived a 4th baby, which we ultimately decided to keep. Our 4th child, a sweet baby girl, was born at the end of May. She's so perfect and we both feel we made the right choice to bring her into the world. It was the smoothest, easiest birth I've had and I take that as a sign. I feel like I fell in love with him all over again during labor and delivery, and that's when I knew I was ready to make our relationship official and public to everyone, including our children. Contrary to all the assumptions, our kids really don't seem to be negatively affected or confused about the baby, And I don't think the newest baby is getting any less love or attention than our 3 kids born within our marriage have. This is normal to them now. They understand we're still a family, and no matter what, we'll always be a family whether mom and dad live together. We are still living separately and technically still maintaining the custody schedule we had in place for our oldest 3 kids. Although, the kids are with me every weekday right now since it's summer break and I'm on maternity leave. We have a different arrangement for the baby, but he does take her overnight a few nights a week. I got our family home in the divorce and he spends time here with all of us. He has spent some nights here at home to help with the baby, but he doesn't stay in my bedroom quite yet. He has not moved in, although he has tried and continues to suggest it. This is probably the biggest point of contention these days. To me, this feels like the best of both worlds. I love him and truly don't want to be with anyone else. I think I sort of function better and am happier also living in my own space that he just visits. I know it's not the norm, and some might say this means I don't really love him as much as I think. I really believe I'm just one of those people who needs more independence and alone time, and maybe we never would have got divorced in the first place if this had been the arrangement from the beginning. Is it sort of selfish? Maybe. I don't know anyone else with this arrangement, but I know some people out there do this. For all intents and purposes, we are together in a relationship again. We've made it official and exclusive, as juvenile as that sounds. We had already made it official between ourselves, but we hadn't really announced it to family and friends or our kids. We are still in love with each other or back in love with each other, and we are not seeing anyone else. Our kids have adjusted well. They've been seeing a therapist since we filed for divorce, so that has really helped us navigate some of this. Prior to the baby's birth, we did not tell them that we were essentially in a relationship. Only so long you can keep that a secret from your kids. Even though they're young, they're perceptive. So we've recently explained to them that mommy and daddy love each other, but we get along better living in separate homes, and for now we think this is the best thing for our family. The only problem is that now they keep asking about when we will all live together again. I'm sure it's a little confusing to them, but I'm not sure how we could be handling it any better. We attempted marriage counseling when we separated, before divorce. It was not successful. I don't think either of us was 100% committed to it at the time. He really did not take it seriously back then, but I was more stubborn and resistant than I originally realized. We're in couples therapy now, and it's like night and day compared to last time. I'm scared to live together again, so we aren't going to do that anytime soon. It's not that I don't trust him. I don't trust us as a couple. I refuse to put my kids through all of that again. So, getting remarried and moving in together isn't something in the plans right now. Maybe one day. I hope we can get to that point. I just don't want my kids to have to go through a divorce and splitting households yet again. I feel like they'd lose all trust in us then. OP on their living situation. I think it might be best for us to find a way to each have our own place next to each other or on the same property, instead of one actual house that we share. Other than not living together, we are together. It's no different than any other couple that's dating but doesn't live together. Well, it's a little different since we share kids and we were once married, and I still usually refer to him as my husband, but not too different. We aren't keeping our relationship a secret anymore, so we aren't pretending to not be together. Everyone knows now. We spend a lot of time together. But yeah, he may eventually want more than I do, as in a relationship where we live together 24/7. At this point, the hubby's XGF was firmly in the rearview mirror and OP was still brushing it off as if it is no biggie, but I found one exchange that people may find interesting. OP, downvoted. Yes, he had a girlfriend at the time. It's in my post history and I'm not trying to hide it, but we have moved well beyond that now. Response: people are downvoting her comment because it is pretty black and white when it comes to cheating. Cheating hurts others, and a lot of people value living in a world and having actions that don't result in hurting others. He was in a relationship and committed to his girlfriend when he decided that he had the right to sleep with his ex and not immediately tell her that he did it. She deserved better than to get trauma from someone who claimed to be committed to her, but was willing to step out on her. Cheating on someone does result in emotional trauma, which will affect how they will view love and relationships going forward. Personally, if he wasn't ready to be in a relationship with her, then he should have left her alone. I am tired of men in particular getting into relationships with women when they know they are not clearly over their ex-partner. It is a sign of selfishness and pure disregard of another human being's health. She was used as an emotional support and sex object by him, because no one that respects their partner would do something this cruel. So I'm not going to cheer on someone who could have just avoided this entire situation by not being in a relationship when he was clearly not ready to be in one, and hurt someone deeply. Edit: I want to add additional thought as well. Cheating is not only an emotional hurt but a sign that you give zero care about your partner's health. He was presumably still having sex with his ex-girlfriend after sleeping with no condoms with his ex-wife. With the rate of sexually transmitted diseases and infections increasing and the likelihood of the disease being antibiotic resistant, he told his ex that he had zero care for health and emotional well-being. She had the basic right to know that he slept with another person while still being intimate with her. Especially with no form of protection. Not calling the ex-wife dirty but with the risk of catching a disease that's incurable, or opens you up to higher risk of illness, every person who is engaging in a sexual relationship deserves honesty. OP. All of this may be true. I'm not arguing anything you said. But I'd like to know what everyone on Reddit thinks we're supposed to do about it. We can't go back in time and undo what we did. Maybe Redditors feel that as an act of penance we should not be together, despite very much wanting to, since that's what we deserve for hurting her in the process. We should never be allowed to move on and have any happiness in our lives, together or separate, because we did something at one time that hurt somebody. Short of publicly flogging ourselves and maybe not allowing ourselves to ever be in a relationship with anyone ever again as a form of self-punishment, what are we supposed to do to satisfy the masses? Neither of us are proud of hurting somebody. My family is constantly comparing me to my successful cousin, and I've reached my breaking point. I'm a 30-year-old freelance graphic designer, and this year's Thanksgiving was a total mess. My family gets together every year and my cousin Kevin's name always comes up. The way they talk about him makes you think he walks on water. Kevin works as a corporate lawyer and is the family's golden boy. He's tall, always well-dressed, drives a fancy car and embodies almost every success stereotype that my family holds dear. Meanwhile, I'm just the person doing the art projects. This year, it began before Kevin arrived. We were sitting at the dinner table, and my mother made the first statement as soon as the food hit the plates. She did not waste any time. "Kevin really has his life together, doesn't he?" she asked, staring at me as if I should nod and agree. I just kept my head down and focused on the mashed potatoes. My freelance business has been doing well lately, yet none of them cares. All they see is that I don't make six figures in some high-powered profession, and that's all that matters to them. The night carried on, and the subject kept returning to Kevin. My aunts and uncles would not quit talking about him. "Have you heard? Kevin's firm is preparing him for partnership. Alternatively, oh, and he just returned from a Maldives trip." It's as if they are enamored with him. I've learned to keep silent over the years. There's no point in trying to steer the topic when everything points to my cousin. But this year seemed different. I'm not sure why, but something inside me couldn't take it anymore. As if on cue, Kevin made his spectacular appearance. He arrived late, of course, and the instant he went through the door, all eyes were on him. He walked in, flashing the keys to his new sports car like he was the star of a reality show. Everyone came up to greet him. I remained sitting, observing on the sidelines as they virtually fawned over him. Nobody cared to ask me about my life or my job. I'd just secured a very great freelance gig with a popular independent brand, yet it was as if I didn't exist. Then came the kicker. During supper, my mother leaned over and remarked, "Maybe if you had stuck to a more stable career, you could afford a place like Kevin's." I could feel my hands tightening into fists beneath the table. I didn't say anything, but my insides were boiling. It wasn't just one comment, it was years of hearing the same story. I understand what they think. Kevin is the success story, and I'm the guy who could have done more. But here's the thing. Kevin's life is not flawless. He's unhappy at his high-stress work, and I know he's been in more failed relationships than I can count. He's told me before about how lonely he is, but none of this matters to the family. They just see the surface and they believe he has it all. Knowing this does not assist, however. Even while I understand his hardships, I can't shake the notion that I'm constantly in his shadow. Then my uncle joined in. He leaned down half joking. "You know, Kevin could probably get you a job at his company. Maybe it's time to get serious about work, right?" I tried to chuckle, but inside I felt like I was going to burst. It's as if they don't see me. I've developed a successful career, yet they don't consider it true work. They simply cannot respect it. After dinner, I found myself drinking more than I normally would. Everyone moved into the living room, where the talk naturally turned back to Kevin. They discussed his recent promotion, his new automobile, and the vacation he just enjoyed. I tried to join in at one point, casually mentioning the freelancing job I'd been working on, but before I could finish, my aunt interrupted to tell me that Kevin's firm is sending him to Europe for a large case. I felt invisible. That's when the memories came pouring back. Growing up, the story was always the same. Kevin was the kid I was always compared to at school activities, family holidays, and even birthday celebrations. It was always, "Look at Kevin, isn't he amazing?" Meanwhile, I was only there as the other cousin. I'm not sure what came over me, but I couldn't be silent any longer. When I eventually spoke up, the room became quiet. I said something like, "You people know I have my own life, right? It may not be a well-paying corporate position, but it makes me happy." The room lapsed into an uneasy quiet. My mother gave me the look that suggests she's disappointed without saying anything. No one knew what to say, of course. Kevin, as the golden child, attempted to smooth things over. He smiled and complimented my creative work, but it did not feel real. It seemed patronizing. That was when I snapped. I responded, "Thanks, but I don't need validation from someone who doesn't even know what happiness is." You could have heard a pin drop. Everyone was stunned. Nobody had ever spoken to Kevin like way, especially not me. My father swiftly drew me aside, muttering that I was causing a commotion, but I didn't care anymore. I was finished pretending everything was good. Without saying anything else, I grabbed my coat and walked out. I couldn't stand being in that house anymore. I was fed up with the continual comparisons and the sense of never being good enough. As soon as I arrived home, I opened Reddit and vented. I blogged about everything. How I'd been compared to Kevin my entire life, how Thanksgiving was the final straw, and how I was tired of being treated as if I didn't exist. The post received thousands of upvotes and hundreds of comments. People from all over shared their own family comparison stories, and I felt less alone than I had in a long time. Late that night, I received a text from Kevin. "I saw your post. We need to talk." My phone was constantly buzzing the morning after Thanksgiving. At first, I didn't even look into it. I knew what it was. After my Reddit article went viral, I expected some family members to see it, and they did. It was a mixed bag. Some responses were sympathetic, while others were filled with wrath. My aunt left a lengthy voicemail, unhappy that I had discussed intimate family affairs in public. Another cousin, whom I hadn't spoken to in years, sent me a message stating, "I understand. I have been there." That one startled me. Then came the message I had been dreading. From my mother. Her call arrived at 10 a.m., and I could already imagine what the talk would be like. I let it ring for a while before picking up. She did not hold back. She was unhappy that I had posted our family business online, and she demanded that I apologize to Kevin for embarrassing him in front of everyone. It was all the typical stuff, like how I needed to set things right and correct what I'd done. This time though, things were different. I refused to cave. I refused to apologize, even after years of quietly living with the repeated comparisons. I made it apparent that I was over pretending things were good. And if they couldn't accept me for who I was, I'd have to walk away. She was quiet for a time, perhaps not expecting me to stand firm like that. However, the call ended with her expressing her disappointment in me. It pained, but I understood what had to happen. Later that night, Kevin called me. I wasn't sure what to expect, perhaps another lecture, or some passive-aggressive attempt to smooth things over, but Kevin simply wanted to chat. I almost did not pick up. A part of me wanted to just ignore him, but curiosity got the best of me. I responded, and after a brief awkward chat, we decided to meet the next day at a local coffee shop. When I arrived, Kevin was already sitting at a table by the window, looking slightly less put together than normal. He wasn't dressed sharply. Just a hoodie and pants, which was unusual for him. I sat down, and after a few moments of small conversation, he got to the point. He apologized. He stated he had no idea how much the family's continual comparisons had influenced me. I nodded, but I didn't entirely believe it. I figured he must be aware on some level. He'd always been the golden child, and I assumed he appreciated it, even if he didn't acknowledge it out loud. But then he said something that took me off guard. He complained about his profession, including the hard hours, constant pressure, and the fact that his parents prioritized his career over his happiness. It was eating him up. He even admitted that he had been considering quitting for a long time but didn't know how to tell his family. He informed me that all the acclaim and attention he received didn't make him happy. In reality, it only made him feel more imprisoned. I just sat there, stunned. For the first time, I felt like we were on the same page. I used to believe he enjoyed the attention, but after hearing him speak, I understood he too was frustrated, just like me. We began talking more openly than ever before about how much pressure we both felt from our families. I told him how being compared to him my entire life had made me feel invisible, as if nothing I accomplished could ever measure up. Surprisingly, he said he envied me. He stated he wished he had the bravery to follow something he was passionate about, as I was with my design job, but he felt too constrained by the expectations placed on him. Then he dropped the bomb. He intended to quit his work and travel for a year to figure out what he truly wanted in life. I wasn't sure what to say. We were talking about Kevin, the guy who had everything, and now he was telling me he was about to throw it all away to go trekking or whatever. Part of me was stunned, but another part of me admired him for it. It required courage to walk away from a profession like his, especially because his entire family had been rooting for him for years. When he eventually told the family about his plan, everything went as expected. The same relatives who had been praising his praises only days before were now full of criticism. How could you throw away such a bright career? How about your future? It felt weird to watch. All of their admiration for him was disintegrating before my eyes. I couldn't help but feel satisfied. For once, Kevin wasn't being treated as if he were perfect. He was just like the rest of us. Imperfect and attempting to figure things out. As Kevin began arranging his vacation, I found myself respecting him in ways I never expected. He was taking control of his life by doing what he wanted rather than what others expected of him. And for the first time, I didn't feel as if I were living in his shadow. The family had finally stopped treating him as if he were untouchable, which seemed like a victory, not just for me, but for both of us. A few days later, my parents arranged a family meeting to discuss Kevin's choice, as well as my recent defiance. I went, but this time I wouldn't sit quietly. I told them straight up that if they didn't quit comparing me to others, I was going to cut off contact. I was not going to allow them to continue to make me feel inadequate. There was a lot of tension in the room after that, but I wasn't concerned. I had finally uttered everything I needed to say. I left the conference with a peculiar sensation of peace. I had no idea what would happen next with my family, but for the first time, it didn't matter. I was finally living life on my own terms, and it felt great. Update 2. 2 weeks had passed since the family gathering, and I hadn't spoken with my parents. Honestly, the silence seemed like an odd combination of relief and anguish. On the one hand, I was emotionally exhausted by the entire process, but on the other, I finally felt at ease knowing I had stood my ground. The last thing I told them was clear: if they didn't stop comparing me to Kevin, I was going to terminate communication. It had left them astonished. And the silence. Yeah, they were trying to find out how to reply. In the midst of all that silence, my phone rang. That was my younger sister. She typically avoided family conflict, but this time she called to express her admiration for how I handled things during the meeting. She told me she had also felt the burden of family expectations but had never been brave enough to speak up. Hearing that was surprising, yet it made sense. She's always been in the background, never making waves, so I guess I never considered that she may be feeling some of the same weight I was. Meanwhile, Kevin was already making moves. I received a message from him stating that he had sold his sports vehicle and was reducing his residence in preparation for his extensive trip plans. The guy didn't waste any time. I couldn't help but be surprised by how quickly he was going, but I had to appreciate it. He was truly taking control of his life and doing things that made him happy, which surprised me. It was bizarre to see him transition from the ideal corporate person to someone who consciously chose to walk away from it all. But the biggest surprise happened a few days later. I was sitting at home, surfing around Reddit, when my phone buzzed again. It was my father. My father isn't one for long chats or dramatic speeches, so when I saw his name come up, I didn't expect much. But when I opened the message, I was floored. It was a quick statement. "I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself." That is it. It was a little message, but coming from him meant a lot. For as long as I could remember, my father had always been the silent sort, never displaying any emotion. So receiving this text from him felt enormous. Of course, not everyone agreed with the way things had gone. One of my aunts called and blatantly tried to guilt-trip me into apologizing to my mother. She went on about how family comes first and how upset my mother was, but this time I wasn't giving up. I stood firm, telling her that things had to change and that I would not continue to live under the same weight of expectations. I wasn't being rude, but I was direct. It felt like another tiny win to be able to set boundaries with them, even if they didn't appreciate it. I kept posting Reddit throughout everything, and the support I received from strangers was astounding. Every time I submitted an update, I received comments from folks who had been in similar situations. It felt almost like treatment. Seeing that other individuals knew what I was going through made me feel less alone. It provided me with confirmation that I hadn't had from my own family in years. Then one night during one of our catch-up talks, Kevin smacked me with something unexpected. He suggested I join him on his travels for a few months. He thought it would be a perfect opportunity for both of us to get away from the family stress and simply reset. I wasn't sure how to answer at first. The idea of taking a few months off was appealing, but I had never been the kind to take impromptu travels, especially with someone with such a tangled history. Still, it remained in the back of my mind. A few days later, my parents' silence ended. My mother called, and it was not the angry, demanding call I had anticipated. Instead, she was in tears, pleading with me to come over and talk. She didn't understand why I was furious or angry, and she pleaded with me to make things right before they grew worse. I agreed to meet with her, but this time I set the terms. I told her I'd come over, but first we'd have an honest chat about how her incessant comparisons to Kevin had affected me over the years. She pondered before agreeing. When I arrived at the residence, things were tight. My mother was defensive at first, not understanding why I was making such a big deal about things. But as I laid it all out, how the Thanksgiving dinner went, how she always bragged about Kevin's success while never acknowledging mine, it began to set in. I provided her specific examples, demonstrating how the family's fixation on Kevin had made me feel like an afterthought for years. At first, she denied it. She insisted that she simply wanted the best for me and that she never intended to hurt me. But as the talk progressed, I saw a shift in her. She began to realize how her actions, albeit well-intentioned, had caused significant damage. She apologized, and while I accepted it, I knew it would take time to heal. My father was also present, sitting calmly as he usually does. He didn't say much, but when I mentioned how suffocating their expectations had been, he nodded. That tiny act meant far more than any words could have. It was his way of saying he understood. The meeting concluded on a cautiously hopeful note. My mother stated she was willing to work on things, and my father even promised to attend one of my freelancing art shows, something he had never done before. I left feeling optimistic, but I knew it would take time for things to really change. Later that night, I found myself reflecting on Kevin's offer to go. Perhaps this was the ideal time to take a break from the family conflict and focus on myself. I'd spent years coping with their expectations, and now I had a chance to break away, at least for a short time. I've chosen to go. I texted Kevin and said I'd accompany him on the first leg of his journey. I wasn't sure what to anticipate, but I decided it was time to find out. Update 3. Departure day came quickly. Kevin and I boarded the flight to Japan, our first stop. I'd never traveled much before, so the entire event felt weird. The exhilaration came in waves, accompanied by a small amount of anxiety. There we were, two cousins who had spent most of our lives entangled in family dysfunction, set to embark on this big journey together. Before we departed, we agreed on one thing: no family conversations. This was our opportunity to leave everything behind and simply enjoy the adventure. The first several days in Japan were a jumble of unfamiliar sights, sounds, and foods. We jumped right into sightseeing, temples, busy streets, and neon-lit nights. Kevin appeared calmer than he has in a long time. He wasn't constantly checking his phone or discussing work. I began to see a different side of him, one that was unrelated to his work or his family's expectations. I wasn't sure what to make of it at first, but it was a noticeable departure from the Kevin I knew. After a long day of touring, we ended up at a quiet supper location and ate bowls of ramen. Kevin finally talked about his choice to quit his work. It wasn't just the stress, he continued. It was the knowledge that he had been living a life controlled by what others desired for him. His parents, his colleagues, and even our extended family. Everything he had done up until now had been for their approval, and he had no idea what he wanted for himself. It hit me harder than I expected, owing to the realization that we were more alike than I had previously assumed. Although our journeys had been different, we both felt shackled by expectations. His is the perfect success story, whereas mine is constantly being compared to that achievement. The more we chatted, the more the barriers between us came down. For the first time, we were having a genuine conversation, rather than the surface-level conversations we'd had at family events. Kevin said that he had always coveted my ability to pursue my passions. He told me that while I might not have the money or prestige, I did have something he lacked: passion. In exchange, I revealed that I had always felt inadequate next to him. It was a real honest chat that brought us closer than ever before. Of course, things were not perfect. A few days later, we had our first major argument. Kevin, being Kevin, wanted to organize every element of our trip, including itineraries, backup plans, and spreadsheets of potential destinations. Meanwhile, I wanted to be more spontaneous, to go with the flow and explore without a set timetable. The conflict was inevitable. We ended up not speaking for the rest of the day because we were both too obstinate to back down. By the next morning, we were both done. We sat down to apologize. Kevin stated that his urge to control every aspect stemmed from his demanding career, where everything had to be perfect. I recognized that my dissatisfaction was not just about the vacation. It was deeper. It was about how I still felt compelled to prove something. We agreed to meet each other halfway. We eventually reached a compromise. Some days, we followed Kevin's ideas, while others, we let the day flow naturally. Once we found our groove, the trip was precisely what I needed. We trekked through the mountains, visited peaceful temples, and even made a surprise weekend vacation to the countryside. The longer we were traveling, the lighter I felt. It was like peeling away layers of anticipation with each new experience. I began to regain my joy, not just in life, but also at work. I even got out my sketchbook for the first time in months to draw scenes from the trip that had inspired me. Throughout, my phone rang with texts from home, largely from my mother. She sent updates on how things were progressing, but I kept my comments brief. I wasn't ready to go back into that environment just yet. Then one day, I received a message from my father. "Hope you're finding what you're looking for." It read brief and straightforward, but it had a lot of weight coming from him. I did not answer immediately, but the message lingered with me. As Kevin and I continued our journey, he began to worry about what he would do when it was all done. He didn't intend to return to corporate law, but he wasn't sure what the next step was. One night, I proposed that he consider consulting or teaching law part-time. For the first time, he appeared open to the notion. It was an odd shift. Kevin, who had always been certain of his path, was now exploring something quite different. But it felt like a positive change. One night, while scrolling through Reddit, I decided to share a reflection on how the trip had affected my outlook. I discussed letting go of the desire for family approval and how my relationship with Kevin had evolved from rivalry to mutual respect. It felt good to share, and the responses poured in again, full of encouragement and understanding. A few hours later, my mom texted me. She saw the post and told me she was proud of me for following my dreams. It was unexpected, but for the first time, I felt cautiously optimistic about making things right with her. By the end of the journey, I felt more in control of my life than I had in the past. I was no longer defined by familial comparisons, and for the first time, I felt completely confident in myself. Kevin and I parted ways at the airport. He was going to his next trip, while I was returning home. We both had a better knowledge of each other now, which I never imagined would happen. As I returned to my home life, I couldn't help but feel that it was the beginning of something new. My freelancing company was picking up again, and I had some huge ideas. And perhaps there was something else on the horizon, but more on that later. Update 4. Coming home from my trip with Kevin felt different in a way that I couldn't quite understand at first. Everything in my apartment looked smaller, almost as if it couldn't accommodate the new perspective I'd received throughout our travels. But rather than feeling confined or trapped, I felt more in control, as if I suddenly had room to breathe. I felt clear, and for the first time in a long time, I wasn't weighed down by familial comparisons or self-doubt. I was eager to get back into life full force. When I went back, the first thing I did was catch up on my freelance job. I hadn't imagined how much going away would refuel my imagination. Within days, new ideas flowed, and I felt more motivated than I had in months. I began working with a few new clients, including a well-known company that I'd been wanting to work with for a while. After finalizing the agreement, I made an update on a freelance site regarding the expansion of my firm. The response was astounding. It wasn't just the upvotes or comments. It was the acknowledgement from individuals who understood the grind, who had watched me rage and now saw me thrive. As I returned to my normal schedule, my family began to contact me more frequently. My mother called and invited me to supper, and I noticed my father sending the occasional text asking how things were doing at work. They seemed to be trying, and while I admired their efforts, I remained vigilant. I wasn't going to let myself fall back into the toxic comparisons that had governed my life for so long. I eventually accepted my mom's dinner invitation. I was a little nervous, expecting the same old ritual of hearing about Kevin's newest achievements, but to my astonishment, everything was different. She was truly interested in my trip with Kevin, inquiring about the places we went and what the experience was like. For once, the topic wasn't about Kevin's accomplishments or how I measured up to him. It was nearly normal. During supper, my father said something that caught me completely off guard. He stated he was proud of me for making the decision to travel and pursue my interests. It was a simple comment, but coming from him felt significant. My father has never been one for lengthy emotional conversations, so hearing him accept my choices like that was more significant than he probably understood. It was unexpected support, but it strengthened my belief that I was on the right track. As the weeks passed, I noticed a change in the way my family interacted with me. My mother still made the occasional remark about Kevin, but she quickly caught herself and changed the conversation. It wasn't ideal, but it represented development. More significantly, I wasn't allowing it to affect me in the same way it did before. I finally felt in control of how much their comments influenced me. Then, something unexpected occurred. A few weeks after returning home, Stella and I met at a local art event. We had known each other since college, but I had not seen her in years. She was now a photographer, and we instantly connected over our mutual passion for creative work. We swapped numbers, and before I knew it we were meeting for coffee later that week. It didn't take long for me to experience something I hadn't felt in a long time, a genuine spark. Around the same time, Kevin called me from Italy. He seemed more cheerful than I had ever heard him. He discussed his trips and the great experiences he'd had. He even said that he had no intention of returning to law. Instead, he was thinking about a passion project he had always wanted to pursue, writing a travel book. Hearing him talk about his future with joy rather than stress was a welcome shift, and I found myself cheering for him wholeheartedly. There was no tension or conflict between us anymore. We were just two people figuring out our own paths. Stella and I hit it off right away after that first coffee date. She was encouraging, positive, and truly interested in my work. For the first time in a long time, I felt like I was with someone who accepted me for who I was, rather than comparing me to others. It was invigorating, and the relationship began to progress naturally. We spent more time together. And as I got to know her better, I understood how much she influenced my creativity. When I introduced Stella to my mother, she instantly asked, "What does she do for a living?" Normally, the inquiry would have made me feel compelled to justify or explain myself, but I didn't feel that way this time. I simply informed her that Stella was a photographer and that I was satisfied with her. My mother must have realized that pushing any further was not going to be successful because she dropped the subject, something that would never have happened previously. A few weeks later, I was presented with another significant opportunity. I was hired by a technology company to manage a design team on a big rebranding. It was the type of job I never imagined I'd be trusted with, and it felt like all of my efforts were finally paying off. I announced the news on an entrepreneurship forum, and the response was phenomenal. I couldn't help but think about how far I had gone from my initial venting post. Speaking of reflection, I published another Reddit post outlining the previous few months and how everything had changed. My relationship with my family, my closeness with Kevin, and my newfound confidence. It all felt like part of a journey that I could finally be proud of. The post went viral, garnering thousands of comments and upvotes from those who had been following along from the start. It was humbling, but also validating, to see how many people connected with my story. Stella had a significant impact on my creativity. Her photography inspired me to try new techniques in my design work, and we began working on little projects together. I felt like my work had gained new depth and purpose since we started dating, and I was excited to see where our cooperation would lead us. I'm now focused on the future. I intend to grow my freelance career, pursue new creative opportunities with Stella, and establish healthy boundaries with my family. I'm not completely healed from the years of comparison, but I'm on the right path. I can feel significant changes coming, and I'm ready for whatever happens next. After discovering my stepmom's secret Reddit account, I learned she hates me and my siblings, and it's completely shattered our family. Original post July 17, 2024. I'm really pissed off and want to vent. I even cried reading the things she said and I don't know what to do. I don't need any advice, I just want to vent. My father has been married to my stepmother for 5 years, he has been divorced from my mother since my younger brother was 2 years old. There is no beef between them and they have a great co-parenting. I have a 17-year-old sister, a 16-year-old brother and I'm 25. Then my father has a 3-year-old son with my stepmother. I found her Reddit account in a pretty random way. Since I'm only home on the weekends I let her use my computer, she forgot to close her email. She doesn't post too much but she comments too much. I was honestly going to close the email but it caught my attention that all the replies were from step-parent subreddit so curiosity won me over. I know, it's not a good thing to do and curiosity killed the cat. The first thing I saw was her last post in which she detailed things about my life in a random Reddit sub, criticizing my decisions and even lying to get people to support her. She has posts on that site talking about how happy she feels when my siblings are not at home, my sister adores her. But she has comments talking about how she can't wait for them to turn 18 and leave the house because she just wants to share the house with her family, my father and her toddler. It seems that she doesn't see us as her family. She has a lot of comments answering other people that it's totally okay to not love your stepchildren because they're not family and it's okay not to consider them one. She has comments talking about how much it bothers her when my dad and brother have sleepovers. They just watch a series in the playroom and then go to sleep, as she is tired of hearing the laughter of a teenager and can't wait until we all leave the house so my father can be with his real family. But what she hates the most is having to learn sign language for my little sister. It had always seemed strange to me that SM still struggles with sign language, but now I know that she never really put in the effort to learn. My sister always said that for many people sign language is very difficult, so I never said anything. But now I know that she always found stupid to learn how to communicate with my sister when my sister always tried to help her. I was too surprised by the hatred she has when my father spends time with me and my sister. Her jealousy towards us is so obvious that it disgusts me that there were so many people who told her how they feel the same way about their SDs. To the point of sexualizing things. My siblings are not problem children, they even love her very much, and what fills me with anger the most is that she is so false in front of us. Do you know the number of times I offered to babysit my stepbrother so she and my dad can go on a date? All those times she refused to let me take care of him, but now I saw comments that she left about how I am living at my father's house and I don't help her at all, only for other people to respond saying that she should give my father an ultimatum to make me leave because I'm too old to live with him and he has a new family. I cook my food, do my laundry, share a room with my sister, I help my father pay the bills while she doesn't, and only come home on the weekends because I'm doing a police academy ALSOR full week. I don't even care if I'm making too obvious who I am. It was my father who told me to move back with him so that when I come back from the academy on Friday nights it will be a shorter trip. She sexualizes my interactions with my father, saying that it is not normal for me to sleep a nap hugging him and that I should know my place. He is my father. What the hell wrong with her? I'm so disgusted. Relevant comments. Grumble gal, this, show your father what she really thinks of you all. Because once you're all eventually out and she gets her wish, she's going to work double time to keep it that way and isolate him. Accurate neck. 6933. You won't get any inheritance. She will make sure of it. OOP, I don't think my father has anything to inherit to us. We all lose in that OOP on why she is in the police academy. OP, I live in a third world country. Half of my colleagues are women in vulnerable situations. The only way out they found was to get into the police because here you get free healthcare, education and money. Women who have left their children to walk forward in the only way they found. You demonstrate your privilege by criticizing and being judgmental about someone just because of their work without knowing everything behind it all. OOP on if she has had a relationship with her stepmom and if they have talked on a regular basis. OOP, honestly, I would have taken the time to sit down with her and chat about how she feels before I knew all of this. She's had years to adjust. But now? I don't give a shit about what feels a person who says I want to fuck my own father and that learning sign language is a waste of her time when my sister feels bad for not being able to communicate with her too much after years. Nothing. Nothing justifies being jealous of a daughter with her father, nothing justifies her comments. It's one thing to say you're stressed and another to make up things on the internet about your stepdaughter. I deleted the post, July 17, 2024. Hi, I decided to delete the post because for now I can't tell anyone what happened because I'll basically be locked up in the academy until Friday morning. In fact, I shouldn't even be using my cell phone now. Someone with too much free time shared the situation in that sub of step parents to warn my SM. I have screenshots of everything, including a video showing that it is her email and showing the comments. If she sees that post, what will she do? Delete the account? I already have the proof. But I don't want my siblings to find out before I tell them, and I know that those types of posts usually end up in those TikTok that re-upload posts without permission, so I prefer to delete the post so that it doesn't stand out even more. Although my siblings don't use Reddit or that kind of content. I'm going to post again in that sub when I talk about everything with my family, so I hope Redditors know how to keep the secret of the post for now. I know they won't, hahaha. Being a stepmom is hard. Yes, one thing is feeling that you're having a hard time, and another totally different thing is making a post saying that you hate it when your stepdaughter is around her father because you think she's going to *CK him, TF. It is not the same to say being a step-parent is stressful, than to say honestly learning SL is unnecessary. BC when the girl turns 18 I will not see her again. It is a waste of time since she can read lips. Also some people complained about me hugging my dad. I also take a nap hugging my mother or my siblings. I'm sorry for having a family that loves me and are not perverts who see a hug as something sexual. Probably next week I will be able to maybe give an update. The academy keeps me working almost all day. Comments elegant_crab_7500. Oh honey, my heart breaks for you. You do though, sound very mature and responsible. I have helped my sister raise my niece who is now 23 and is totally alienated from her dad, who left my sister for his now wife when my niece was only 10 months old. And step-family because her stepmom is much like yours but has done far worse things, but then in a narcissistic way blamed it on my sister and I. My niece acts very tough and nonchalant about it, but a good few months ago, we were watching Hope Floats, and she just burst into tears sobbing, "Why doesn't Dad love me? What did I do wrong?" There is no perfect outcome for this sadly, But I do feel that she needs to know that you know, and so do your mom and siblings. If possible, do it in a calm, factual way that protects your integrity. From my experience, do not respond and/or mirror or act like her. Always maintain your dignity and equilibrium in spite of what people here might say. Always maintain the upper hand. My sister and I did not, and sadly reacted to a lot of what my niece's stepmom did with rage. She, as any good narcissist, would in turn use this against us. I talked with my siblings and my mom, July 20th, 2024. Hi. For now I'm going to post this little update here since I haven't spoken to my father yet, but I spoke with my siblings and mom. I told my dad that I was staying at a friend's house when I left the academy, but I actually went to my mom's house and told her everything. She doesn't even know what Reddit is. That site isn't used too much here. But I translated the comments and posts for her. I showed her the videos and my mom was furious. I explained to her that in the comments it's Madre Biologica. I was confused about it too the first time I read that, also with SM. So my SM also made comments and posts complaining about my mother, being that they have always had a cordial treatment. But still my SM was lying, saying that my mother was troublesome. No one in the comments said anything. Everyone supported her and they recommended that she should move far away with her legal family. Far away from the problematic BM and kids. First we told my brother, who was also upset and said that she was a fake, but that he has seen her ignore my sister and pretend that she does not see or hear her a lot of times. He explained that like me it also seems strange to him that SM has not yet learned sign language. My siblings spend a lot of time at my father's house. Just like English or Spanish, sign language is much easier to learn if you live with someone who uses it every day, therefore it is strange that SM doesn't use it. He said that even my father has offered to pay for her classes, but she says she doesn't have time. We asked him if he noticed any other behavior of that kind, and he said that SM doesn't let him take care of our younger brother, which she also does with me, but curiously she does let our sister take care of him, so I don't understand that. Other than that, she's never treated him badly or anything like that. At the time of telling my sister she was the most hurt, she cried, especially because of SM's comments towards me, calling me a whore. It's kind of ironic how the comments towards her affected me and the comments towards me affected her, haha. Something that my sister noticed that I didn't is that almost all of SM's comments are criticizing me, my sister and even my mother, but my brother she has only criticized sleepovers or when he comes back late from being with his friends. But she has criticized my and my sister's clothes, made up things about my life, confessed that she hates it when we hug our father, she said we're too clingy. She talked badly about my mother, etc. My sister said it's sexist and maybe she's got some mental problem. My sister said she always believed SM didn't really hear her and she maybe wasn't speaking well and didn't understand her. I think that's the shittiest thing of all. My sister's greatest pride is being able to pronounce some words no matter how short they are or if they sound like noise for some people. We understand her, but SM made her feel insecure every time she ignored her. I know that my sister always justified that by believing that it was her mistake and that SM made an effort to learn, but it was simply more difficult for her. But now we know that no, she was never interested in learning. I'm getting mad again as I write this, sorry. My mother said she was going to talk to both of them, mainly because even though it's an anonymous site, SM's way of expressing herself is sick and she's not going to let my siblings be around someone like that. Oh, but she's venting, being a stepmom is lonely. I received comments like that. It's not the same to say I feel lonely and I feel stressed, than to say my stepdaughter behaves like a slut, just because me and my minor sister uses a bikini for the pool. Her account is old, she's been leaving comments like that for years. With lies, with complaints we never heard before, it's just messed up. We arranged that we're going to tell our father all together and show him everything, so we're probably going to tell him tomorrow because I need to leave for the academy on Monday. My SM account has not been deleted. It's crazy how she makes things up to get approval from strangers. At this point I don't even know if she's crazy or a mythomaniac. I would like to go back to her email since the password is saved, but I don't know if she will receive a notification of that because this time I closed the account. Update, July 22nd, 2024. We talked to my father over the weekend. For now he is staying at my mother's house. It is a complicated situation since in the middle of everything is my half-sibling too. During the weekend I went to my father's house and the first thing I did was tell my stepmom separately that I've seen her Reddit account and I'm going to talk about it with my dad. She told me that I can't condemn her for something she uses as an intimate diary, but I told her that this is not a diary, it is a social network where she makes her problems and lies public. If someone other than me discovered her account, then what was going to happen? Were they going to believe all the things she invented? If her identity was revealed on that account by someone else, I would have too many problems and could even be kicked out of the academy. Again, There's a big difference between saying I'm stressed and, my stepdaughters behave like sluts around their father. I simply told her that my mother and sister also know it and would come to talk about it too. She for obvious reasons just went to lock herself in her room not wanting to talk with me. Once we talked to my father, I showed him most of the posts and comments. There were so many crazy comments that I think it would take me too long to read them all because they were just so long too. She's that kind of people who comments the bio of their lives in the posts of other people. My father got angry. My SM never expressed having a single problem with us like that. The situation would be different if we knew what she thinks about us. My father went to look for my SM, who refused to talk about it and was mostly angry with me for violating her privacy. My father told her that she's insane for thinking that my sister and I sexually provoked him, that he can't believe the way she talks about my sister and the happiness she expresses every time my sister goes to the hospital and is not home. How she expresses to be counting the days until my sibling stops going to the house forever. My father told her that she knew that he is a father and that he would never leave us aside. She made her decision, and even so, instead of talking about her problems, she decided to create an account to play at being a victim. She said she needs a place to vent, but he told her that venting is not the same as telling lies. Venting is not the same as hating your stepdaughters and talking horrible things about them, and she could have spoken about it and not just lied. They argued a lot, but it didn't get anywhere because she kept defending herself, and my father only told her that it was over. My mother told my father that she is not going to let my sister and brother be around a woman who is clearly mentally unstable because no normal person thinks like that. After arguing too much and even trying to make SM understand that what she did is wrong, she just justified herself all the time. My father went with us and told her that he is going to come back just to see my brother every day, but that he no longer trusts her and never saw that side of her. She lied for so many years. Nothing really went as I expected. I think I at least hoped that she could apologize, but I think she doesn't even think that what she did is wrong. In her mind, everything was totally justified because being a stepmother is difficult, but nothing justifies her being so cruel and poisonous. But yeah, that's what happened. I think it's hurtful to know that someone can hide that much darkness inside. I wasn't too close with her, but I liked her, to the point of sharing my clothes and things with her, so I also feel sad about it. Mostly for my dad. Me gustaría simplemente decir que ella está demente, pero creo que eso daría espacio a justificar su comportamiento. Ella simplemente es una víbora de dos cabezas. Editor's note. Translation. I would like to just say that she is insane, but I think that would give room to justify her behavior. She is simply a two-headed viper. Relevant comments. Not so religious now. Is her account still up, or did she delete everything? She's absolutely insane and a narcissist if she can't see that what she did was wrong. I hope it all works out for you guys. Stay strong. OOP. The last time I looked, it was still there. I have her email password saved on my computer, so if she doesn't delete it, I'll tell my sister to do it for me. Some people told me that they have recognized some of her comments, so yes, I will delete the account if she doesn't de-kill the messenger one. Wow, just wow. You think you know someone and then 1 second, bam, I am so sorry you and your family are dealing with this. SM is off her rocker. Does she need constant attention and approval? She needs therapy and most likely the whole family, because this is a traumatic event and major trust issues are now forming. Stay well, stay strong. OP, new updates. Little tiny update. August 25th, 2024. 1 month later. Hello. It's been a while and I honestly forgot to make an update. Not many things have happened, but I just want to update for people who were worried. My younger brother has been visiting us. Our father still lives at my mother's house. Luckily, my stepmom lets my dad bring him home some days of the week and on weekends. I deleted her account weeks ago. She didn't tell me anything about it or if she saw any TikTok or post about this. Maybe now she's afraid to use Reddit or something like that. I only deleted the posts, but there were too many comments and I honestly didn't want to waste my time deleting them one by one. I'm not sure if comments are automatically deleted with the account as well. I'm not going to talk too much about her and my father's relationship, but she continues to deny that she did anything wrong and has a very misogynistic way of thinking about women, and apparently she does not intend to change her way of thinking. It's too crazy how now we know her dark side, but at the same time she's still her with my little brother and even my father. My father is separated from her for now because he doesn't have money to pay for the divorce. She said that if they come back together she will not let me enter her house after what I did, so my father decided to stop trying with her. I have no idea what legal arrangement they have on the house or what will happen when they divorce, but I guess my father is going to leave the house to her and he's going to find another place to rent in order for my younger brother to suffer as little stress as possible from a separation. For a toddler, moving is a lot of anxiety, so it's better for him to stay comfortable in his place. I wouldn't have any problem with that, and neither would my siblings. I prefer my brother to have a home and suffer as little as possible from the separation. So yes, that has happened. I'm surprised that a month has passed. I feel like it's been 7 years, but these kinds of serious processes last month, so nothing interesting or anything like that has happened. For now, I'm glad my little brother can be with us. Update 2, October 5th, 2024, 1.5 months later. Hello, it's been a while since I last posted here. I just wanted to give one last update before leaving this for a few months, since things like divorces take a lot of time and long processes, much more so when minors are involved. If my father and SM agree on everything, the divorce process can be finished in 3 months, but if not, it can last up to a year. It all depends on them. This will probably be a pretty boring update, but I want to reassure people who are worried about me and my siblings. My father has screenshots of everything, even the video of me entering her stepmom account from her email on my computer. I don't think it will do much good during divorce since internet laws are a gray area here, but it's always better for him to have that just in case. Needless to say, SM will be in maybe 3 months, if everything goes well, officially only my little brother's mother and no more my SM. Luckily she lets my little brother come to my mother's house and spend time with my father and us as always. He comes almost every day of the week. My father is going to leave the house to her so that the divorce will be the least stressful for my brother. At one point my father wanted to ask her to let me stay there on the weekends when I come back from the academy, but I told him not to do that. Honestly, I'm afraid to wake up and find her on the end of the bed looking at me like misery. I don't want to share a house with her at all. The only and last time I had a conversation with SM again, I asked her if she wasn't ashamed of anything and she totally ignored me. I think the most affected by this was my sister, who feels she has suffered discrimination from our stepmother, and I honestly believe her. My sister has told us about some situations that she let go of but now realizes were micro-discriminatory behaviors against her. Although they were not things like making fun of her in front of her face, there are microaggressions that we often decide to ignore, but they are done with malice. For example, my brother said that SM once said that my father's sons salen bien del horno. At the time he took it as a random comment. Maybe we are overthinking. But now he thinks it was something with double intention towards me and my sister, like saying that we didn't come out well. Again, things we like to ignore and think, nah, it was just a random comment. She has never apologized. She has the kind of mentality that the husband is only the wife's man and the partner comes before the children, which in my opinion is bullshit because she's only jealous of me and my sister. Imagine being jealous of your husband's daughters? SM strongly believes that she didn't do anything wrong except not to have written that in a secret diary. At least she now admits that. Maybe in 10 years she will realize everything else. My father, for obvious reasons, has gotten tired of trying to talk to her in a mature way, so they are going to divorce, and I guess she expected it because she didn't make any fuss nor anything like that. Divorces are a long and expensive process, so for now my parents, and SM too, at least she's a good mother to her own son, are focusing on not letting my younger brother feel those chaotic vibes, and my parents are taking care to not let my sister feel too bad either. They will go for joint custody since my father could not take care of my little brother 24/7 because of his work, and anyway they would not give him to him since he does not have a house or all the things that the courts ask for. I think the least affected by all this is my other brother, who is in dad, she's a bitch. Just find another girlfriend mode, but I guess that's how teenagers are. Anyway, there were people who found some of the posts or even comments which surprised me, lol. I've also been getting harassment from people from that sub, but know that I've already deleted the account. Congratulations to those who found the account. My daughter left me for her stepmom. Years later, she begs me to pay for her costly wedding because I'm doing better than her mom. To start with, I am honestly grateful that my daughter, Tara, has a great relationship with her stepmother, Danny. To give some context, my husband Mark and I did not have a good relationship. We fell in love quite young and got married because we thought that was the right thing to do. I got pregnant with Tara, and although Mark tried to be a good father, he was also extremely lazy. He never helped me with Tara in any way. I was the one who fed her, changed her diapers, stayed awake the whole night until she could sleep, bathed her, and took her for walks. Mark was the fun parent who would just come home and spend an hour with the baby. During that 1 hour, I would be cooking his meals or cleaning up the kitchen. Mark would then have his dinner and go into his den to play video games. If I ever asked him to help me around the house or with Tara, he would tell me that this was a woman's job and that was how God intended it. This would lead to us having disagreements, where I would plead with him to help me out because I was too exhausted, but he would refuse point blank. One time, I was too sick to even move around, so I asked him to please look after Tara so I could take some rest and recover. He started an argument with me, calling me lazy and saying how his mother never asked his father for help. It really angered me because he was as much Tara's parent as I was, yet he never lifted a finger. I yelled at him that if he didn't help out, I would pack my bags and leave him. This rattled him a bit, so he grumbled but eventually took a leave of absence to take care of Tara so I could sleep for a few hours. As my maternity leave was coming to an end, I asked my mother if she could babysit Tara during my working hours, and she graciously accepted. Mark's mother never even offered to help, but I was fine with it. Mark didn't like that I was going back to work since he had been trying to get me to be a stay-at-home wife for a long time, but I always refused. Looking back, I am thankful that I never left my job, since Mark lost his job when his company downsized. This was a shock to him as well as the other employees who were let go. When he told me, I wanted to panic too because we needed the money for household expenses and taking care of Tara. However, I knew if I panicked, he would get even more anxious, so I assured him that I would bear all the expenses around the house until he could get back on his feet. Since he did not have a job, I asked him to look after Tara so my mother could get a break from the babysitting duties. At first, Mark didn't want to, but eventually, he agreed. Every day, I would come back home to find Mark sitting in the same spot on the sofa, playing video games with Tara playing on the floor nearby. Basic needs like meals and baths were neglected, and I often returned home to find Tara hungry and unkempt. This would obviously make me angry because, on one hand, I had no choice but to work hard to single-handedly support my family, and on the other hand, I felt guilty that my daughter was being neglected. I remember that during this time, we would fight a lot more, with Mark saying how he was trying to find a job, yet he never went for any interviews. 6 months after spending his days at home, Mark told me he wanted to take up a business course. He had always wanted to start a business, but I just didn't think it was the right time, as I wanted him to find a stable job for the time being. However, he had apparently already discussed it with his parents, who were ready to pay for his college fees. I was the last one he informed, as if I meant nothing to him as a partner. I think this should have been my time to leave, but like a fool who refuses to quit, I stayed. While I worked and looked after Tara, Mark went back to study. Eventually, he graduated and started his own business. It was doing well, so he started hiring people under him. This is how Dani came into his life. She was this young, perky girl straight out of college and was hired to be his personal assistant. Dani and Mark would spend hours together, but I never thought anything of it. The thought of him cheating never even crossed my mind. However, Mark started introducing Tara to Dani every time he took her to his office and insisted on Tara and Dani spending time together. This made me a bit suspicious. I asked Mark outright if there was something between him and her, but he denied vehemently, telling me that I was overthinking. I dropped it until one of my friends called me one day and told me she saw Dani and Mark sitting in a cafe holding hands. She had no idea who Dani was, but from her description of the woman sitting with Mark, I knew it had to be Dani. I was not only embarrassed that my husband was cheating, but I also knew that everyone would now find out about it. That evening, I insisted on Mark inviting Dani for dinner, telling him how I should know her since she worked for him. He had no idea that I now had proof of his discretions. During dinner, I told him directly that I was done with them sneaking behind my back and that I knew everything. Mark froze, and Dani went pale as a sheet. I told her that I didn't care if she was sleeping with my husband because, at this point, no one could save our marriage. Dani and Mark looked at each other, and she finally confessed that she was in love with Mark. She went on to say that she didn't mean for this to happen and that she was sorry for everything. However, Mark asked me why I had invited Dani if I already knew everything, and he started telling me how I had no right to embarrass them. He told me how he was not going to sit there and apologize since I was the one who had failed at our marriage first. I scoffed as he went on to blame me, saying how I should have tried to keep him satisfied, but I never did because I was always too busy trying to be independent. I shook my head and reminded him how my work put food on the table while he was jobless and when he was off going to study. Mark argued that I could have left my job after his business was doing well, but I told him that I couldn't take any chances and that we both needed to have jobs to bring in the income necessary for our future. I was so pissed at this man for trying to weasel his way out of this fiasco that I went on to tell him how I had never neglected him or Tara and always did all the house chores regardless of my job, so he had no right to blame me. He kept trying to blame me, but I ignored him. I looked at Dani and mouthed good luck, before excusing myself from the table. I knew exactly what I had to do now. In some way, Mark was freed from the burden of finding an excuse to divorce him. Yes, I used to be in love with him at one point, but since Tara, we had just become roommates living in the same house. I was the one doing the bulk of the work around the house anyway, so I had nothing to lose by leaving him. I packed my bags along with Tara's, while Mark kept asking what I was doing. I informed him that I was leaving and would be sending him divorce papers soon. He tried to argue, saying that I was being too cold and that we should take a beat to think about it, but I didn't think there was anything left to think about anymore. I simply had enough and went to stay with my parents for the time being. If you're wondering if his parents ever reached out to me and comforted me, then you're wrong. They never said anything to my ex for breaking up the family. It was only later that I found out the reason why. You see, Dani was not just young. She also came from a wealthy family, and by marrying her, Mark would be securing his money back. Honestly, I did not care about all that. My goal was simply to ensure that Mark and I could be good co-parents for the sake of Tara. From my first impression, Dani didn't seem like a bad person, so I hoped that she could be a good step-parent for my daughter as well. During the divorce, I took half of my husband's assets, which was a lot since his business was making 6 figures. I bought a place for myself and Tara to live in. Mark and I had shared custody, so while I got Tara from Monday to Friday, he got her from Friday evening until Monday morning, when he would drop her off at school. After our divorce, he immediately let Dani move in with him. Tara would come back home and tell me how Dani and Mark would take her to expensive restaurants for dinner or to amusement parks. She would always be really excited to meet them during the weekend. In the beginning, I didn't notice anything. However, my daughter started detaching herself from me more and more. I was the parent who made her finish her homework or taught her to do chores around the house, just basic things like washing her own dishes or folding her laundry, and she didn't like that. I was the one who made her eat healthy food and refused to order from McDonald's every day. She would always insist on me buying her expensive gifts, which I didn't think were appropriate for a kid. Mark, on the other hand, was the fun parent who took her everywhere, and she would spend her weekends doing absolutely nothing except watching TV or eating good food. She would often tell me how chill they were, and if I didn't listen to her, she would say hurtful things like she wished she lived with them only. This would break my heart, but she was a kid, so I would let it slide. When Tara was 12, Dani got pregnant with twins. Tara was really anxious during this time and would constantly ask me if Mark would still love her. I had to reassure her that her father would love her no matter what. Her anxiety got so bad that I had to talk to Mark about it. In the end, he did talk to Tara and reassured her that nothing would change between them. However, Tara informed him that she wanted to spend more time with him, and he agreed. Hence, she started going to his place on Wednesday evenings instead of Fridays. Tara had her own room in the house until then, but since the twins were coming, Mark told her that they would renovate the basement for her while her bedroom would turn into the twins' room. Tara agreed. This all happened without my knowledge because at this point, my daughter was hardly communicating with me. She was so focused on being a part of Mark's family that she would hardly tell me anything going on in her life. After the twins were born, Mark informed me that for the next 2 months, Dani didn't want Tara to come over since she wanted to take care of the babies and give her 100% attention to them. I yelled at him that this would seriously hurt his daughter and make her question if he even loved her, but he argued back that he needed to be there for Dani and the twins and they were his first priority. When I broke the news to Tara, she started to cry and kept asking why Dani didn't want her anymore. I did my best to reassure her as much as I could. After a month, when Mark came to pick her up, Tara was beside herself with joy. She later told me how adorable the twins were and how beautiful her room was in the basement. After seeing the pictures of her new room, I did agree that it was pretty. Even though it irked me a bit that she had agreed to give up her room. After seeing the pictures of her new room, I did agree that it was pretty, even though it irked me a bit that she had agreed to give up her bedroom for the twins. However, if my daughter was happy, then I was happy too. As days went on, Tara would find excuses to spend more and more days with her father. She would tell me how she loved babysitting the twins since Dani sometimes needed a break. This really pissed me off, so I forbade Mark from using his daughter as a stand-in babysitter. He argued that this was how children bond, but I told him that his children could bond without Tara changing their diapers and feeding them with a bottle, which was not a job for a teenager. After some back and forth, he agreed. However, Tara yelled at me when she found out. She told me that Dani had informed her that I had complained to Mark about it. Tara said she wanted to do this for the twins, but I knew my daughter was desperately trying to fit in or be loved by Mark and Dani by doing whatever they wanted. I assured her that I had no ill intentions and that I wanted her to enjoy her teenage years. What Mark and Dani were doing was basically parentifying her, but she didn't care. This was the start of Tara always choosing Dani over me. I never disliked Dani, but it would hurt every time my own daughter compared me to her stepmother in every way. Teenagers can be harsh, and Tara was no different. She also started getting meaner and nastier towards me. For example, I remember once after work, I came home and was sitting watching TV while eating ice cream. When Tara came out of her room, she commented on how I was becoming a fat cow. It really took me by surprise, especially since I wasn't even fat. When I asked her why she said such a thing, Tara told me that Danny had taught her gluten makes people fat and that she wasn't allowed to eat gluten at Mark and Danny's place. I informed her that while that might be true for some, gluten is not inherently bad, and she had no right to body shame someone just because she didn't prefer eating it. As more days passed, Tara became an entirely different person. In every other conversation, she would bring up how Danny did this or that, and it essentially felt like she was turning into a mini Danny herself. She would refuse to go anywhere with me when the sun was out, telling me she didn't want to become tan. She insisted on skipping breakfast so she could lose a few extra pounds to fit into a bikini that Danny had bought one size smaller. She weighed herself every day and noted her weight in a diary. She would tell me how Danny had told her she had the potential to take part in beauty pageants if she stuck to this routine. I was so pissed when I found out about this. Up until that point, I had never had a conversation with Danny, but I decided enough was enough and finally reached out to her. However, Danny didn't see any issues with my daughter's behavior. She told me how she had simply suggested that Tara take part in a beauty pageant and that it wasn't her fault if Tara had taken it to heart. I pointed out to her how Tara clearly saw her as a second parent, so she should be more careful with her words. Danny responded that I should push my daughter to be the best version of herself instead of trying to bring her down. I was really taken aback by her words and asked her to keep her weird ideologies to herself. Later, Mark called to yell at me about how I shouldn't talk to his wife that way. When I informed him of everything, he told me that he agreed with Danny and that Tara shouldn't take Danny's advice or suggestions to such an extreme. I yelled back at him to open his eyes because clearly, Tara was being influenced, but my ex-husband didn't care enough. I did try to talk with Tara and tell her how she should enjoy her teenage years as much as she could without worrying about trivial things like weight and getting tanned, but Tara remained steadfast in her resolve. She began closing herself off from me, shutting down any attempts at open communication. It was a heartbreaking realization, watching my daughter slip further away with each passing day. She also stopped coming to me for any decisions or general life situations. For example, if her school was taking her on a trip, she would wait to visit her father so he could sign the form for her, even though I never had any problem with her going. It was as if she didn't see any real importance in me being part of her life. I found myself relegated to the sidelines, a mere spectator in her life. As a result, I became quite depressed, but during this time, I met a man who changed everything in my life. Henry and I met when I was at the lowest point. When we started dating, he saw how much Tara's behavior was affecting me and reassured me that every teenager goes through a rebellious phase. However, things just got worse and worse. Tara and I would get into constant fights, either about her falling grades or not submitting her assignments on time. This is when Tara started blaming me for everything. She would also constantly comment on how she understood why Mark left me for Danny. This was a sore topic for me, and it broke my heart every time she said it. I hate to admit it, but I started to pull away from my daughter bit by bit. When Tara turned 18 and it was time for her to go to college, she and Mark came to me to discuss something important. I thought it was about the college fees, and I was ready to tell Mark that I would pay half of her tuition. But instead, Mark informed me that Tara wanted me to give up my parental rights. I sat there, shocked, as Tara told me she had been thinking about this for a long time and wanted Danny to officially adopt her. I was so taken aback that, at first, I thought it was just a bad dream. Tara pleaded with me, saying she loved Danny more than me and wanted her to be her real mommy. I asked her to explain her reasons, hoping to dissuade her, but Tara spoke earnestly about how she felt a stronger bond with Danny and admired her stepmother's qualities and accomplishments. She also expressed that by becoming Danny's legal child, she would be part of her inheritance, something Danny's parents had promised her. As Tara poured her heart out, I struggled to contain my emotions. It felt like my world was crumbling, as though everything I had worked so hard for was slipping through my fingers. The realization that my daughter no longer saw me as her mother was a devastating blow, one that left me reeling with a profound sense of loss. Tara continued to plead, saying she had always seen Danny as her real mother, and I shouldn't fight this. Mark chimed in, agreeing with Tara and telling me I shouldn't take it personally and should respect her wishes. For the next few weeks, I had a tough decision to make. Despite the pain coursing through me, I knew I had to consider Tara's wishes. I couldn't force her to maintain a relationship she no longer desired, nor could I deny her the opportunity to seek happiness on her own terms. My parents tried to talk to Tara, but she refused to take their calls. In the days that followed, I grappled with a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. I mourned the loss of the bond I had once shared with Tara, grieving for the daughter I had known. But amidst the sorrow, I also felt a sense of resignation, a quiet acceptance of the inevitable. I would constantly cry in front of Henry, who was the only one by my side. Even he felt what Tara was doing was unbelievably cruel. With a heavy heart, I reluctantly agreed to Tara's request, knowing it marked the end of a chapter in both our lives. I won't get into the legal details, but it took a couple of weeks. In the end, Tara and I were legally separated, and Danny proceeded with the adoption process. After that, Tara basically stopped talking to me. I can't even begin to describe how painful those days were for me. I had lived for my daughter, but watching her drift away from my life was excruciating. I have to admit, Henry was the one who kept me going. He never left my side, encouraged me to go to therapy, and moved in with me to take care of me. I even left my job, and Henry supported me completely. I was diagnosed with depression and started taking medication. Watching Henry rally behind me gave me a new reason to stay alive. Slowly but surely, I started to heal and stopped blaming myself for everything. Henry encouraged me to join his business just to keep myself busy, and I agreed. Henry was the partner I never had but truly deserved. I poured myself into my work and my relationship with Henry, finding joy in the simple pleasures life had to offer. For the last 6 years, I have worked with Henry to build his business, and he has made me an equal partner, giving me a seat at the table. We respect each other professionally as well as personally. We got married and built a good life for ourselves. Never in my wildest dreams did I think Tara, who hadn't even called me once over the last few years, would reach out to me out of the blue yesterday. Her unexpected call caught me off guard, stirring up a whirlwind of emotions I thought I had buried deep within. She asked me about my life and informed me about hers. I didn't know why she was calling, but I was glad that she remembered me after all this time. At the end of the day, regardless of what any legal papers say, she is still my daughter, and I will always continue to love her, no matter how much she hurt me. I thought she had matured and wanted to rekindle a relationship with me. However, the conversation shifted to her upcoming wedding. I was surprised to learn that my baby girl was now getting married, and I couldn't contain my emotions. Tara then informed me that the reason she had called was because she wanted me to contribute to her wedding expenses. I was taken aback as she went on to tell me how Mark didn't have much money to offer since his business had been affected during COVID and never really recovered, and how Danny had refused to help much with the wedding because she wanted to save money for her twins. Tara went on to tell me how she knew I was doing well now that I was married to Henry, as she would occasionally stalk me on social media. She wanted me to pay for her wedding since she felt I owed her. All my emotions of joy and excitement quickly turned to shock and disbelief. I could not believe what Tara was saying. She was acting extremely entitled, despite having been the one to leave me behind. I politely told her that while I was happy she wanted to reconnect, I wasn't going to simply forgive and forget everything that had happened in the past. I reminded her how she had wanted me to give up my parental rights so Danny could adopt her, and how she had considered Danny to be her real mother, so I didn't see why she needed my help now. Tara argued that I was still her biological mother and said it wasn't fair that I had so much money now. She insisted that giving her a few $1,000s for the wedding wouldn't be a big deal. I made it clear to her that while I wished her happiness, I couldn't just write a blank check for her wedding. She got angry and called me a few unpleasant names, blaming me for abandoning her and saying I didn't fight for her enough all those years ago. It felt like she was grasping at straws, trying to justify her actions, and the conversation wasn't going anywhere. She angrily disconnected the call. Now, I'm left wondering if I should have just helped my daughter out for her wedding, which I could easily afford. AITA for not helping my daughter. Update 1. I never expected this post to blow up so quickly. In a matter of days, I've had hundreds of strangers on Reddit telling me that I shouldn't under any circumstances concede to my daughter's demands. When I posted this, I was feeling guilty because she is, after all, my daughter. But seeing all your comments about how she is basically using me has made me question my own judgments. It's very difficult as a parent to stop loving your child, even if they don't want you anymore. Tara will always be my baby, but I have to accept that she is no longer a child and has turned into an entitled adult. Mark and Danny haven't reached out to me, so I guess they have no idea that Tara is asking me for financial assistance. I won't be helping her, and I've also had a conversation with Henry about it. Update 2, I sent a message to Tara, just like some of you suggested. Dear Tara, I want to express how much I appreciate you reaching out to me and sharing updates about your life. It meant a lot to hear from you, and I'm glad to know that you're doing well. Regarding your request for financial assistance with your wedding, I want to be transparent about where I stand. While I understand your desire for support during this important time, I must respectfully decline your request. Since you never wanted me to be part of your life, I believe it's best for us to maintain the current distance between us. It's important for me to prioritize my own well-being and boundaries. I want nothing but the best for you as you embark on this new chapter, and I hope you can understand and respect my perspective. I sent this message to her this morning, and I will update if she replies. Update 3. So, it turns out she did see my message but has left me on read. I guess the majority of you were right, she never really cared and just wanted me to pay for her wedding without any questions. Henry is not happy with how Tara has treated me and has asked me to block her so she can't contact me further with any unwarranted requests. Up until this moment I was conflicted, but now I will do so. For those of you who were worried about my will, don't be. Even though Henry and I don't have children, he has nephews and nieces, so we will mostly be leaving everything to them. I appreciate all the support and advice I've received from the Reddit community. Moving forward, I will focus on my own well-being and continue to cherish the loving relationship I have with my husband. Am I the asshole for being upset that my new friend group thinks I'm anorexic and is planning an intervention, even though I have celiac disease? Original post. A little background. My parents divorced when I was very young. My mom got me for most of the year and my dad got me for the summer. I hated going to my dad's house. Partially because he was very stubborn and rude and always had to do things his way, but also because every time I went to my dad's house I got violently sick. Nausea, rashes, pain, muscle cramps, and then when I got older, I'd start missing my periods. TMI? I went to a doctor, but he said it was a psychosomatic problem related to stress and directed me to see a therapist. My dad didn't let me see a therapist because he thought it was total crap. My mom took me to one a few times, but by then my symptoms had cleared up so we couldn't tell if it helped at all. One thing that really pissed me off was that my dad ate a lot of junk food and drank soda instead of water, and he mocked me mercilessly if I tried to eat healthy. I think it reminded him of my mom, because she's always been a bit of a health nut. I would sneak carrots into the house, and if he found them he'd throw them out. At my mom's house, I'd eat vegetables and organic chicken. Sometimes food would make me feel sick, but I'd just stop eating that food and it was fine. I got into the habit of turning down any food offered to me because I didn't know if it was safe. I just explained it away as being a picky eater. And then, when I was 16, a new girl moved to my school. I became friends with her, and after a couple months I noticed that she avoided all the same foods as me. I mentioned it in passing like, "Hey, isn't that weird?" And she got concerned and told me that she had celiac disease and I should get myself checked. I got checked and sure enough, I had it. Everything suddenly made sense. I was so excited to finally understand what was wrong that I told everybody I knew. I told all of the people who I thought were my friends. And they didn't really react well. They acted fine at first, but I noticed that they were all doing the slow fade on me. I confronted my closest friend about it and she said that they all thought I was faking it for attention. They'd only heard about gluten-free diets as a stupid fad. I broke down crying and told her all about how horrible I felt when I had to go to my dad's house and how I couldn't believe that she didn't believe me, and she was horrified. She turned around and became my biggest supporter. She talked to the others, but they still thought I was full of shit and feeding her lies, so we decided it was best to break it off with them. My birthday is in August, so I had 2 more summers with my dad left to go through after I found out. He took the revelation about my disease even worse than my ex-friends. He would scream that I thought I was better than him and I was making up medical problems because I wanted to be special and that he wouldn't put up with that shit. I offered to take him with me to the doctor, but he said that doctors are scam artists and he didn't believe anything they said. It was horrible. It got to the point where he started sabotaging my food and cursing at me when I got sick. So I've gotten pretty wary about telling people about the disease. Between my personal experiences and hearing people make fun of gluten-free food on TV and the internet, I've decided I'm not comfortable with telling new people. I know that's cowardly, but I'm so afraid of what people will think of me. This is my last summer with my dad, and it's the last summer with my dad. He can rot in hell for all I care. He treats me like shit. I've only got to tough it out for another few weeks. That's not my problem. I can already hear your advice about leaving my dad's house or calling CPS, and respectfully, I've made my decision that it's easier just to stay for the next 3 weeks and then leave forever. Please don't focus on that part. This is the problem I need help with. My best friend and I have made a new group of friends. They're great people, really fun. We play role-playing games every weekend. We've been hanging out since May. There's 10 or 11 of them depending on whether you count this guy who doesn't regularly attend games. My best friend approached me yesterday and told me that the rest of the group has been talking behind my back. They've put together the fact that I constantly turn down food and that I'm very picky about what I eat and that I've been getting thinner and acting sick, because I've been living with my dad. and come to the conclusion that I have anorexia. They're planning on staging an intervention for me next weekend. Guys, I don't know what to do. This is such an awkward situation. I know I should tell them, but I'm so scared they're going to reject me. They've already got this idea in their heads about what's wrong. At this point I'm afraid they'll think I'm just making excuses. And I've been burned before. I lost a ton of friends by telling them about my disease. Yeah, they were dicks, but it fucking hurt. How do I do this? How do I explain it so they'll believe me? I can't handle any more people calling me a liar. I'll have a mental breakdown. This disease has ruined my life in so many ways. I just wanted to have this one part of my life separate from that. Please Reddit, give me advice. TLDR. I can't eat gluten. That means I have to turn down food a lot, and I'm in a situation where it's forced on me, so I'm sick and losing weight. The last friends I told accused me of lying and broke it off with me, so I haven't told my new friends. They got the wrong idea and now think I'm anorexic. They're going to hold an intervention next weekend and I have no idea what to say. Update. Hey guys, thanks for all your help. The intervention was yesterday and I figured you guys would want to know how everything went. TLDR, it went well. A few hours before game started, one of my friends, let's call him Zach, texted me asking to come to his house. He hosts the games, early because he wanted to discuss gaming terms that will be nonsense to most of you. I figured this was probably the intervention and texted my best friend. I think there was some confusion in the last post. This is the friend who was with my other friend group who I poured my heart out to, then she followed me to the new group. Let's call her Laura. To ask if she'd been invited to. She hadn't, so I asked her to come with me. Before I went to his house, I did something a little cheeky inspired by one of the comments on the last post. Thanks you, I'd have to charge. I went and picked up some gluten-free Chinese food from a place I frequent. They have this amazing vegetable fried rice that I've fallen in love with. They're really careful about cross-contamination. I've been eating there for years and never gotten sick. I brought the food with me to Zach's house, along with Laura and my notebooks and dice for role-playing. Zach seemed really taken aback that Laura was there. I asked him if he had a problem with it, because if we were going to talk about complicated gaming things, then she should be part of the conversation because of qualifications. I'm really sorry, I'm trying not to drop a crapton of gaming jargon on y'all. He awkwardly said that it was fine. Then I said something like, is it alright if I eat something while we do this? I missed lunch and I'm really hungry. And pulled out the Chinese food. He said it was fine but seemed kind of alarmed, like I was freaking him out. I started eating and he started his pitch. You help celiac. I didn't actually call you here to talk about game crap. Me and some of the others have noticed some things recently that we're concerned about and they elected me to talk to you about it. I said, okay. He listed off a bunch of things that I've been doing that made them worry about me. The way they never saw me eat anything, that I always seemed sick and was getting thinner, the fact that I always seemed uncomfortable and nervous when the topic of food came up, that I turned down everything offered to me, and then he finally dropped the bombshell. You help celiac. Michael's older sister is anorexic, and she acts a lot like you do. We think you might be anorexic. I swallowed my food and tried not to look nervous. I'm not, I told him. He started talking about how nobody thinks they're anorexic, but there's clearly something going on with me, and he started just rambling, so I cut him off. I do have a problem. It's not anorexia. Can I talk? He reluctantly agreed. I think he was afraid I was going to say that I was too fat and my problem was that I needed to lose weight or something. Like, he really got committed to the idea that I was anorexic. I'm going to try to paraphrase what I said here because I was very proud of myself for it. I know I'm losing weight in an unhealthy way, but it's not on purpose. I have a disease that means I can't eat grains like wheat, barley, and rye. When I do, I get very sick and my body starts ripping up my stomach and I can't digest much of anything, even things that don't have those grains in them. It's not just an allergy, it does serious long-term damage to me. If I ate a piece of bread, I would break out in rashes. I'd start throwing up and I might get stuff that seems unrelated like horrible muscle cramps. When I turn down food, it's because you guys offer me stuff like Doritos and PB&Js. If I ate that stuff, it would make me violently ill. I turn it down to keep from making my health problems even worse. And the reason my symptoms have been popping up and I've been getting sick and losing weight is that right now I'm living in a family situation where I'm forced to eat the foods that my body reacts badly to. When I first met you guys, I was living with my mom, and she accommodated me really well. But right now I'm living with my dad, and he sabotages my food because he thinks I'm making my disease up and that my doctor is a fraud. Zach took out actual note cards and looked through them. He literally had a script for the intervention. That's what I get for hanging out with the kind of dramatic people who play tabletop RPGs, I guess. He was quiet for a really long time. Then he had a few questions. But then why do you turn down Coke? Because Coke is nasty, but I didn't want to complain and make you guys buy root beer just for me. 2. Why didn't you just tell us this stuff? Laura took this one and explained what happened with our last friend group. 3. Okay, so what would I probably have in the house right now that you'd be willing to eat in front of me? I wanted to facepalm at this one. I asked if he was serious. He was. I don't know, have you got celery? He shook his head. Yogurt? Nope. An apple? Nope. Seriously? He nodded. Have you got some freaking popcorn? Like air-popped popcorn? That he did have. So I ate some popcorn in front of him, and he finally seemed to accept what I was saying. He awkwardly changed the subject to gaming things, and we talked about that until the rest of the group started to show up. When Michael got there, Zach took him aside and started talking to him in a way that I guess they thought was subtle. They kept looking over at me and they weren't keeping their voices down very well. Michael asked if I seemed defensive and Zach shrugged and said not really. I pointedly ate popcorn for the rest of the game. Michael texted me after the game and apologized for assuming that I was anorexic and asked what snacks they could put out for me. I actually cried a little bit. I was worried about getting kicked out, but they immediately moved to accommodate me. They're nice people.